Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, which was more annoying than anything. But now she had to deal with the two other arms that unfailingly attacked when Takuma created an opening to strike. Ugh! She yelped in pain as Takuma dug a kunai into her upper thigh. Momoe tried to load her sword with chakra but was immediately made to cut the connection by a chakra-augmented kick smashing into her upper arm. A sharp pain spiked through her arm, making her almost drop her sword. Her mind raced, trying to figure out the next course of action. Her eyes darted at the water appendages holding the kunai. As though timing it, the tentacles chucked their kunai at her the moment she blinked. Her sword moved on instinct to deflect them before she had to reel her instincts in when Takuma jabbed the kunai in his left for her abdomen. The blade screeched noisily as Momoe successfully managed to dodge. Her relief was momentary as she was hit by an augmented kick straight on the cut in her thigh. For the first time in the fight, Momoe backed off. She hastily swung her sword that cut off half a tentacle, before jumping back and creating distance to get a breath of time to compose herself. Takuma didn't follow her. There was a pause in which he stood still for a moment. The water blob on his back twitched before the water moved to the tentacle Momoe had cut off, replenishing it back to its original length. It was after that Takuma pursued her. Momoe noticed all of that. Not only did the water mass she had cut not rejoin the water under Takuma's control, he also had to pause for a moment to reallocate the water. Was it because Takuma wasn't proficient at the jutsu, or was it an inherent limitation of the jutsu? Momoe didn't know the reason, only that if it happened once, the chances of it happening again were high. I just have to keep cutting, she thought. Momoe took a deep breath and delved deep into her focus. She blocked out her surroundings, an unwise move, but they were alone with zero outside factors. She could afford to tunnel her concentration. The effect was instantly felt. Takuma's movements didn't get any slower, but she could react better to them. Slice. One of the tentacles was shortened by half. In return, she got stabbed once in her shoulder. She gritted her teeth from the pain as she lifted her sword and struck again. Slice. 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 She cut both enough that they no longer had the range to reach her. Gah! Takuma shouted hoarsely. She managed to leave a gash across his arm and chest. The momentum changed yet again, and Momoe was at the offense, but she realized that with her leg and shoulder injured, it wouldn't be long enough before he would regain the advantage. She could see it in his eyes. He was still calculating, trying to figure out her next move, but as Momoe anticipated, Takuma paused to reallocate the water to regrow the tentacles. Chance, she yelled internally. Momoe raised her sword high above her head. It was a time-consuming move, every millisecond was important, but here she could afford it. Chakra gathered on the edge of her blade as she swung down. However, the unexpected was a mainstay of the battlefield. Takuma's two tentacles regrew, and two additional ones burst alongside the old ones. The four water appendages layered themselves atop one another in front of her sword. As her sword metal sliced through, She could feel how the water was much denser than its usual property, most definitely a function of the jutsu. It wasn't enough. The chakra on the edge cut through the resistance and slipped past the water mast. But the fight had shown that the Takuma of today wasn't the same as the Takuma of old. He crossed his arms in front and blocked the sword with his arm guards. Clang! The sword hit the metal plating, stopping the sword from reaching the skin. Momoe clicked her tongue. But she managed to cut a majority of the water mass, which was a positive. She immediately jumped back, and Takuma did the same. Her condition was a level worse than Takuma's. A direct confrontation was unadvised, she thought. She gazed at him as the water tentacles returned from 4 to 2. She briefly glanced at Kazuo before coming to a decision. It was time to end the spar. She dropped her sword, and her hands blurred as she formed hand seals. Fire style, incinerating wildfire. The chakra bubbled in her lungs as she felt her body warm up from the inside. She loved how it felt when she used the jutsu. It was pure power. Power that she had control over. She breathed out, and pure chakra transformed as fuel burst out of her mouth, igniting into a white spray of deadly fire. The fire burned the grass and scorched the earth as it blew toward Takuma. Momoe picked up her sword and stood up. When the fire blew over, there remained but scorched ground. Momoe frowned. Her first thought was that she had erased Takuma into ash, but when she looked at Kazuo, he hadn't made a move. Then it struck her, Takuma was fine. If he hadn't been, Kazuo would have interrupted the fight. She looked to her right. He wasn't there. Then to her left. No sign. She raised her eyes to the sky. But he wasn't there as well. Crack. A shiver went down Momoe's spine when he heard the sound. She turned toward her back as the ground split open, and Takuma, his clothes burned and his skin singed, leaped out of the earth. She barely had time to draw her sword and push chakra into it as Takuma emerged. I give up, Takuma raised a bloodied and burned hand. Momoe wasn't surprised. She released the tension in her body and let her sword tip touch the ground as she lowered her arm, easing the burden on the injured shoulder. She didn't realize how labored her breathing was, she could hear it over her thumping heat. The fight was over. Before either could as much as blink, Kazuo appeared between them. Both of you fought good, he said with a smile. He placed himself between them as though anticipating one of them to attack the other. Momoe and Takuma looked at each other. Neither of them wanted to continue. You cheating bastard. Who was the wench that seduced you? Said Sango as she treated Takuma's wound from the spar. You didn't fight today. How did you get these? Takuma looked at her. He was too exhausted to engage in jokes with her. The fight was exhausting. Momoe was probably the most formidable opponent he had faced. I had a spar today. The people I sparred with took me to the hospital afterward, said Takuma. But after so much time getting treated by Sango, Takuma had to book a checkup with his trusted medical ninja to ensure the hospital had done everything properly so he could have peace of mind. Must have gotten your ass kicked in light sparring. Look at all of these burns, these will be a pain to heal, Sango said, lifting the bandage over the part of the burned skin. How did these happen again? B-rank fire-style jutsu, Takuma answered shortly. He didn't know the jutsu's name, just that it was a B-rank jutsu. Oh, no wonder they're so bad, she said. Dodge next time. He scoffed. He had dodged, only he had done it a moment late. The jutsu had once again dug out some bad memories. The moment the heat from the jutsu reached him, he remembered the land of frost. He had been licked by the wisps on the fringe of the same B-rank jutsu. It was stronger than what Momoe had cast, and had to roll on the ground to extinguish them. Takuma closed his eyes as the image of Dai's crushed head flashed through his mind. He grunted again as Sango touched his side. Unlike the ring fight, he hadn't stopped cold against Momoe. But that slight delay had cost him. By the time he decided to use the earth style, hiding in the rock jutsu, she was already 3/4 way through her hand seals. It was fortunate that his hasty hand seals were enough to activate the jutsu, or he would have been an overcooked person. The B-rank jutsu was unexpected. He didn't think Momoe would whip out the big guns. They were both Gainian, but Momoe had access to a B-rank jutsu. And he was sure that she had access to more. If he had given her a chance, she would have shown him what she could truly do with her sword, something he wasn't keen on facing. He had grown stronger since the Land of Frost, but he still had nothing to counter a rank jutsu like Momoe's. His C-rank defensive jutsu, Earth Style, Earth and Dome, was ripped apart by a B-rank lightning jutsu, which wasn't even aimed at him. The divide between C-rank and B-rank jutsu was a canyon. Did you win? Asked Sango. No, said Takuma. He had decided to call it quits the moment Momoe had spit the first licks of fire out of her mouth. Do you think you'll win your first match? Sango asked after she was done patching him up. Takuma stood up, stretching his body, pulling on the newly treated, still healing wounds, and getting slapped on his back for it. I will try, he said. If all Genin in Ring's ninjutsu category were like Momoe, then the Hidden Leaf would have already conquered the world. Chapter 128. The fact that he was excited about his suspension ending tomorrow worried Takuma. Even though it didn't start that way, the week turned out to be a much-needed break. His head felt much lighter than it was before, and in conjunction, his physical condition, too, had improved. And despite getting burned 2 days back, he would describe himself as refreshed. And to top it all off, he was going to meet his new Genjutsu teacher today. "So, who is it?" he asked. "Her name is Uchiha Mikoto. She's currently inactive but maintains the rank of Jonin," answered Uchiha Setsuna. Takuma's jaw dropped. He came to a stop in the middle of the street and stared at his recruiting officer. He felt he recognized the name but couldn't recall where he had heard it. But that wasn't important, he was more concerned with the fact that he was a few minutes away from meeting a Jonin. "You could have told me that earlier, sir," he said. "I would have done some reading about the topics before coming here. I do not want to seem completely dumb before a Jonin." He should have done some reading anyway, but knowing his teacher was a Jonin would have done wonders for his motivation. "Is this your first time in the Uchiha compound?" asked Setsuna. Takuma nodded as he looked around. "I must say it's lovely," he said. The Uchiha compound was one of the newest constructions in the Hidden Leaf village, built after the Nine Tails attack on the village. The entire Uchiha population was moved to a single area. The clan had turned their allotted area into a gated community with shinobi guards at every entrance. No one could enter if they weren't a resident or had permission from a resident to do so. Due to the fact that the entire community was built at the same time, the architecture in the Uchiha compound was uniform, and every building fit together like pieces of a puzzle. The buildings weren't copy-pasted from a single template, and every individual one had its own unique design and charm. He was aware that the Uchiha weren't happy with the decision to move them, especially with the state prison right next door, but they had definitely made the most of it. "I'm glad you liked it," said Setsuna. "All your lessons will be conducted in her home. You'll be given an entry pass which will renew every month until Jonin Mikoto deems it worth her time to teach you. Be clear that she's volunteering to teach you and can end these lessons any time she desires to do so. I pulled some strings to get her to teach you, but from here on out, it's up to you to maintain these lessons. You lose her, you lose your Genjutsu teacher, there will not be another." Takuma nodded. He understood he needed to be on his best behavior from here on out. Few could order a Jonin around, and there was no one who would force a Jonin to teach him. "How did you get Jonin Mikoto to volunteer?" Takuma asked. "And why did she agree?" "She found free time on her hand. As for why her? Let's just say it'll motivate others when they see that one of their own getting the opportunity to be under the tutelage of a Jonin. So, I'm a publicity piece?" Takuma narrowed his eyes. His batch of outside recruits wasn't the only one. They were only the first batch. The police force was planning another influx next year. He now understood how Setsuna got a Jonin to teach him. Higher the reward, the higher the desire. Setsuna wasn't only motivating the people in his current batch, he was also attracting potential recruits with higher talent grades in the second recruitment. Setsuna was using him as a dangling bait for all people. If he could do it, they could do it. Takuma had no problem with getting a Jonin out of this, but he didn't have to like the attached strings that came with it. As far as he knew, he was the first one to get this sort of reward. If he angered Jonin Mikoto somehow, causing her to drop him as a student, many eyes would see that, and getting another opportunity like this would become difficult. He wasn't well liked by many in the Department of Organized Crime after his stunt, and he knew people like Yoshiaki would use any chance to make his life in the office harder than it needed to be. Their destination was in the center of the Uchiha compound. From the look of the size of the houses, the general spaciousness, the width of the roads, and the cleanliness, it was clear that it was a posh area within the compound. Takuma followed Setsuna into a walled-off house. There was no name near the outer entrance, only a house number. The building was a traditional two-story Minka architecture with a meticulous garden with trimmed lush green grass and trees which looked too old for them to be planted in the past 10 years. He bet there was a koi pond somewhere on the property. Setsuna knocked on the door. "On your best behavior, Genin Takuma," he said. "Yes, sir." The door soon opened to reveal a woman who very much looked like a housewife. A gorgeous housewife, thought Takuma. The Uchiha woman was a fair-skinned beauty with long, straight black hair with bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red blim skirt and a light yellow apron worn over it. Her beauty only stayed in his mind for a moment, as Takuma could immediately tell that the housewife was a shinobi. The signs were clear, and she wasn't trying to hide it. It was due to his police force training. Before the training, Takuma interacted with shinobi so much that the traits became a norm for him. He couldn't see past those norms. In training, he was taught to look for the signs, so they always stood out to him. In turn, Takuma began to study civilian posture and gait to see how they held themselves. What were the difference between a desk worker and a construction laborer? How did age factor in? Weight and height? As there was no guide on the subject, Takuma took note of every trait he could feasibly observe. Jonin Mikoto, thank you for hosting at your home, Setsuna said respectfully. Polite as always, Setsuna, Mikoto smiled. She then turned to look at Takuma, who felt her eyes scan him. You must be Geinin Takuma. Come inside. Thank you, ma'am, said Takuma as politely as possible. I'll take my leave, said Setsuna. Mikoto didn't ask him to stay and headed inside. Setsuna grabbed Takuma's shoulder and whispered. She's a good woman. As long as you remain civil, I don't think there will be a problem, but beware, you don't want to offend her, especially her. Take this opportunity to learn, it'll do you good, he said. The tatami room they settled in was bigger than Takuma's apartment. It was mostly empty, with minimalistic decorations on the wall. The sliding doors were open wide to let a breeze in from the outside, showing the view of the garden and, as Takuma expected, a koi pond. Tea and snacks were waiting for them. Takuma wasn't used to sitting in Seisa, it wasn't a part of his daily life, but seeing Mikoto sitting with her knees tucked made him do so too. Why do you wish to learn Genjutsu, Takuma? She asked. I believe it to be an interesting form of jutsu, Takuma answered. On the battlefield, the mind is often your strongest asset. It's a powerful place, and what you feed it can affect it in a powerful way. What can you trust more than your mind? How do you react when you realize that your mind was targeted and can be done so again? Moreover, rarity works to its advantage. I've conversed with many of my peers. Most of them can't cast a Genjutsu. Most have opted to learn how to spot and dispel Genjutsu, but even that is learned at varying levels. I know an exploitable gap in the market when I see one. If Genjutsu is so powerful, then why is it not more widespread? She asked. Because physical damage is much more visual than mental damage. If you break a bone, it stays broken. You never know with the mind. Most people believe that a simple kai would reverse any damage done and you're back to square one, he answered. That is true. Do you agree? Genjutsu, like anything else, is a tool, ma'am. The ability to disorient or influence your foe in any meaningful way to increase the chance of launching a deadly strike is highly important. If Genjutsu can open the gate to ending the fight, then it has its place on the battlefield. The only reason Takuma was alive today was because of Mist Servant Jutsu. It was the trump card that had turned the tide in his battle against two highly trained shinobi. Mikoto hummed as she poured herself some tea. What about you? What is your experience with Genjutsu? Minimal. The times I have faced Genjutsu can be counted on one hand. Mist Servant Jutsu is part of my arsenal, and only that. Most of his experience with Genjutsu came from Marabashi's training to identify and break Genjutsu, and from his spars against Nanro, who was the only one among his sparring partners who used Genjutsu. Nothing more? No theoretical knowledge about Genjutsu operation, deployment, and creation? Takuma shook his head. That's not much for someone interested in Genjutsu. Time is the main issue, ma'am, which is why I seek out a teacher. I don't think I can take out enough time in my day to wade through the field of Genjutsu unaided. I require guidance, a specific learning plan, so I don't waste precious time searching for what's important and not. There was a limit to what Takuma could learn on his own. Learn effectively, that is. There were a few topics that couldn't be self-taught, and Genjutsu was not one of them. He could learn Genjutsu like ninjutsu or any other skill he had learned over the years. However, due to its complex nature, Takuma didn't think self-teaching was a wise venture, which was why he had asked for a teacher more than anything else when offered. Mikoto took a sip from her tea. Takuma glanced down at his cup. It had cooled down. He picked it up and took a sip nonetheless. Let's talk about expectations, Mikoto said. I'm doing this because my children now spend most of their day out of the house, leaving me a sizable portion of free time, which only lasts till 3 in the afternoon. So, our lessons will need to be wrapped up before that. It goes without saying, you will not be given an exemption in terms of your on-duty hours. Takuma heaved a sigh. I can use my break time for the lessons. 1 hour. Mikoto smiled. 45 minutes every weekday. I appreciate and demand punctuality. I shall wait 5 minutes before canceling that day's lesson. If you're to come even a minute late, you'll be turned away. No begging. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Every Friday will be a test to gauge your improvement. By no means am I expecting you to be perfect, but I need to see the needle move in a meaningful manner. Even if that week's yield is failure is meaningful in my eyes. I require you to learn something from it. No progress for a few consecutive weeks will end our arrangement because it's a sign that you're not being diligent, or I'm not a suitable teacher, Or you have no natural aptitude for Genjutsu, or it might be that I have no longer anything I can want to teach you. Any reason it might be, I believe it'd be a waste of time for both of us to continue. Takuma could feel the pressure bearing down his spine. His experience with progress hadn't been completely positive. On top of that, he had no idea what were the standards of meaningful in a Jonin's eyes. He might be thinking that he was doing good, but come Friday, he was given a negative report card along with a strike. I'll try my level best to teach you. Now, what are your expectations from our lessons? Asked Mikoto. Takuma took a moment to compose his thoughts. I hope these lessons help me learn, understand, and apply. I have no special expectations regarding the curriculum. I will learn whatever you wish to teach me, but I need to develop a proper understanding of every concept taught, so I hope repeated questions will not irritate you. Finally, by the end of our time together, I want my learnings to translate into practical application on the field. All of that depends on you, Takuma, but I will facilitate and enable you to gain whatever you need. If everything goes well, Genjutsu will be part of your combat style. Mikoto smiled. You misunderstood me, ma'am. When I say field, I expect applications outside of combat. I have seen my senior officer, Uchiha Kano, use her Sharingan on crime scenes and in investigations. I wish to achieve similar usage. Takuma had some plans concerning Genjutsu use out of combat, but he didn't know how to go about achieving that. Though now, with a Jonin as his teacher, the chances of eventual success seem to have increased. Interesting, very much so. I will take that into account for my teaching plans, said Mikoto. And one last thing, you may sit cross-legged from tomorrow onward if you wish, Takuma. Takuma felt an embarrassed blush come up his face. Of course, she had noticed. Yes, ma'am. There was a sudden sound. By no means hidden, but faint due to the distance. Takuma's sensitive hearing picked up the opening of the door. It sounded like the heavy front door, the rushed footsteps which sounded a lot like running. He titled his head. He had measured the distance from the front door to the hall. Even if he presumed an average stride, the number of steps he heard would have gotten the person here by now. Mom. The voice was shrill. Male. A child, he concluded. Takuma looked at Mikoto. It was her son. Then he recalled how she had said her free time ended around 3 in the afternoon. The academy a little after 2 in the afternoon. It seemed her free time ended when her son came back home. In here, dear. Mikoto called for her son. I will take my leave then, ma'am, Takuma said as he stood up. The sliding door opened, and a child entered the room with enthusiasm, only to come to a halt when he spotted Takuma. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't know you had guests, said the son apologetically. It's okay, dear. Mikoto stood up as well. This is Geinin Takuma from the police force. He will be coming here every day to work with me. Please, introduce yourself to him. The son turned to Takuma and introduced himself formally. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your service. Takuma felt the smile stretch across his face as he returned the greeting. It's nice to meet you as well, Sasuke. You're in the academy, aren't you? How's it treating ya? He was going to find Setsuna and kill the man even if it meant turning rogue. Chapter 129, Takuma entered the headquarters after his 1-week suspension with heavy eyelids. He hadn't gotten much sleep last night. The events of yesterday bore heavily on his mind. The awareness he would be at Sasuke's house 5 times a week was a stressful realization. It went without saying that he preferred if things were different. But they weren't. He was stuck with visiting arguably one of the most important buildings in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, after a night of thinking, Takuma realized that things weren't as bad as he initially thought. He was using his lunchtime for the lessons in the middle of the day. No one except Mikoto would be home, so Takuma wasn't worried about meeting with problematic people on a regular basis. He was going to learn Genjutsu and get out as soon as possible every day. When Takuma entered the organized crime offices, he felt eyes fall on him. He had expected that, so he walked to his desk while staring down at anyone staring at him. Most of them turned their eyes away when Takuma maintained eye contact for more than a moment. Some were frowning at him, but most surprisingly, a few even gave him appreciative smiles and discreet thumbs up as he passed by. One even wordlessly patted him once on his back. He had not expected that reaction from anyone who wasn't directly involved. It seemed some people liked what he and his team had done. Look who decided to show up. Takuma had just dumped his bag on his desk when he heard the voice. He turned back to see Risa before him, her arms crossed and a faint smile on her face. He had been completely cut from the department in his suspension, so it had been a week since he had seen her. How are you? She asked. Ready to get back to work, he answered. What about you? How's the wrap-up going? 1 week was more than enough to arrest multiple people, have multiple interrogation sessions, get confessions, and possess ample information to implicate more people. He was sure by this point, they had already finished the lion's share of their job and had passed the work to the state prosecutors who would press charges and present the cases in court. Still going at it. It has been a lot of work. Everyone had to pool their hands together to process everyone we bought in, said Risu. It was crucial that they, department, moved quickly to ensure that the suspects they brought in didn't have enough time to get their stories straight, threaten people, and do things that might make their jobs difficult. Please tell me it's at least as good as we thought it would be, asked Takuma. It's much better, she said. Bigwigs are very happy about it. A lot of good press. Yeah, I saw the articles. No wonder I got some smiles today. Takuma looked around the office. You know, some people came asking me if you had another big scoop planned. They would like to help, as they put it, said Risu. I mean, come on, big things like this don't come every day. Takuma was smiling. Do they? Do you have something planned? She asked, stepping closer to him. I might have something. Why, you interested? He asked. Risu was interrupted before she could speak. Gainin Takuma. In my office, please, Kano entered the office and ordered as she passed by their desks. Takuma took out a folder from his bag and turned to Risu. Well, wish me luck. Risu had her mouth agape, her eyes stuck to the folder in Takuma's hand as he walked away from her. Takuma entered the office as Kano was setting her things down. He waited patiently by her desk, not speaking a word until she addressed him. He observed her, trying to check her body language, but the woman gave nothing away. Sending Chunin Oishi to assist in the investigation. Trying to be helpful, Gainin Takuma? She said. Takuma didn't apologize. If he did so, he would be admitting that he was at fault. He had made a suggestion in his report, which the higher-ups had deemed logical enough to follow, and in return, they had got a competent interrogator to consult and oversee the process. He wasn't at fault. In fact, he was the benefactor. I called in a favor for the sake of the case, ma'am, he replied. Yes, I can see that, she replied, sitting down behind her desk. From the looks of it, she wasn't mad at him, but she wasn't pleased either. Meaning he was safe. As long as he continued to bring in the results, Takuma was sure their relationship as boss and subordinate would survive just fine. After all, Takuma wasn't really interested in making friends with anyone with Uchiha in their name. That would only lead to hurt. What now, Takuma? Now that you're back, she asked. Work as usual, ma'am, Takuma said before taking a page from the folder. This is my request to not be disturbed during my lunchtime. I would be out for an hour every day without fail and wouldn't be available through any means of contact except for the most concerning emergencies. Kano received the request letter. And why is that? I'd be studying under Lady Uchiha at her house every day during my lunchtime, said Takuma. Lady Uchiha? Asked Kano as she read the letter. Jonin Uchiha Mikoto, answered Takuma. Kano stilled for a moment before looking up from the letter. Pardon? I was given the chance to study Ganjutsu by Jonin Mikoto. And she's only free during my lunchtime. This is a heads up that I'd be absent during the time period, and in case my presence is truly needed, you can fetch me from there, said Takuma. He knew no one would come looking for him at that house unless it was truly important. They wouldn't want to offend Mikoto, her status as a Jonin was enough to keep most away. You can confirm it from Chunin Setsuna. He'd be able to corroborate my claim. He didn't need permission from Kano as his lunchtime was his lunchtime. He was off-duty. But he understood that sometimes he might be needed, so this was his way of telling Kano where to find him. I will do so, she muttered. Kano looked up at him. Any other surprises you want to get out of your way before I let you return to work? That depends on what surprises you, ma'am. Takuma placed the folder on her desk. What is this? She asked. A proposition, he said. During the week I was at home, I thought a lot about the Meigo Triad case. I believe the time I worked on the case was the most productive I have been. Due to how I handled it, I had to work alone, with help coming in the last stages. All the time spent alone forced me to learn faster and more than I had ever done in my life. I felt good about myself during that time. I was good at what I was doing. Those feelings were partially true. Takuma did feel great when his plan slowly came together. He was proud of what he had accomplished. I would like to on narcotics cases, ma'am. I live in a place with a big drug trouble. I see what they do to people who abuse them. I have seen civilians a little older than me running their lives. I want to stop that. I want to return to the community. What you have in your hand is a proposal to create a team that targets reducing the presence of drugs in the Hidden Leaf Village. I want to go after every major and minor player that operates within our jurisdiction in hopes that one day our village would be narcotics-free. No more lives lost due to the terrible substances which harm our loved ones, our youth, our shinobi. If Takuma wanted to accomplish what he had planned with Inomoto, he needed control over the cases he worked on, so he could target whatever information Inomoto provided. If he had that freedom and hopefully a team behind him, the most difficult part of the challenge would already be solved. Of course, Takuma knew things wouldn't be so easy. You realize you didn't pull the shutter on the Meiko triad, Kana leaned forward in her chair. We only got our hands on their low-level and some middle-level members. They're still very much running strong. This would be appropriate, she pointed at his proposal, if you had put an end to them. You're overestimating your accomplishments. Takuma spoke, ma'am, the truth right now is that the Meiko triad isn't going to wage a territorial war. Due to the fact we caught so many of them, they're forced to take a step back and pull back their activities until the wind blows over. I did all that in less than 2 months while also handling other cases under you. Imagine what I can do, much more if I can dedicate myself to one target. Imagine what we could do if I had a team with me. We don't have a dedicated narcotics team within our department. I want to create a team specializing in such cases for maximum efficiency and impact. It's a well-known fact that drug money bankrolls so many illegal operations in and outside the village. Money makes the world go round, and if we hit them where it hurts, the effects will show everywhere else. He could see that Kano was still skeptical. He didn't blame her, but he could help her. That proposal includes something akin to a proof of concept, Takuma pointed at the folder. If you assign me a small team of my choice and let me work with them for a month, I will provide results that will prove the feasibility of this idea. He opened the folder to a page and let Kano read over it. His time working under Ryuko had taught him how to do paperwork. The young Chunin was obsessed with proper paperwork and had forced his team to learn the appropriate way. Takuma had gone to Iruka during the week and shown him the drafts. As Takuma had expected, Iruka had torn into him about the mistakes and had him go through revisions. The final product was what Kano was reading. It was so polished that it glimmered. Let's say I push this above the chain of command, and it gets accepted there, Kano spoke after reading. What would you do if you fail to come up with results? If I fail, my reputation will fall to someone who got lucky once. I will lose all the momentum I have going for myself. People will be less willing to listen to me. It'll be a pretty bad setback, said Takuma. Then why are you smiling? Takuma didn't know he was smiling, but he indeed was. Maybe because if I succeed, I shoot up in the opposite direction. High risk, high reward. And I feel confident about this, ma'am. Kano asked Takuma to leave. When he got to his desk, Risa jumped him. What happened? She asked. I can't tell you, Takuma replied. She frowned, but he continued. Until Kano gives it a green flag, it's better if I don't say anything. If it goes well, she will come to you with a choice. It's up to you if you wish to accept it. What's the choice about? Takuma looked her in the eyes and said, an opportunity to do something great. 3 days later, a temporary narcotics task force was formed. Takuma was declared the leader. Chapter 130, Inomoto rubbed the back of his neck as he stood in front of the door. He took a deep breath before entering the room to be greeted by the crowd gathered to watch one of the rare events in the ring, the debut of a newcomer in the ninjutsu category. It wasn't every day when the ring allowed one of their fighters to enter the ninjutsu category. A regular ninjutsu category fight was rare enough, but when a new fighter debuted in the arena, people with time, money, and influence on their hands used the fights as an excuse to socialize. He looked around the area, and as expected, he recognized everyone. He laid his eyes on old shinobi with too much time on their hands and younger ones looking to network for their benefit. Inomoto wondered how many of them had actually come to watch the fight. It was universally known that Sabura's sense of taste was horrible, but it seemed that even the ring's boss knew better than to force it upon his important guests. Tasteful music filled the room at an appropriate simmer so that people could converse without shouting. Gorgeous civilian men and women served alcohol and food and to entertain if the patrons desired. The decor was kept simple and spacious, with enough seating to maximize practicality and comfort without excessive gaudiness, which Sabura was known for. Inomoto picked up a glass from a waiter and sedately walked through the room to see who he should talk to first. There was some time before the fight, and he might as well make small talk with some people. He listened for the conversations in groups and found the one he could slip into easily. I heard this Scars is quite young. How young are we talking? Said a middle-aged man Inomoto recognized from the Hidden Leaf Mining Division, the governance office which handled mining activities that came directly under the purview of the Hidden Leaf. None in the group seemed to know the answer. Inomoto saw his chance and seamlessly stepped in. I believe he's younger than 15, said Inomoto, garnering the group's attention. They say he was 13 when he started, and it has been a year since he began, so 14 would be a good guess, but the management might have fudged the numbers to put attention on his young age, thus, 15 or less. In truth, Takuma was 12 and a half when he began. Being that young, Sabura had decided to keep Scar's age vague in case someone above the ground, as Sabura put it so eloquently, tried to bullshit my position away from me. In truth, The whispers Sabura had asked his team to spread were that Scars was anywhere from 13 to 15, as to put Scars as someone who had at least 1 year as shinobi under his belt and not some green-as-grass rookie who had been duped into joining the ring. "And who might you be?" asked the man. Inomoto smiled and introduced himself. "Chunin Inomoto, medical ninja from the medical training division." Inomoto saw interest rise in their eyes when they heard that he was a medical ninja. He smiled and continued to make small talk with him as any medical ninja would. Never had his decision to pursue medical jutsu when he was a new genin let him down. "What more can you tell us about this Scars fellow?" He took a moment to spin a tale. Not much is known about Scars as he never joined a team, a smart move given Takuma wanted to keep him as anonymous as one could be, but I've heard a few things about Scars. The group physically leaned closer to him. Many looked down on gossip, but it held a strong power over people. There were few who didn't like to hear gossip. No one wanted to miss out on something others knew, it made them feel they were involved. And when people heard something interesting, they would pass it along regardless if they knew it to be true or not, in an attempt to make them seem interesting and in the know. It has only been a year since Scars appeared in the ring arena, and he's about to make his debut ninjutsu category, which was highly unusual. Usually, it took several years of hard work to reach the stage, and because of that, it's believed that he's from a great clan tasked with conquering the ring as soon as possible, and from the looks of it, he's doing well. If it were anywhere else, the charm would have been if Scars hadn't been from a clan, but in the ring, which didn't see clan shinobi ever, a fighter from a clan held a certain charm to it. Moreover, almost everyone in the room belonged to shinobi clans or families. The story of a clan shinobi reaching ring's pinnacle at record speed established a sense of superiority over non-clan shinobi. He was simply telling the people what they would like to hear while chuckling inwardly, knowing Takuma was as far from a clan shinobi as possible. The false gossip had its intended effect. They continued to look interested and now were looking pleased. "Which clan?" asked Akunoichi. "Nara or Yamanaka," replied Inomoto. They looked confused and interested, so he continued. "There have been several complaints against Scars about his use of chakra augmentations, so it was speculated that he's close to Akimaki Tsubura." "The boss?" "Indeed. But one look at Scars will tell anyone with half a brain that the boy isn't an Akimaki. So, who else could have Tsubura overlook so many complaints but someone strongly allied with Akimaki? Thus, Nara or Yamanaka? Personally, I think it's a Yamanaka. A motivated Nara, if one exists, would turn their eyes somewhere other than the ring." The group laughed in response. "It seems the fight is about to begin," Inomoto commented as everyone turned towards the arena below. "Let's get seated." He enjoyed networking, but today, he had came to see Takuma. Now that they had deepened their friendship, Inomoto was more invested in Takuma than before, not to mention every Scars victory meant a bit more money into his pocket. It was chump change, but that change did build up. "Chunin Inomoto, would you like to engage in some friendly betting?" Inomoto looked towards the group. It didn't happen often, but he was outranked by everyone in the group. He could clearly see in it in their eyes that they were trying to have some fun at his expense, who wasn't part of their group. He wanted to laugh. They were looking down at him. He felt something inside him bubble up, telling him to wipe those smirks off their faces. It wasn't a pleasant feeling because he knew he couldn't do so. "Since you seem to think so highly of this Scars fellow, are you willing to set?" He turned to look at the arena below. There stood Takuma donning his mask. He might have been the one to recruit Takuma into the ring and had kept a check on his performance through the year, but when it came to personally watching the fights, he hadn't seen many. Knowing the results was one thing, but knowing the fine details of how said fights progressed was another. It wasn't wise, he thought to himself. If he lost the bet, he would be humiliated. I should politely refuse and say that I do not partake in betting. I should refuse. But with every passing moment, the smirks felt more and more like mocking smiles. "Of course, I'm more than willing," Inomoto smiled, keeping the smile on his face. "Let's spice things up, shall we?" He wanted to see those smirks wipe off their faces. Down in the arena, Takuma focused on his breathing with his eyes closed. Tsubura had come to see him when he was getting changed, and just the look of the blob of a man's face was enough to anger him. No matter what Masaaki said about Akimaki's greatness, he knew one of them was a spoiled piece of horribly gamey meat. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The arena was bigger, and the cage was higher. There was only one ninjutsu category arena in the ring due to the rarity of such fights. According to Tsubura, Takuma would have to wait for at least a month before he got a chance to participate in another ninjutsu category fight, and that was only if Takuma gave him more 2v1 fights, which Takuma was more than happy to give him. Takuma resumed focus on his breathing. He needed to focus on the current fight instead of thinking about the next one. The arena wasn't the only different thing about the ninjutsu category. Takuma looked down at the gear he was wearing. Due to the involvement of ninjutsu, the fighters were allowed a set of gear of their preference approved by the ring. Takuma had chosen what he usually wore during the day. In the moment, the chainmail draped over his torso felt like an unbreakable armor. He felt powerful. "Are you ready, sir?" the fight referee asked him. Takuma looked at the man with a strange expression hidden behind his mask. "Sir?" But he nodded, nevertheless. He hadn't been called that before. The respect in the man's voice felt strange and foreign. The last time he had felt something similar was the gratitude from the villagers he had saved from bandits in the Land of Frost. He shook the thought off his head and turned towards his opponent. Viper. A tall and skeleton-like woman with a slightly hunched back and inky black hair that flowed beneath her butt. Her armor was lighter than his, which told Takuma that she was more concerned with her speed than protection. He noted down the observation for later. But the most striking thing about her was her mask. Unlike the flat mask that most ring fighters wore, including Takuma, Viper wore a mask that was in the shape of a snake with a surface texture mimicking a snake's scales. It was stylized to suit her. The mask reminded him of another stylized mask he had seen before. Baron, the leader of the troop, a famous team in the ring, wore a stylized mask. When a fighter won their first ninjutsu category fight, they were rewarded with a stylized mask as a sign of prestige. If Takuma won today, he would be awarded a mask of his own. The person Takuma had thought of had came to watch Takuma's first ninjutsu fight. In a private booth reserved for prestigious ring fighters, a handful of them, all wearing stylized masks, sat to spectate the fight. Among them was Baron, sitting in the front. The other ninjutsu category fighters had left the seats around him empty. Most of them were active fighters, which meant they were genin, and the few who had been promoted to chunin, too, didn't dare sit near Baron. They could feel it. Even though they all wore stylized masks showcasing their status, the man sitting in the front was far beyond what they could handle. Their instincts as shinobi honed by numerous fights in the ring told them that if Baron wanted, he could kill all of them combined without breaking a sweat. Which was why none of them said a thing about the woman Baron had brought along with him, even though it was reserved for ninjutsu category fighters. "I didn't think I would be hearing about him so soon," said Baron to the woman beside him. "He has progressed much faster than you anticipated." "Faster than I anticipated? You had a different opinion?" the masked woman shot back. Baron shrugged. "I hadn't thought about him since I last saw him. I charged you to keep an eye on him for a reason." The woman clicked her tongue. Baron chuckled before turning his eyes back to the arena. He has changed, thought Baron as he observed Scars in the arena. The fight hadn't started, but he could already tell from how Scars held himself to the progress the young shinobi had made. He understood that Sabura wouldn't have allowed Scars if he didn't think the latter wasn't ready. It meant that Scars had indeed progressed enough that he had a chance to fight in the ninjutsu category against opponents who would use ninjutsu to tear their opponents down. Baron looked to the woman at his side. "So, what has he been doing outside the ring?" Sengo? Chapter 131, Takuma had a particular way of initiating combat. He preferred giving his opponents the first move unless he knew beforehand that it would put him at a disadvantage. There was much to learn from how a person opened a fight. But if his opponent didn't grab the initiative he offered, Takuma would generally go for the first strike. He intended to do the same with Viper. After a long-drawn introduction, every ninjutsu category fight was accompanied with extra fanfare. The announcer stepped out, and the moment the bell rang, Takuma walked towards the center of the arena. Viper followed the same, and the distance between them narrowed. When the distance was appropriate, Takuma offered an invitation by opening himself, giving Viper an opportunity to attack. It was walking the line between tempting and taunting which he found was the most effective to get someone to attack you. Viper's stance changed. She upped her speed a level, but didn't jump on the opportunity as many would. She had accepted the initiative but at her own pace. Leveled, Takuma added a label to the woman. Takuma equipped a kunai each in his hand. Simultaneously, Senbon appeared between Viper's fingers, which she launched with 0-point delay. Instinct took over as he jumped to the side to evade the long needles. Senbon were annoyingly difficult to dodge at close range. They were fast, their small size made them difficult to block without a shield, and they could easily slip through gaps in armor when used by an expert. Takuma jumped to the side with a dodge roll. He didn't stop and initiated another roll. A wise decision as another volley of Senbon struck the space he had vacated. Using the momentum, he kicked himself to his feet, twisted to face Viper, and threw the kunai at her. He was one beat slower than her as she released her Senbon before he threw his kunai. Takuma dodged the Senbon he could and used his sturdy arm vambrace to intercept those he could not. The sharp needles dug punctured pinholes into the leather but couldn't break skin due to the thickness and the tight wrapping beneath it. He breathed a sigh as he pulled the needles out before re-equipping kunai. Viper had effortlessly dodged the kunai. She wouldn't have been here if she wasn't able to. She grabbed one of Takuma's thrown kunai and charged for him. The two clashed. Viper used her open hand to grab onto one of Takuma's hands, but their other hands clashed with their kunais sparking. Near constant movement during battle was beaten into every shinobi, but the fights in the cage came to a still as only their arms moved in blurred motions of thrusts, stabs, and parries, trying to stab the other. Takuma let go of the kunai in his grabbed hand and gripped Viper's wrist, pulling her down. With the posture disrupted, Takuma pushed her kunai bearing away before stabbing down for the shoulder. It was in that exact moment where Viper contorted her body in an eerie fashion. She let herself fall, getting herself completely out of the kunai's route, making Takuma miss. She dropped the kunai and grabbed Takuma's arm with both arms, and used the momentum to pull him to the ground. Takuma knew what would happen before Viper's limbs slid around his body to put him into a hold. He couldn't let that happen. Before Viper could solidify her hold, Takuma made an awkward move he wasn't used to. He concentrated his chakra into his elbow and thrust it back in an augmented strike. The pointy elbow hit her on the top of her arm, making her grip loosen, allowing him to slip out. He bit his lip behind his mask. Punches, palm strikes, kicks. He could do knee strikes were doable if he was in perfect posture, but elbow strikes were yet to be added to his augmented repertoire. The pain in his elbow spiked when he moved it. It was by no means out of commission, and he could tell the pain would subside eventually on its own, but the fights were usually short enough that he wouldn't feel any noticeable difference until after. It was an annoyance that had the potential to be the deciding factor in his loss, but Takuma wasn't worried about it, only that he had been injured so soon after the start. I need to change the momentum. The short exchange was filled with information Takuma could use from now on. Moreover, unlike him, Viper had been in ninjutsu category fights. Takuma raised his hand, ignoring the pain in his elbow, and began forming hand seals. It was time to use his advantage known as the unknown. In the VIP fighter booth, Baron leaned forward in interest as Takuma weaved hand seals. Oh, he's using it already? That's fast. I guess that's to be expected by a rookie like him. From personal experience as a spectator and participant in ninjutsu category fights, and numerous skirmishes on real battlefields, shinobi were stringent with using ninjutsu. Chakra management was a very real and very important factor in attaining a victory, which was why shinobi had to play a very careful game of speculation on how and when to expend chakra so as to not run out of it before the opponent. Failure to do so was one of the leading causes of death on the battlefield. Isn't it fine? The fights here end up fairly quickly. They don't have to save up. Baron glanced at Sango. She was one of his several informants inside the Hidden Leaf. Sango was special due to her position and association. Not only was she an apprentice to Chunin Inomoto, who was a fairly big player in the drug business inside the Hidden Leaf, but she also worked in the ring because of Inomoto's position. Initially, he approached her and converted her so they could keep an eye on Inomoto as he began to make moves and waves, but her role had also expanded into being an observer inside the ring. Baron liked working with her. She was good at her job, had close to no bad habits or vices which interfered with her work, and their relationship as handler and informant was fairly straightforward, which spared them from tiptoeing around each other with the exhausting thoughts of being betrayed. Moreover, she was a pretty damn good healer. If she weren't working under Inomoto, who only offered ring professional exposure instead of hospitals, research facilities, or field missions as other medical ninja teachers did, Sango would have been already close to being promoted to Chunin. Despite that, from what he knew, her promotion was at most 1 year away. The thought of her promotion made him sigh internally. Her promotion meant the end of their relationship, as it would mean she would no longer apprentice under Inomoto and would also leave the ring. Their deal was that in return for spying on Inomoto, they would pull strings and put her into a position of her preference after her promotion. He had agreed, thinking that it would be a while until that day arrived, if ever, but who would have thought that she would come out as her own as a medical ninja? After all, Chunin medical ninja were another grade of rare. In fact, if Baron was still in his current place of occupation for the next few years, he was not against recommending her as a potential recruit for the division. That's how good he believed she was. Habits sneak when you're not paying attention, Baron said as he observed the fight. Arcs of lightning crackled out of Takuma's hands, accumulating in his palm before shooting toward Viper. That's pathetic, he thought. It was too weak. If that was the best Takuma could do, he might as well stick to the style he used weapons category. He continued, for ring fighters, a majority of their combat experience comes from the ring. Experience is good, but you have to be careful how it affects you. He looked up at the cage around the arena. The size of the arena, the cage restricting the space, absence of armor, all of these things mold combat styles more than people realize they do. Real life is different. The ground isn't always so flat and even, spectators don't drown every other sound, and the opponents aren't always alone once you get comfortable, those come biting back. Anyone who stays in ring long enough participates in hundreds of fights without armor. Eventually, everyone realizes that due to the lack of any armor, being aggressive is the best practice, as one well-placed hit can change the direction of the fight and end it quickly. They forget that it's not like that in the field. They become reckless, and when that one momentum-changing hit doesn't pan out, they expose themselves to a deadly strike by a prepared enemy. It's surprisingly common how many people end up converting ring fights are fairly short to fights are fairly short. Baron felt a phantom pain a couple of inches below his heart. He momentarily closed his eyes as the memories of a cold enemy sword barely missed his heart. The injury had been soon healed, and any scar inside or out had been cleared away by a highly skilled medical ninja several years ago. The memory, however, remained in his mind as a scar that couldn't be erased. He had fixed those bad habits. But he knew several who hadn't and had lost their lives. He didn't need to look back to bet good money that several of the top fighters sitting behind him would show those same bad habits if they were made to fight. Ideally, a shinobi should have a usable amount of reserves left after an encounter to account for unexpected complications that may arise. He looked at Sango and could tell that she was no longer interested in what he was saying. All medical ninja were like that. Looks like your pick is going to lose, Inomoto. Badly at that. And here I thought you were some sort of ring expert. Inomoto chuckled with a hearty smile. We never know. The momentum can change until the very last moment. But inside, he was seething like bubbling oil. He didn't need to peer between their words, whispers, and titters to realize he was perhaps the least influential person inside the group. Unlike their distinguished backgrounds, he came from a humble background of genin parents who retired as soon as possible and shifted into business. They were probably thinking that they were better than him. These people knew nothing. He didn't have their privilege. He had to put in real work to reach his position. What did they know about the countless sleepless days and tired days he had put in? He had gotten his hands dirty to make connections they had been passed down without an iota of effort. He was 100 times better than all of these people. He clenched his fist, digging his nails into the flesh to maintain his smile. Usually, he had no problem keeping his emotions deep down, but today they seemed overly enthusiastic to come out. We can always cancel the bet. It doesn't feel fair. I heard only 1 in 10 rookies win their first fight in the ninjutsu category. How about it? Inomoto glanced, keeping his relaxed face plastered on his face. Once a bet is sealed, it's rude to take it back. I just can't help but side with the underdog, so even if Scar's losses, I will take the loss graciously. The man scoffed as if barred by Inomoto's reaction before turning away to watch the fight. Bullshit, Inomoto jeered internally. He couldn't give 2 dirty shits about underdogs or favorites. He liked the winning side and only that. If someone with a winning history went into a slump, he would abandon them without hesitation. People were only good until they were useful. He looked down at Takuma, who was shot a weak lightning bolt a 3rd time, and for the 3rd time, Viper dodged it effortlessly. He's so bad, Inomoto's eyes turned coldy. Takuma's performance wasn't inspiring confidence. What if he was like this at his job in the police force? What if his thing with Meiko Triad was luck, and he was going to give him crap results? If he can't do it properly with all the help I'm giving, Inomoto looked down at Takuma. Then he was going to the shitter. Chapter 132, This is a piece of cake, thought Viper as she dodged the 4th lightning-style jutsu from her opponent, Scars. She was delighted when Sabura told her next fight would be against a newcomer. The chance of victory jumped tens of points when the opponent was a newcomer instead of an experienced veteran. She was further delighted when her opponent was revealed as Scars. It was a surprise that Sabura allowed him a chance at the ninjutsu category after just a year. It had taken her 3 years to get Sabura to entertain a talk about a potential fight and another half-year before the fight had happened. However, simultaneously, she wasn't surprised that Scars only took 1 year. Sabura's bias towards Scars had reached her ears. If it were another scenario, she would have opposed Scars entering the ninjutsu category so soon in his career, but now that she was fighting him, she was all for it. She got to the undeserving man, got a substantial payout out of it, and bar Scars for at least another half-year before he got another chance. It was a win-win-win all for her. And right now, she was sure anyone watching could already tell that Scars wasn't ready for the ninjutsu category. She had yet to use a single ninjutsu while he had launched 4 of the same jutsu, a jutsu he was clearly not proficient at. She was confident she could take one of them head-on, and her chances of victory wouldn't change. In fact, the audience had seen plenty of his pathetic attempts at using ninjutsu, and it was time to show them a beatdown. Viper was confident, but she was also aware that Scars was still a threat. His chakra augmentation had earned him certain infamy. The tales from the medical room circulated like a cyclic event in the ring. She was aware that Scars was probably more experienced with chakra augmentation than anyone she had fought, outside of ring, because he used it literally in every fight. Her team had gathered information. Scars used chakra augmentation as a momentum breaker and a finisher. There was a sting atop her arm, just below her shoulder, that hadn't gone away ever since Scars had landed a hit on her. Viper could tell that he could inflict much worse. On top of that, Scars was known to be quite liberal with his kunai use. One of her team members had fought against him, and he had dragged the kunai across his thigh after stabbing it fairly deeply. She couldn't carelessly get close to him. Right now, Scars was still trying to use ninjutsu instead of his usual effective combat style, making it the optimal chance for Viper to gain an irreversible momentum shift to her side. She jumped away from Scars and began weaving hand seals. Water style, water bullet jutsu. When Scars had first used a lightning-style jutsu, Viper was worried because it gave him an advantage over her, who exclusively used water-style jutsu. But after seeing his proficiency, she realized there was no disadvantage. Highly pressurized water bullets capable of taking chunks of human flesh shot at Scars, who moved like a top gymnast, barely moving away before the bullets could hit him. Each bullet left a sizable dent in the ground, showing its destructive capabilities. Got him! Viper exclaimed internally. Scars wasn't fast enough, and Viper's last water bullet hit him. The water bullet exploded, sending Scars flying away from the force. Viper wasted no time and charged for her prone opponent with senbon, her weapon choice, in her hands. Her senbon were coated in a paralyzing poison that stiffened the muscle around the entry point. Scars had managed to dodge most of her senbon but not all. A few had managed to strike him in his arm, which he thought his vambrace had stopped, but a few moments later, Scars looked like he had difficulty moving his arm. If she could strike him in the legs or even just his other arm, she could take his most important weapon, the chakra augmentation, away, making it levels easier to defeat him. But just as Viper got in range, Scars' arm moved suddenly, and a kunai was airborne. Viper's breath hitched for a split moment when she caught a fluttering red behind the kunai. An explosive tag. Her composure returned just as quickly. She realized there was no time to dodge, nor could she take the risk of grabbing the kunai to disable the tag. Viper moved quickly and dropped into a sliding tackle while minimizing her posture into a fetal position to reduce her surface area. The tag sparked above her and exploded with near-perfect timing. Viper felt the force slam down on her. If not for her sliding on the ground with her body held tightly, she would have been thrown away. Viper groaned as a momentary disarray hit her senses, but powering through, she got back up. Bam! Viper's eyes bulged out as she felt an overwhelming force assault her midriff. Standing in front of her was Scars, drenched in water. Her pain receptors hadn't sent her brain the warning signs, but she could see his foot digging into her body. When the force passed the threshold, Viper shot back like a missile. Her body traveled to the other corner, slamming into the cage's upper section. The thick metal structure groaned as the force tried to force Viper through the mesh. Viper, suffering from the intensity of the attack, had no composure and fell to the ground on her front. She got up while whimpering in agony. Her inner ski mask stuck to her skin, and the scent of iron overwhelming her nose. Her abdomen screamed in distress, but she worked through it and tried to locate herself and Scars relative to the arena. Her vision was half blurry, and her focus was shot. She saw Scars kneeling on the ground and immediately acted upon sight. Fueled with largely defensive instinct and a tinge of anger boiled, she began weaving hand seals. Chakra rumbled and coursed through her chakra pathway network like a flood. Water style, water trumpet jutsu. The C-rank jutsu's force hit the arena with such a force that the stage trembled as waves of water spouted everywhere. Viper targeted the direction where she saw Scars, but spread her attack in case he tried to evade. Shit. Viper coughed, and more blood soaked her ski mask. The kick had injured more than she had initially thought. As her focus returned, she realized that in the moment of instinctual response, she had overdrawn her reserves. It had made her jutsu much stronger than she had intended, which wasn't a problem by itself, but her reserves were much lower than what she wanted after using a D rank and C rank each. Viper took in a deep breath. Her calm returned, and she once again located Scars, and like an alarm blaring at maximum value, the realization that he was nowhere to be seen assaulted her. Her eyes darted everywhere. He had to be inside the cage. Her reaction was instantaneous, and Viper started running in a zigzag pattern while continuing to look for Scars. She didn't know where he could hit her, so being on the move was the best way to minimize the risk. Splash. The entire arena floor was covered with water. Viper threw senbon in the direction of the splash before getting a proper look. Scars dodged them with a sliding tackle and was up and running the next moment, continuing his charge toward him. Viper blocked Scars' first strike with her forearm. She only found after the impact that it was augmented, and her leather vambrace did nothing to dull the impact. The punch didn't break bone, but the force traveled and all but dislodged her arm out of her shoulder. The next strike followed immediately after, and a palm strike dug into her abdomen. Viper felt more blood come out of her mouth. She recalled her previous plan to not come in close contact with Scars. The pain in her abdomen only confirmed that she was right. As Scars wound up his arm for another punch, Viper gambled on time and agility and betted on herself. Before Scars could punch out, clearly slowed down by the chakra augmentation he was surely putting behind it, Viper pulled out an explosive tag. She held it in front of her. Explosive tag hostage. It was a very popular tactic to hold an explosive tag in front when the enemy was in close range. By holding an explosive tag, the opponent was forced to jump away in case the user exploded the explosive tag, even if it took out both of them. Even if it was a popular tactic and the opponent knew what the user was trying to do, disregarding it wasn't a wise choice because there was always a chance that the user was crazy enough to go through with it. No one wanted to take that risk. Now, go away. Viper thought she wanted some space, even if it was for a few seconds, and she was sure that Scars would like that too. Scars jumped toward her. What? One of his hands shot toward the explosive tag. In surprise, Viper wasn't able to keep Scars' hand away, and he managed to rip the tag, rendering it useless. Both fighters tumbled to the ground and had a tussle where Viper managed to headbutt Scars in the head and knee him in the groin. She could have used their floored position to force him into the hold but decided to move away. Taijutsu wasn't her specialty, and she didn't want to challenge that claim against someone like Scars, who could crack something. But as Viper slid away from Scars, she decided that she wanted to at least get some advantage out of the exchange and went for her poison senbon. Huh? Viper looked down at her waist when she couldn't find her weapons pouch, and to her horrifying realization, it wasn't there. She almost snapped her neck when she looked at Scars and saw the boy holding her weapons pouch as he backed away. He had stolen it. Anger burned through the surprise. She weaved hand seals, and Scars followed suit. Viper didn't care and let water trumpet jutsu draw as much chakra as the jutsu desired. A flood of water once again descended upon the ring arena. This time, Viper saw Scars' response, which was to slam down his palms on the ground after the hand seals for the ground to move, rise, and shift to form a dome around Scars. The tides of water assaulted the dome, but the solid earth remained steadfast against the rageful waters. Viper coughed as the water finally stopped. She felt a burn in her chakra pathway network from pushing the jutsu to a previously untrained level. Before her thoughts could move away from the new pain she had taken on, the dome crumbled, and Scars exited like a racing stallion. He was weaving hand seals as he ran. Viper didn't move. She sneakily reached for a hidden compartment on her belt where an emergency set of senbon were hidden. They were coated with a poison that caused the muscles to spasm uncontrollably. It wasn't allowed in the ring, but she didn't care, and knew that if she won, they would practically write the penalty with a slap on the wrist. I can take it, she thought. Takuma's lightning-style jutsu wasn't strong, and she could take the chance even with a jutsu slamming into her chest. She was going to use her own body as bait before striking a deciding attack. Splash. Instead of lightning arcs snaking around Scars' arm, water around him rose and collected near his back. Two long and thick tentacles emerged from him, and before Viper could react to the water-style jutsu when she was only expecting lightning-style from him, the two tentacles wrapped around her hand and wrist, restricting them. Scars stopped in front of her and two more tentacles shot out and restricted her legs just as she was about to move away. Viper tripped down, and as she fell, she saw a punch coming for her face, which was the last thing she saw before things faded to black. Chapter 133, Takuma rotated his wrist as he glanced at the medical ninja working on his injuries. Sango wasn't available. She had told him beforehand that she won't be there to heal him after his biggest fight in the ring. It bothered him because he, 100%, preferred Sango treating him than anyone else who wasn't a Chunin or Jonin because she was familiar with his body more than him, but she had offered him a free session for being a loyal customer, which was a good deal. Thankfully, Viper hadn't inflicted any egregious injuries, more like he hadn't given her a chance. He had taken a risk by changing his usual strategy for the fight against Viper. His standard method was to observe, then dance with the opponent while either looking for an opportunity or creating one if it didn't exist before using one of the opportunities to its maximum benefit and finishing the fight as soon as possible. This time, however, he had played a mental game with Viper, laying traps like a hunter preparing to catch prey. It was often said that between two equally skilled fighters, the smarter would win. Which was true, but people, even highly skilled ones, overestimated the value of intellect in combat. Takuma believed instinct-honed instinct to be the most used weapon in combat. When two people fought, shinobi or not, around 80% of the time, they didn't think about the moves they were making. Every strike and maneuver weren't the results of conscious thought but something subconscious instinct had been trained to do without relying on the slow conscious systems. In the earliest days of his training with Maraboshi, The old shinobi had beaten the tendency to think about moves out of him and had built a foundation of instinctual movements upon which Takuma had built his fighting style. Intellectual strategy came into play in the broader strokes of a battle which had a substantial role in the outcome. In the fight against Viper, Takuma had focused more than usual on those broader strokes. He understood the context of the battle, which he used to his advantage. Not using it would have been such a waste. Unlike his opponent, Viper, he was a big unknown. No one knew Scar's elemental lease of choice, his ninjutsu arsenal, or his combat style. When ninjutsu were involved, on the other hand, there was plenty of information available on Viper. Takuma had the information on Viper 2 days after the matchup was announced. He knew she exclusively used water-style ninjutsu, that her weapon of choice was the senbon, and that she dipped her senbon in a paralysis poison. Her defining traits were in the open. It didn't make her easy to defeat, but it did give Takuma the opportunity to plan for them, a privilege that Viper lacked due to zero information. Takuma began with the paralysis poison. He couldn't afford to get hit by one of senbon because he didn't know the exact potency of Viper's poison. The accounts he had heard ranged from mild numbness to something that could turn an elephant into a stone. Of course, he was told that her poison was within regulation. To add some extra protection, he wore thicker clothing and wrapped a thick bandage around his arms, legs, and torso. It was a bit awkward, but the exchange was worth it because in the fight, a few senbon did hit him, but none were able to break skin. It was an in-the-moment decision to pretend that his arm was infected because Viper was keeping her distance, and he wanted her to approach on her own accord instead of him chasing her. Next was Viper's elemental release of choice. She used water-style ninjutsu. Takuma had choices from earth-style, water-style, but his weakest element, the lightning style, turned out to be the basis of the tactic he ended up creating. The plan was to build a false image that Scars had learned lightning-style ninjutsu by repeatedly using lightning-style shock at Viper. He knew she would be cautious at first due to the type mismatch, but after seeing his poor performance with lightning-style shock would alleviate her worries and would swing the needle in the opponent direction to overconfidence, which was what happened. Getting hit by Viper's water bullet jutsu wasn't the plan, but he got hit nevertheless. He lifted his head to see the medical ninja's hand over his chest with the iridescent green glow. Thankfully, he was only hit by one bullet, or else he wouldn't have had the chance to forfeit, much less continue. It was that hit that prompted Takuma to end the weak lightning-style tactic and start using everything he had. After kicking her to the opposite side of the arena, Takuma had used earth-style, hiding in rock jutsu to traverse beneath the stone floor, but Viper running around had ruined it. It was possible to use earth-style, earth tremor sense jutsu while using hiding in rock jutsu, but it was far away from Takuma's skill level. He traveled blind. So, when Viper had moved, he had missed the opportunity to ambush her. The ever-reliable earth-style, Earth and Dome hadn't disappointed, and he had effortlessly saved him from Viper's C-rank water-style jutsu while getting more than enough water for water-style 8 tentacles, which he had used to finish her off in conjunction with a hearty chakra augmented sock in the face. The lightning-style shock gambit had paid its dividend in the fight's final moments as Viper was clearly expecting it, and the water tentacles had come as a startling surprise. However, the moment which gave him the most pride was stealing Viper's weapons pouch. He hadn't planned for it. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, which had paid off greatly. Yes, it had taken away Viper's choices, but it had startled her, making her feel vulnerable. A moment of hesitation was enough to turn the battle. He was satisfied with the battle. Takuma closed his eyes to rest when he heard a voice more annoying than nails against a chalkboard. "Ah, Scars, my sweet sweet boy," Sabura's loud voice filled the medical room. "What a performance you put in front of us today. It made my day." He laughed joyously. Takuma opened his eyes with a sigh and turned his head to look at Sabura. He saw that Inomoto had accompanied Sabura. Their eyes met, but other than Inomoto wishing congratulations, they exchanged no other words. "When can I fight my next ninjutsu fight?" asked Takuma. Ninjutsu category fights weren't a daily affair. The ring hosted perhaps 2 or 3 every month, which was a rare deal considering the number of fights that happened every single day. "Hasty, aren't you, boy?" Sabura grinned. "Not even off the medical ninja's bed and already looking for the next battle. Have patience, boy, we will get you your next fight eventually." Takuma stared at Sabura for a moment. He wanted to fight more ninjutsu fights. As long as he could increase his experience with facing ninjutsu, he was fine even if he lost and didn't get the very generous ninjutsu category payouts. "I'll no longer be participating in taijutsu and weapons category," said Takuma, gathering everyone's attention in the room. Even the 2 medical ninja in the room looked at him with surprised expressions. "I'll only fight in the 2v1 category from now on. Set up duos, I'll fight on their terms, with or without weapons. Announce to the teams that I'm looking for opponents, and if they have it in them, tell them to come fight me. I'm ready. He looked straight at Sabura. I'm patient, but do hurry, boss. I'm in the mood for a conquest. Takuma had made it quite clear without saying it directly. He was giving Sabura as many 2v1 fights as he wanted, but in return, he wanted more ninjutsu category fights. It was the simple give-and-take transactional language everyone in the underworld understood the best. Sabura remained silent for a moment. What if you lose? What if I don't? Takuma responded. If he lost 2v1 fights, the audience would lose interest in watching him faster than a sinking rock. But if he kept winning, he would not only set off a rising interest in the audience, but the teams in ring would also try harder to beat him. With every passing fight, he would be forced to show more of himself, and they would, without doubt, observe him and use that information against him by sending their prepared duos in hopes of a big payday. If he kept winning regardless, he would become a bigger draw of people than he was now. Indeed, what if you don't? Sabura chuckled. If that's what you want, who am I to stop you, the great scars? Come by tomorrow. We have to make you a new mask now that you have earned it. Takuma nodded and turned his away, closing his eyes. The conversation was over. I want him, said Baron. Sango glanced at her handler. She quirked her brow as she asked, now? Of course not, he scoffed. He has the potential. I'm changing his status. We will be keeping an eye on him. See where he goes, and if he continues to progress and doesn't fuck up, his file will, at the very least, reach the recruitment office. As for if they extend an invitation, well, that depends entirely upon how he progresses from now on. You do realize that he's not just Inomoto's fighter, he's also his business associate, said Sango. So? Baron looked at her. Sango could only see his eyes. As long as he isn't colluding with the enemy and passes our standards, we couldn't give a fuck if he's doing some business on the side. His weed dealing is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, it's beneath our jurisdiction. Even Inomoto isn't that big of a deal, but we keep an eye on him in case he oversteps his bounds. I will have a problem if the boy gets caught because it will tell me he can't keep a covert operation. He laughed. He works in the police force. It's so damn funny if you look at it. You don't mind him breaking the law? I thought you guys had high standards. Baron stood up, laughing. The fight had ended a while ago, and everyone except them had left the room. If we went out looking for squeaky clean people in a village of mercenaries for hire, we would have to shut her down for not having enough people. He gazed outside at the caged arena. There are many standards, but when it comes down to it, only a few things truly matter, things like the ability to get things done. I have no use for a law-abiding, tree-hugging patriot who can't complete a mission. Things like loyalty, he scoffed. There are many ways to ensure that high-level competence, that's all that matters in the end. Sango stared at Baron's back. She had been working for the man for 2.5 years, and she didn't know anything about him except for what little was known in the ring, which wasn't much. Time moved faster in the ring, people rose fast, but they were forgotten faster. Baron, too, had been forgotten, turned into a legend, and legends were seldom entirely true, they exaggerated and embellished. But she was sure that he knew everything about her. It worried her before, but she had long since gotten over it. He had set up the conditions of their collaboration, and as long as she remained within those bounds, she would be the one benefiting the most. What do you want me to do? She asked. Well, nothing. Inomoto and Ring are still to be your main focus. If you can, try to get to know him more. What kind of person is he? His views, ideologies, goals, vices, flaws. I want to know what makes him happy, what makes him tick, what does he get up in the morning for? I want to know Takuma, Scars, Toby, whoever he is. Chapter 134, Takuma sat in the same tatami room he had when he first visited the family home of arguably the most important Uchiha in the village. A cool breeze flew into the room from the wide-open sliding doors beyond which a picturesque garden presented a stunning scenery. Takuma retrieved a brand new notebook and pen from his bag and placed them in front of him. He wiggled his toes, recalling the basics of Ganjutsu he had read in preparation for the first lesson. His debut in the ninjutsu category had taken priority, rendering him unable to devote enough time to the pre-read, making him nervous. He didn't want to appear as a fool. The door to the room slid open, and Uchiha Mikoto entered with a plate of refreshments. She flashed him a smile as she sat in front of him. Takuma stared at the green tea steaming in beautifully handcrafted ceramic cups. You may sit with your legs crossed if you're uncomfortable, she said. He was sitting with his legs tucked beneath him, and indeed, it wasn't a position he was comfortable with, as he always sat on chairs or crossed his legs on the floor. Takuma felt a heat come up to his face. Thank you for your concern, ma'am, he said, but didn't change his position from the seat. It was better if he got used to it. Suit yourself, said Mikoto and picked up an alarm clock from the plate and placed it to the side but not before starting the 45-minute timer. Let's start with the easiest and most difficult question regarding the topic. What is Genjutsu? I have had discussions with many regarding the definition. Some think it's not important. In contrast, others believe that if you don't understand the basic definition, how would you practice it properly? Takuma gave the question a thought. He was of the mind that a definition of such a broad topic wasn't important as a few lines couldn't encompass the entire meaning, but he gave it a try nevertheless. Genjutsu is a classification of jutsu, which allows a user to influence a target's mind through their senses, he said, keeping it short. I was expecting more, but that is a valid definition. Mikoto elegantly picked up her teacup to take a sip. If I had to add something, I would elaborate a little more. As you said, Genjutsu influences the mind, and mind is the correct word over the brain, as Genjutsu doesn't change the physical structure of the brain, but it does influence the electric and chemical processes which are happening in your brain. So, like influencing the software instead of the hardware, said Takuma internally. He had once read about the difference between the brain and the mind on Neil 5. Brain was the hardware, while the mind was the operating system software which the hardware ran on. Of course, he didn't say any of it out loud. Additionally, I would specify how Genjutsu influences the mind. Genjutsu alters the target's ability to perceive reality. Have you ever been under a Genjutsu that showed you the impossible? She asked. Takuma nodded, recalling the time during the basic training final tournament when he had been shown building height stone golems by someone from the Yui clan. Then you will know that deception of the senses isn't an apartment description when put in the larger context, which is why altering reality perception is a better descriptor. Takuma thought back to his experiences and offered an example. Like Genjutsu, binding. The user binds the opponent in a Genjutsu, rendering them incapable of movement. They truly believe that there's a restriction that they can't break. Nenro used Genjutsu, binding liberally during their spars. He had stopped using it on Takuma because it never worked, but in the past, Takuma felt like there was a jutrope around him. Masaaki, however, saw iron chains instead of rope, but eventually, Masaaki stopped seeing anything physical and felt like he had been paralyzed. It told Takuma that Genjutsu could change depending on the target. A good observation, said Mikoto. Have some tea before it gets cold. Takuma looked down at the ceramic cups before him. He looked up at Mikoto. You'll need a stronger Genjutsu to trap me, ma'am. Takuma raised his hand and casted a kite to break the Genjutsu. The steaming tea disappeared from the two ceramic cups. Mikoto looked surprised. There's a reason why I asked to be taught Genjutsu, ma'am, said Takuma. I'm well aware that not everyone has the mental capacity to use Genjutsu. I have the aptitude. D-rank Genjutsu doesn't work properly on me, I can see right through them. Takuma himself didn't understand his resistance to Genjutsu. He wasn't immune because even the weakest of Genjutsu, when used properly, did affect him. His advantage was to be able to see through them instantly. The one Genjutsu he learned, Genjutsu, Mist Servant Jutsu, had been learned without much difficulty. The concepts in the scroll took the same amount of time to understand as any other academic text, but the practical application was much easier. The chakra flowed and transformed in his chakra pathway network with a buttery ease. A stronger Genjutsu, you say? May I? Asked Mikoto. Takuma hesitated for a moment but gave her permission. Mikoto blinked, and Takuma sucked in a sharp intake when her eyes turned into a three-tomoe Sharingan. The gentle and elegant housewife turned into a shinobi which sent his danger sense flaring. Then Takuma blinked, and everything had changed. Sharingan was nowhere to be seen as Mikoto poured tea into the cups with practiced movements. He tilted his head briefly before shaking the slight confusion as he patiently waited. He was excited about the lesson, he wondered how they would start, and wished that his pre-read would be enough, but then he felt a tremor beneath him. Takuma uncomfortably shifted his numb legs and looked down just in time to watch an explosion rip through the tatami mats. He had no time to react and was thrown away by the force, which was so powerful that his back hit the ceiling before he fell down. The entire room was decimated as flames attached themselves to everything flammable. Takuma screamed as the fire burned every inch of his skin, the flames sticking to him as though his body was the only source of fuel they could eat away at. Pain overshadowed panic as he tried to roll on the floor to stifle the flames, but nothing worked. The flames only grew hotter as his vision dimmed. Through the thick gray smoke which filled his lungs and obscured his vision, Takuma spotted Mikoto, who had been thrown against a wall at an awkward angle, unmoving as flames covered her entire body. She made no sound. She was already dead. Something in Takuma's mind snapped. The pain melted away as if it had never existed. He looked at his body, and the flames were still there, but the hellish flames looked transparent. With pain and panic absent, Takuma gave the room a proper view, and it was the perfect scenery of a place hit by an explosion. And yet everything looked faded. With every passing second, the environment affected him less. The heat cooled until it was barely felt, and the smoke no longer hindered his breathing. The next moment, a memory of Mikoto asking him permission re-emerged. The realization came at the same moment. This was a Genjutsu. Takuma raised one hand and formed the Kai seal. A single burst of chakra later, he found himself sitting in the uncomfortable seiza position. Mikoto sat before him, the iris of her eyes red with 3 black tomoe gently spinning around her pupil. "Did I scream?" he asked. "For the first few seconds," she replied. She had this peering look on her face. "It's fascinating. You took a considerable time breaking the Genjutsu, but it only took you a couple seconds before I found myself unable to manipulate you. I have no idea how you did that, but it was as though you detached yourself from the Genjutsu so that it won't affect you, even when you were firmly under the influence. How did you do that?" "I have no idea, ma'am," Takuma replied honestly. He had told Mikoto in the first place in hopes she would be able to help him. He had no control over the detachment he did. As Mikoto had put it, he wanted to learn how to do it actively whenever he wished. The time between the Genjutsu took control to the moment he got out was enough for the enemy to strike him down. "This is interesting. I was not expecting this to be a topic of conversation in our lessons," said Mikoto with a contemplative look on her face. "Very well, I will try to see if there are any pre-existing studies on your condition, but for the near future, we will only focus on traditional Genjutsu education." "Fair enough, I shall follow your lead," Takuma bowed a little. Every Genjutsu, no exceptions, works by disrupting the normal working of the mind and twisting it into something desirable for the user. The question arises, how does one disrupt the mind? "It's not like the body where you break a bone and call it a day," said Mikoto. "Through chakra," said Takuma. "Correct." Mikoto continued, "Due to the presence of the chakra pathway network, which is laid in every corner of the body, it's the perfect target for a Genjutsu user to get their hooks in a person. Chakra is an essential part of everyone, even for those who go without using it in their lives, because it's the life force at the core of every living being. By influencing chakra, you can control the mind, and once you get the mind, you get the entire person. A question for you, how does one go about influencing another person's chakra flow?" she asked. Takuma knew the answer. Through the sensory organs. The chakra pathway network is enmeshed within the body, transporting the chakra through the body and each organ as the circulatory system does blood. The density of chakra pathways increases near the sensory organs, making them the optimal entry point as they are the most easily influenced by external forces. By controlling the chakra in pathways around the sensory organs, one could have that exploited chakra circulated to the brain, where it could spread along the entire cerebral nervous system. The senses are our connections to the world around us. We need them to perceive our environment and interact with our surroundings. Our brain receives the signals from our sensory organs and converts them into what we actually perceive. There's a direct connection between them, and once we can get a hold of the chakra flow in the cerebral nervous system, we can feed the brain fake sensory inputs, which the mind will interpret as the reality. "You did some studying on your own, very well done," Mikoto sounded happy. "Everything you said is correct. If you wish to cast a Genjutsu, you may use any of the 5 senses. Every sense has its advantages and disadvantages. Sight as an entry point is the fastest option, and research done on vision-based Genjutsu outstrips everything else combined. Hearing allows the user to cast Genjutsu from incredible distances. Many consider it the most dangerous. Smell creates the strongest connection due to how our brains store memories, and can be the hardest to break. Taste as an entry point is surprisingly the most balanced option, but it's also the most restrictive. And finally, touch is the least conspicuous and allows the user to take their time to create a strong connection. Takuma wrote everything down before his eyes went to Mikoto's eyes, which had returned to their onyx color. "He mused the Genjutsu cast using the Sharingan is all vision-based," said Mikoto. Takuma was startled. He bowed his head and apologized. "You don't need to apologize for simple curiosity, Takuma," she said. "And it's not like that fact a secret. No one else has contributed more to the research on vision-based Genjutsu than any other entity, not only in the Hidden Leaf but in the entire Middle Nations. Your position in the police force will give you access to a lot of that research. I would advise you to make thorough use of those resources." It was decided what Takuma was going to be reading for the next several months. Chapter 135, the lesson continued. "If I remember correctly, you can use a Genjutsu, correct?" asked Mikoto. "Yes, ma'am. Mist servant jutsu," Takuma replied. "Ah, illusory clones that act as though they're made of mist when attacked and reconstitute from any injury?" Mikoto mused out loud. "A question regarding this Genjutsu, how do you establish the connection to a target?" "It's a visual Genjutsu," answered Takuma. "How do you know that?" "It was in the Jutsu scroll." Mikoto looked surprised. "You read the attached research on Jutsu scrolls?" she asked. It takes time to read the text, but it makes up for it by making the learning process easier. Reading the text beforehand makes solving mistakes and blocks easier as I'm already aware of potential problems that may pop up and am prepared for them, said Takuma. Mikoto smiled. You're correct, Mist Servant Jutsu is a visual Ganjutsu. However, I want you to be able to recognize the connection component of a Ganjutsu by studying the hand seals and the chakra pathways. Those hand seals direct the chakra into the final goal is to be able to judge the Ganjutsu's connection component just from the hand seals. Understood, Takuma said as he took notes. Excuse me for a moment, said Mikoto and exited the room. Takuma flipped to the last page of his notebook and started calculating how many mission points it would take to buy 3, 4, or 5 D rank Ganjutsu so he could figure out the different connection components. Mission points weren't a problem, but it would still be a significant purchase. The real problem was choosing the Ganjutsu. The Ganjutsu catalog in the Jutsu archives didn't mention the delivery method, they only said what the Ganjutsu did. I'll ask which ones I should buy, he thought. Mikoto entered the room and sat in front of Takuma. Here you go, she said. Ma'am, I was wondering which. Takuma looked up from his notebook, and his words died in his throat as he found himself staring at 4 crimson-red scrolls sitting before him. The color wasn't the shocking part, but the paper seal which held the scroll shut. He recognized that seal design. It was unmistakably the official seal of authenticity imprinted by the village authority on every jutsu scroll created. He owned 5 such scrolls, and the only difference between his and the scrolls in front of him was that his scrolls were scarlet red. Ma'am? Takuma looked at Mikoto. These are 4 D rank Ganjutsu for you to study. In addition to the Mist Servant Jutsu, you now have 5 Ganjutsu in your possession. Study each of them thoroughly and compare them to each other to recognize which part of the hand seal and chakra flow establishes the connection component. Takuma was stunned beyond words. He stared at the woman before him for a long while until she had to speak first. Takuma? He snapped out of his shock. How much do I need to pay for these, ma'am? I was going to purchase a few on my own, but it's more convenient if I can get the ones you recommend. You don't need to pay me anything, Takuma, Mikoto laughed. These scrolls come as part of our lessons, and you don't have to return these to me as they're yours to keep. But this is too much. Not for me. These mean nothing to me, Mikoto shrugged. The compensation of an inactive jonin like myself from the village is such an amount that I can buy 4 of these scrolls every day, and it won't put a dent in the amount I have. So, don't feel burdened by these scrolls as they don't hold the same value in my eyes as they do in yours. And if you still feel uncomfortable, I'm aware that you did a great service for the village and made the police force proud. Just consider it as gratitude from the Uchiha clan. Refusing these would be a slight against me and my clan. Takuma bowed his head deeper than before. You leave me no choice, I accept these gratefully, he said. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude. Accepted, smiled Mikoto. Takuma tried to gather himself, but the 4 brand new scrolls he had gotten for free and the fact he wasn't even expecting to get them at all refused to settle down in his mind. He was truly startled and did not know how to react. He worried if he should have expressed his gratitude differently. And deeper than that, he couldn't help but wonder if all Genin under Jonin teams got this sort of treatment from day 1 after their academy graduation. Mikoto had dealt out 4D rank jutsu and said it meant nothing to her, and it was only the second time he had met her. Takuma couldn't help but imagine what all precious resources his classmates who were selected by Jonin had received in the 2 years they had been out of academy. The feeling of indignation rose within him. All the hardship he had suffered in the past 2 years seemed insignificant. Why was he trying so hard for resources he fought for, shed blood, sweat, and tears for when some of his peers could get the same without batting an eye? How far ahead would he have been if he had it that easy? All of that effort, and he knew in an all-out fight, someone like Okubo Momoe would decimate him with a B-rank jutsu she had in her possession. Did she know what it felt like to fight in front of people for entertainment while knowing they wanted to see his blood spilled? Did she know what it felt like to sell drugs to people in hiding, fearing that one slip-up would end his life as it was? Did she know what it felt like lying to loved one, to colleagues because he feared that telling them would damage the relationship he cherished so much after losing every loved one he had from a previous life? Did she know how it felt to know the future and live every day with the fact that people like him would be the first to die in a conflict to come? He felt his resolve slip, the steel in his heart which made him get up every morning and kept him working to the end of the day until he couldn't do any more crack. He was aware of the difference between him and a Genin from a Jonin team before, but it was now that the reality had truly struck him in the face that he was aware that the difference wasn't as short as he assumed but that of a canyon which couldn't be surmounted. He couldn't help but hate the unknown entity that had dumped him in this world, if it even existed. If he was to be sent to this world, why couldn't he have been sent a couple of years earlier? Even a single year would have been enough. But, no. He had to be sent with only 1 year to the most important turning point of a shinobi's life. If he had more time, Takuma would have worked harder and made it on a Jonin team. He resented this world for being as harsh as it was. He resented the system which had created the inequality he suffered under. He resented those who held the privilege while he struggled in the mud. He resented this village. Takuma, is something wrong? Asked Mikoto. Takuma closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt his raging heart and pulled a curtain over it as he opened his eyes and looked at Mikoto. The woman in front of him was part of the problem, but at the same time, she was his benefactor who was teaching him Genjutsu and had just now gifted him 4 jutsu scrolls. Just a little overwhelmed, ma'am, Takuma said, his voice softer than usual. I feel an increased pressure not to disappoint you after you treat me with such generosity. Do you dislike being under pressure, Takuma? Asked Mikoto. Takuma's tired eyes widened. Before he knew it, a laugh escaped him. Did he dislike him being under pressure? Yes, I do. I dislike it deeply, he replied. From the day he had become Takuma, he had been under constant pressure without a single moment of reprieve. He could no longer recall what his days as a carefree college sophomore felt like. What did he do all day? He didn't have a job with pressure to earn a living, had no chores at home, and no responsibilities other than studying, which he didn't take seriously. Takuma couldn't recall going back to those days, and yet those days were all he wanted. He hated every single moment of his new life. Yes, he had built relationships he cherished more than anything and learned more than he imagined he would. Takuma liked the current version of himself. He was confident, competent, and an overall better person in every category that mattered. And yet, if given a choice, he would choose not to live the 3 years of his life. But that was not a choice. But under pressure is when I perform the best. Takuma felt a calm descend in his heart as a solid line of thought emerged from within his chaotic mind. His one goal from day one had been survival. Takuma now realized that his goal had been part of the problem. Survival meant continuing to live in spite of an accident, ordeal, or difficult circumstances. That type of existence was a constant struggle. He needed a new goal. Survival be damned, he needed to thrive. The cracked steel in his heart became whole again, stronger than before. He couldn't change the world, not as he was now, and he didn't know if he wanted to change the world. So, the only other option was to change himself. If he was dissatisfied with his treatment, he needed to reach a position where his current dissatisfactions became non-matters. Takuma looked at Mikoto. Ma'am, I will be a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf one day. It's one of my new goals. Mikoto laughed. Your new goal is to be a Jonin? I thought that was the goal of every child of your age. What was your goal till now? The old goal doesn't matter, ma'am. Only the new one does. If you say so, said Mikoto, amused. I expect to be treated to a lavish celebration worthy of a Jonin when you achieve your goal. As you wish, Takuma said. It didn't matter if he wasn't privileged to resources by his peers. If he wanted them, he just needed to get them in some other way, as he had done till now. Nothing had changed, only his goal. He simply needed to work harder, longer, smarter until he had everything he could ever want. He hated this world, which made him hate his life. No matter what it took, he was going to change that. It was as simple as that. The sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Takuma looked at the time, and it wasn't the time for an academy student to be back home. When he focused on the footsteps, he realized they weren't from a child. The footsteps were heavy, uniform, disciplined, and strangely evoked a sense of authority. He looked up at the door as the footsteps neared, and a figure Takuma recognized appeared at the door. Dear, you are home, Mikoto said in surprise. Did you tell me you would have lunch at home? No, said the man. I came for some documents in my study. The man had short, brown hair reaching his shoulders and onyx-colored eyes with visible creases below that gave him a naturally stern look. He wore the standard flak jacket, along with a black shirt with the police force symbol on the shoulders, shin guards, and a black, open front apron with white diamonds on the bottom. The man was Uchiha Fugaku, the commander-in-chief of the Leaf Military Police Force, the head of the Uchiha clan. One of the most politically powerful people in the Land of Fire, one of the shrewdest leaders through the generations, and one of the strongest shinobi in the Hidden Leaf. His talents were said to be only second to the fourth Hokage, which made him one prime candidate for the same position. Takuma stood up to greet his boss. Fugaku turned his gaze to Takuma. This is Takuma, Mikoto introduced. She didn't introduce her husband, there was no need to. Fugaku nodded in greeting, which Takuma returned with a deep bow. Now that you're here, would you like to have lunch? Asked Mikoto. Fugaku nodded. Takuma, can we end our lesson here today? Mikoto turned to Takuma. Yes, ma'am. I'll take my leave, said Takuma, reading the room. But as he was picking up his newly acquired Genjutsu scrolls, Genin Takuma, seeing that your lesson ended early, said Fugaku. I would like to have a conversation with you. So, when I started this chapter, I thought it would be focused on Genjutsu just like the previous one. But as I wrote Mikoto giving Takuma the scrolls, the direction of the chapter changed. At first, I thought Takuma would be elated with getting free jutsu without spending a dime. But then I wondered if that's what Takuma would actually feel. After working so hard, he had slowly built his jutsu collection, which had 5D rank jutsu in it, and on the first day of his Genjutsu lesson, he was given 4 of them. I realized that elation wouldn't be Takuma's reaction. It would be something similar to what I wrote. I felt he would break down, which I did my best to portray. What next? I wondered. When something's broken, it needs to be built up. So, I thought, what would Takuma do his breakdown? In my mind, Takuma lacks several things. He lacks a lot of important qualities, but if he's one thing, he's resilient. He had been knocked down several times, and each time, he got up stronger than before. It's his resolve, his will, the steel in his heart, which is his strongest asset. I always thought that the thrive not survive moment in fanfiction and web novels was always so cheesy and not earned most of them time. It always happened after a single event hardship. But in Takuma's case, he already has nearly 3 years of hardship in his resume, so I thought he had earned that change in mentality. He was grinding before. But now he's going to grind while on the Sigma grind set. LOL. But, on a serious note, tell me what you guys think of this pivotal moment in Takuma's life. And because this is Naruto, the outsider's resolve, and we follow traditions seriously, we had to knock Takuma down when he was feeling up. So, enter Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 136, Takuma's thoughts raced at the sudden invitation. Read as, order, from Fugaku. Police force business? Asked Mikoto. Something like that, Fugaku said. They exchanged a look that Takuma missed in his alarm. Very well, the food will be ready in 15 minutes, Mikoto said before walking away. Takuma followed Fugaku through the massive house. He would have mapped his route and observed the entry and exit points, but his mind was occupied by speculations which turned crazier with every passing moment. They reached a study-cum office with a minimalist interior yet matched the rest of the traditional aesthetic of the house. In calligraphies, poems, and wood block prints hung on the walls alongside ceremonial swords, daggers, and kunai. Ornate vases and other clayworks sat in displays, some of them beautifully elevated through repairs using the kintsugi method. On the other side, an entire wall was dedicated to a library of scrolls and books. Takuma sat across Fugaku with a large desk between them. He had some time to gather himself, but by no means was he calm. He didn't think this meeting was about his unsavory secrets, or else he wouldn't have been allowed near the house, much less inside it, which could only mean the discussion was about his work in the organized crime division. If he knew he was going to present his work and plans to the big boss, then he would have prepared for it. If he did it poorly, his team might as well be scrapped before the 1-month trial period he had managed to negotiate. But if he did well, he straightened himself and went through the key points in his mind. He had to answer any question asked clearly and in the most complete way possible. How is the job treating you, Gainin Takuma? Fugaku gazed at Takuma with calm eyes. You were part of our first expansion recruitment. I believe you've been in the force long enough to get comfortable in your position. The work is challenging but fulfilling, sir. My peers and supervisors did a great job of bringing a novice like me up to speed, and thankfully, I've been able to pull my weight inside the department, Takuma replied. He applauded the work, complimented his coworkers, and finished with a few words of humble praise for himself. Organized crime, correct? That's a difficult position to start as a rookie. To be able to perform under those expectations deserves nothing less than praise. Fugaku's words were praising, but his face remained still, and yet, there wasn't a sense of disconcertion in that. I myself was part of the organized crime division once. They do good work. I hope you'll continue serving the village with all you have. Of course, sir, replied Takuma. Fugaku then engaged Takuma in a line of questioning revolving around the police force from the point of view of someone in his position. All the questions were point and specific, and it was clear what Fugaku wanted to know. With each passing question, Takuma realized Fugaku was collecting information. It seemed the commander-in-chief wished to know the ground reality from someone who wasn't in a supervisory position. Even though Takuma had very recently assumed his new position as the leader of the new narcotics team, which was a supervisory position, he was perfectly suited to answer the questions. Takuma worded his answers carefully. He didn't outright badmouth anything or anyone because that could get him in trouble, but he did offer some suggestions and add some of the insights he noted as a relatively new outside hire. I was informed that a narcotics task force was given the go with you as its leader, said Fugaku. That's a heavy responsibility for someone as young and new as yourself. Do you feel you're equipped to handle it? If I remember correctly, you only asked for a month to produce results. A month slips through the fingers before one realizes. Do you need more time? Takuma felt Fugaku's eyes on him. Even without a Sharingan, the man before him was an experienced shinobi and commander in charge of an entire clan and the organization which enforced the law in a shinobi village. No, sir. I do not require more time. My team will produce the promised results by the decided deadline, said Takuma. He considered jumping at the offer of more time but then wondered what impression it would send. It hadn't even been a week since the team had been established, and if he, the leader, was already thinking about more time, then perhaps the new team hadn't given their plans enough thought. I'm confident that my team will exist past the 30 days given to us. Fugaku nodded, a hint of approval flashing on his face, which disappeared faster than it appeared. He said, it seems you're going through a good spell, Geinin Takuma. You took a risk and hit it big in the Meiko Triad case, converted that success into your own task force, and you were even rewarded with Ganjutsu lessons from my wife, a Jonin. I know a good streak when I see one. Takuma chuckled. I simply made most of my situation, sir. Not to mention the massive victory you just scored in the ring. Takuma felt a cold shiver go up his body while his body temperature shot up several degrees within the span of seconds. Tremors appeared in his hands and clenching them into fists did nothing to settle them. It took every drop of his will and control to keep his face in check as he gazed at Fugaku, who looked no different from before. Pardon, sir? Your big victory in, I believe, the ninjutsu category, Geinin Takuma. Or would you prefer me to address you by your ring moniker? Scars. Every word out of Fugaku's mouth was a sledgehammer against his head and heart. Allow me to congratulate you. I was told that it's a big event in a ring fighter's career to win their first fight in the ninjutsu category. I apologize if I get something wrong, I don't keep up with the finer details. I apologize, sir. I'm confused. You might have the wrong person. I'm not. Fugaku shook his head. He didn't even need to speak, and Takuma terminated his attempt to talk his way out of the ditch he was currently in. There's no rule forbidding an officer of the police force from being involved with the ring. We never needed one because we never had civilian-born shinobi in our ranks before your batch joined, said Fugaku. Takuma wanted to look away, but something in Fugaku's gaze made Takuma maintain solid eye contact with the man. I was conflicted about how to feel about this, even after having the time to think. I am still conflicted. On the one hand, I prefer if none of our officers have any connection with that organization, but at the same time, the ring exists for a reason, and shinobi like you benefit from it. I'm sure you have reaped numerous gains, after all, you have reached the ninjutsu category. Takuma was drawing zeros on what to do in a situation like this. The person before him outclassed him in every single aspect of life. He was in real danger, but he couldn't simply sit there and not try anything. He picked a direction and decided to go hard in it. Am I in trouble, sir? He asked. Do you think you're in trouble, Geinin Takuma? I don't believe so, sir. As you said, the ring exists for a reason, and I utilized it for all the benefits it could provide me. I made the best of what my situation presented to me, said Takuma as if he had done nothing wrong. Then why hide it? I didn't see the mention of your illustrious career in your application, asked Fugaku. I didn't want to be judged by my peers. You mentioned it yourself, sir. Ring only became an issue when civilian-born shinobi entered the police force. Clan shinobi don't participate in the ring, but I know its image in clan circles. The police force was a big opportunity, and I didn't want to see it ruined because I did something else for the betterment of my career, said Takuma in justification. I simply wanted to be treated fairly, and it would take one supervising officer to look at it negatively for my progress to be throttled. Takuma stopped when he realized that his speech cadence had jumped up and took a moment to collect himself. He didn't continue and faced Fugaku without a hint of fear on his face, even though, inside, his heart and mind were declaring an emergency. A lot depended upon how Fugaku would react to his justifications. I don't have a problem with your participation in the ring. I get to have a shinobi in my ranks with extensive combat training without paying for it. And clearly, the ring is not affecting your work, said Fugaku. But then he continued by saying, the conflict arises when I wonder if your associations from that part of your life would affect your judgment as an officer of the police force. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Does he know? Takuma's heartbeat spiked. He had no way of checking without directly asking, and he wasn't going to do that in case Fugaku didn't know. Takuma and scars are two separate entities, sir. Scars only exist when I'm down in the tunnels. The moment I exit, I become Takuma, and when I don my uniform, I assume the responsibilities my position demands from me. Keeping my lives separate is the only reason why I have been able to come this far without ruining it all. His identity as a ring fighter contributed to only a fifth of his tension, panic, and nerves ready to burst. The rest was his status as Dobi, his work with Ro, and his connection to Inomoto. The ring was an open secret that was actively ignored, but the drug industry was 100% illegal and a target for eliminating any chance the police force got. If he got implicated, he would be crushed without any chance for rebuttal. Takuma needed Fugaku to believe him. I hope that is true, Genin Takuma. Fugaku leaned forward. If I find that you've been misusing your position in the police force, I don't need to tell you the outcome. I am happy with what you have done till now and would hate to lose a shinobi like you. Keep that in mind when you're at a crossroads and have a decision to make. Understood. Sir, Takuma nodded. It looked like Fugaku was done speaking. Takuma, however, wasn't done. He had some pressing questions he needed to clear. Who else knows about this, sir? Asked Takuma. Not many people. Me, Jonan Sayuri, head of organized crime, Chunin Yakami, Kano's direct supervisor, Chunin Zetsuna. But it'll be put on your file, so any police force Jonan who wishes to look into your personnel records will know, answered Fugaku. That was a problem. Takuma opened his mouth to speak but was shut down by Fugaku. It'll remain your police force personnel file, Genin Takuma. That's not negotiable. Be thankful that we aren't sharing it to the village-wide file. Takuma closed his eyes and sighed. Now he had to be extra careful when dealing with a police force Jonan in case they felt the need to look into his personnel file. He wasn't in immediate danger, as checking personnel files was frowned upon. He needed to build influence inside the police force as quickly as possible so if one day someone did bring up his ring involvement, it wouldn't matter. You hid it well, Fugaku said. It didn't come up in the screening when we hired you. It was because you were going to be a regular at my house that we had to do another check. He looked at Takuma with a smile. After all, we can't let anyone enter this house, can we? Suddenly, Takuma was glad he used Obi as an alternate identity for drug dealing. Does Jonan Mikoto know? He asked. Of course, my wife knows. She was the first one to see the report. Takuma couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why couldn't he, just once, get an opportunity without a hidden caveat that always created problems for him? Chapter 137, Takuma sighed deeply as he made himself home on the quality cushion of the seating inside the private room of a high-grade barbecue restaurant. Don't sigh like that, you're not an old man, said I, bumping his shoulder with hers. The seating was a circular couch with an inbuilt barbecue grill in the table in between. A pipe fell from the ceiling with a very silent suction that would suck any and all smoke from the barbecue. It was a very Korean-style barbecue restaurant. People say I'm an old soul, Takuma smiled. What people? You're like the most active person I know, Taro rebuked. He sat across from Takuma. Old people don't go learning 100 different things every month. Do those things actually stick in your mind? I know, right? I joined in. I was surprised when he fixed the plumbing at our house. And I had no idea you could work a field radio, much less that you had an official certification for it. I didn't know a certification even existed, Taro commented. Takuma didn't realize that he was considered a man with many skills and technologically savvy by his friends and peers. He simply claimed to be an old soul because he was literally older than all of them. You seem tired. The police force is keeping you busy? On Ai's other side sat Nenro, looking immaculate like a teen male model as ever. There was not a single moment outside of training and sparring where Nenro didn't look 100% fresh and perfectly dressed, with not a single hair out of place. If Nenro had a course in the Learning Resource Center on personal style, Takuma would have forked a real mission point to attend those lessons. Nenro gave them tips, and they helped, but he didn't look anywhere as good as him. I was given a small team to lead. It's not something I'm used to yet, said Takuma. He was much more comfortable on his own, and managing a team was a different skill set altogether. You're already in a supervising position? Nenro looked surprised. They must be very happy with you. That's very good, Takuma. Takuma waved the compliment away. He didn't want to tell them it was only temporary, and if he failed, it would set him back quite a bit. He looked at the last member of their friend group sitting beside him. Masaaki was intently tending to the meat on the charcoal with focus. It seemed the Akimaki company had rubbed on his friend. Out of all of them, Masaaki had changed the most. He had gone through a massive growth spurt. He had grown until he was at least a head taller than Takuma and Taro, who were previously the tallest among their group and had even filled out with his frame widening considerably. Masaaki wasn't putting on fat like a traditional Akimchi, but he was getting big in his own way. What about you, Masaaki? How are the Akimaki treating you? Asked Takuma. Out of everyone in the group, Masaaki was the one he worried about the most. Good, Masaaki didn't take his eyes off the grill. I've started training for the Chunin exam next year. Same for me as well, Nenro added. Takuma was surprised by the sudden declarations from his two friends. It had been 19 months since they had graduated from the academy. Genin were mandated to serve 30 months in the Genin Corporation. Takuma's graduation batch had 11 more months before they could apply for the Chunin exam. Even though Takuma had exited Genin Corp, The Chunin exam restriction still applied to him. His police force contract also had a similar stipulation, but that didn't matter as that would end before the Genin Corp restriction ended. All in all, he still had the same 11 months just like everyone else, but he could get promoted through a field promotion. As for Nenro and Masaaki, they were technically still in the Genin Corporation, technically being the focus word. Masaaki was under the sponsorship of the Akimaki clan, and his situation was vastly better than any of his peers in the Genin Corporation. Nenro, on the other hand, no longer took D-rank missions as he was a go-to Genin for a couple of Chunin teams who only took C-rank missions. If either of them tried, they could easily get out of the Genin Corporation. They didn't do so because, despite all the negatives, Genin Corp had one unmatched advantage over other locations. That advantage was freedom. As long as a Genin met their monthly mission quota, they were free to do whatever they liked. Nenro and Masaaki could easily fill the mission quota and were free to do anything in their considerable free time. According to them, they were free an average of 15 days a month. Even I and Taro had at least a week or 10 days free every month. Takuma, on the other hand, was working a full-time job in the police force with a fixed schedule. By no means was this the norm, but his 4 friends were all competent shinobi and had managed to reach such a stage in their careers. Moreover, they shared resources, helped each other, and made each other's life easier in the Genin Corporation. You two also preparing for Chunin exams? Takuma turned to I and Taro. I shook her head. A rank promotion isn't in my plans for at least a couple more years. I'm preparing for the Medic Corp examinations 8 months from now. If I pass it, I will join medical ninja training the day my 30 months end. She looked at Taro. Mr. Oishi is helping me prepare every Saturday. Takuma knew about Ai's desire to be a medical ninja and how Mr. Oishi, Taro's dad, a medical ninja, had offered his help to Ai. But Takuma didn't know I was working with him so regularly. He felt guilty not knowing such an important thing. If you want to consult with a Genin Kanoichi medical ninja, tell me, I will introduce you to her, said Takuma. Someone in the police force? Asked Ai. No, she's my primary doctor, Takuma answered, but if you want to talk to a Chunin Kanoichi medical ninja, I can introduce you to her as well. I know her well, she's my boss. An Uchiha. Uchiha Kano, said Takuma. I will think about it, said I. Taro's dad was excellent help, but he was a man. Even if it was one meeting, I could get a lot of help from women in the field. One word from I and he would set those meetings as soon as possible. Everyone looked at Taro, who had already begun eating the meat Masaaki was serving him. He noticed them looking at him. There was a silence as he chewed and swallowed the meat before speaking. I'm going to transfer to the Leaf Analysis Division in a couple of months. Takuma looked at his other friends, and they seemed as surprised as he did, which meant they were hearing this for the first time, and he wasn't the only one in the unknown. Before the group could flood Taro with questions, he raised his hands and silenced them. I didn't want to be a medical ninja. Taro looked at I. No offense, but it looks like a shit ton of work. It is, she shrugged. And I don't want to do whatever my mom does in the torture and interrogation division. I mean, they don't have the best reputation when they have torture in the name, said Taro. Even though Takuma was suspended for the week while Taro's mom was working with the police force on his request and didn't personally witness her work, he was told that she was very proficient in an enhanced interrogation technique, which was just a nice cover word for the use of advanced systematic torture to get the information with any means possible. She wasn't permitted to use the entire breadth of her skills as most of it wasn't suitable for the level of case and the charges being pressed against the people, but Trissa told him that the screams were still horrible and it still took some time to clean the blood from the rooms. He wasn't going to talk about Taro about her mom and how she specialized in torture, regardless of if he knew it or not. What do they do in the analysis division? Masaaki asked. Analyze information from our networks to recognize threats and mitigate risk. Or as Mom said, the analysis division finds the threats and then sends people to whack them before they become a problem, said Taro. You guys are always singing the praise of how incredibly smart and frighteningly intelligent I am, so I thought it would be the perfect job for me. I'm not that good at using my fists to protect the village, but I guess I can do a better job with my brain. Taro was the weakest fighter in the group. And he didn't take any steps to change or improve his combat ability. They had tried to pull Taro into training, but he did the bare minimum. There was only so much they could push him. I'm a bad singer, started Takuma. I don't sing at all, I joined in. Vocals aren't my strong suit, but I can play the harmonica, Nenro followed. You're weak, Taro. It's good that you have a good brain in your head. Masaaki didn't pick up the ongoing joke but did reply in his own straightforward way. Have your laughs, but one day, I'm going to find a threat, and you guys will have to go take care of it like pawns doing my bidding, Taro scoffed. He then turned to Takuma. I remember I wanted to ask you something. Yeah, sure. What is it? Said Takuma. I heard the police force is going to hire again this year. Are they? Takuma nodded as he ate yakitori office cure. Yeah, I think they're going to open the process in a couple months. But this time, they're taking a lesser number, and the process will have some extra steps. The competition's going to be tough. I feel I lucked out, Takuma chuckled as he ate more. The food was good, and Masaaki was absolutely goated on the grill. I have this friend who wants to get into the police force. He wants to meet someone in the police force to know more about what it will be like. I told him about you, said Taro. Before Takuma could speak, others spoke up. Actually, I have a few friends who are interested as well, said I. I also have a couple of guys who are thinking about the police force, Nenro said. Takuma looked at his 3 friends and pursed his lips. Guys, it'd be tough. I mean, I can't introduce this many people to an Uchiha. Kano is going to shut me down. I have an Uchiha, a Genin, on my new team, but I don't think we are close enough for me to bother him like this. You guys will have more success asking Fumarusu. If you 3 remember her from basic training, she would be able to hook you guys up with some Uchiha. I will ask her for you, don't worry. Takuma, I spoke up. They don't want to talk to an Uchiha. They want to talk to you. Takuma's chopstick holding meat stopped midway between his mouth and plate. Me? He asked, wondering if he had misheard I. Why do they want to meet me? Because you were in the same position as them. They want to talk to someone like them, someone who went through the process, got into a really high-up position right off the bat, and is now apparently leading a new team with an Uchiha on it, said I. If it were you, who would you like to meet, someone who got in because of their clan or someone like you who worked hard to get in? Me. Yeah, so will you meet them? She asked. Sure. That day Takuma realized he was a success story. Chapter 138, the Genjutsu lessons continued as usual. Neither Takuma nor Mikoto bought up the ring part of his life, which was how Takuma preferred it. While he would have liked to create a close relationship with Jonin Uchiha Mikoto, Takuma was fine as long as he got Genjutsu lessons out of it, which was the reward he asked for. Did you have a chance to look at the scrolls? Asked Mikoto. I did, he replied. Mikoto had given Takuma 3 days to look at the scrolls. Both of them realized that Takuma had a full-time job and thus took it into consideration while issuing her deadlines. Takuma hadn't been able to do anything the day Fugaku informed him that the commander-in-chief and some higher-ups were aware of his ring identity. The next day, he went to Chunin Yakumi and Setsuna to talk with them about the new revelation. While Yakumi was displeased and ended their talk with, "The results of your team better be good," Setsuna straightforwardly said he didn't care. He didn't have the authority to meet Jonin Uchiha Sayuri, the head of organized crime, with no notice and had to schedule a meeting. Her secretary had returned to him the next day saying that she knew Takuma wanted to talk about and there was no need. With that matter bearing down on his mind during the day, Takuma had to pull an all-nighter to read the scrolls. The 4D rank Genjutsu were reasonably diverse, clearly. Mikoto wanted to use the 4 Genjutsu as a basis for further studies by using them as examples. The 4 Genjutsu were, Genjutsu, Flower Hill. A furious tornado of flower petals would cover the target, lasting a maximum of a few seconds, completely obscuring their view in all directions. Genjutsu, Bell Sound Clone. The target's head would fill with overwhelming bell sounds with a light paralysis effect while they saw rudimentary clones would appear in front of them. Genjutsu, Haze. The target's vision of the entire area turned hazy and blurry. The more the target looked around, the higher haze and blur would be, potentially having a nauseating effect. Genjutsu, Poisonous Stomach Hell. The target would feel a sudden and acute onset of cramping, nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea. It was a simplified downgrade of a C-rank jutsu, which had more bodily effects with higher intensity. And what did you learn in regard to the connection component? Asked Mikoto. Flower Hill is a smell-based Genjutsu, Bell Sound Clone is sound-based, Haze is touch-based, and Poisonous Stomach Hell is taste-based, said Takuma. I have some questions regarding these. Correct on all 4. Go for the questions. So, Flower Hill. It's smell-based Genjutsu, but there needs to be a smell that can be used as the carrier of chakra. Does that mean I will always need to carry a smoke bomb with a scent to be able to use the Genjutsu? Isn't that a big restriction? I mean, you don't need anything for a visual-based Genjutsu like Mist Servant Jutsu. Not all 5 senses were made equal. Some of them are simply easier to use, said Mikoto with a small smile. Your comment of visual-based Genjutsu not needing any aid is incorrect. The light entering the eye is the carrier, and well, light is ever present. The carrier is the user themselves because the target is focusing on them. But it also presents a restriction: you can't use visual-based Genjutsu from hiding or when the target doesn't have sufficient focus on the user. It's well researched that the difficulty rockets when the user is standing in the peripheral vision when compared to then standing in front of them. It's easy to get attention in a battle, said Takuma. It is, Mikoto said with a soft shrug. As I said, not all senses are made equal. However, you're underestimating Flower Hill and other olfactory genjutsu. You don't require a smoke bomb. You can simply use perfumes, colognes, gels, and bombs with distinct scents, which you can wear all day long, and once a target registers the scent, which they will once you get close enough, you can build a connection through that scent. If you're indoors, you can use incense and candles and cast a genjutsu from hiding without ever facing them directly. Of course, there are restrictions on what scents you can use. It can't be something they're so used to that won't work, but it can't also be too distinct, which sets off a target's alarms. Balance and care are needed. An expert olfactory genjutsu user can juggle the variables to make their genjutsu work with a high success rate. Takuma repeatedly nodded as Mikoto explained and noted down her words. This is what he was looking for. The thought of applying a puff of cologne as he entered a battle or a party and using that scent to cast genjutsu on the enemy or target was an exciting prospect. My next question is about haze, Takuma continued with his question. As I was reading the scroll, the text strongly recommended targeting the neck or forehead as the point of contact for establishing the connection. From a practical standpoint, those are some difficult targets. No fighter is going to tilt their head up and give access to their neck, and the head is perhaps the most protected part of the body, not to mention that a lot of people wear their forehead protector. Well, on their forehead, doesn't this make this genjutsu useless? Mikoto laughed. Her laugh was pretty and melodic. She said, the touch receptors in our skin are not uniformly distributed. Skin with hair on it is much less receptive to torso, legs, hands, and the head, and most of the time, all of it is covered with clothes. The neck, forehand, and the front side of your hand are the most receptive as they lack hair. For shinobi, hands will be mostly covered in calluses, making them an undesirable location. It is true that the majority of shinobi cover their foreheads, leaving the neck as the best position. You can't say touch-based genjutsu has any advantage in the field, said Takuma. I agree that touch-based genjutsu doesn't have much use in combat. But during sex, touch-based genjutsu is always the choice. Takuma was stunned speechless. Even with both his lives combined, he would only be in his mid-20s, not to mention, Takuma was currently going through full-bloom puberty, and Uchiha Mikoto was a stunning woman. Moreover, Takuma wasn't expecting the topic of sex to be part of his genjutsu lesson. If he wasn't as busy as he was, thinking about sex would be a good chunk of his day. Ma'am? You need to widen your mind, Takuma. Combat isn't the only place where jutsu are used. Shinobi specializing in seduction and sexual espionage are one of the premier experts in genjutsu, and they use touch-based genjutsu extensively during sex. People let their guard down when they're in bed, and well, genital areas are much more sensitive than the neck and forehead. That sounds about right. It is right. Mikoto seemed to be having fun seeing Takuma's reaction. Next. Takuma cleared his throat and quickly noted everything down, but before asking his next question, he asked, so, haze is useless in battle? As it is right now, yes, haze is useless in battle. Takuma frowned. What do you mean? Leave it for now. We will discuss it later in a future lesson. Takuma wanted to know right now because he really liked the potential of haze in combat and really wanted to get it working, but he let it go. He noted Mikoto's comment and moved to his next question. I'm confused with poisonous stomach hell actually, with all taste-based genjutsu. Do they require the target to ingest a hallucinatory agent like a drug or something? He asked. No. Please, don't confuse those two, they're different. Mikoto waved her hand in emphasis. Genjutsu, which use taste as a connection component, require the target to eat something infused with your chakra. Your chakra needs to interact with the taste buds in their tongue for you to gain control of their chakra flow. The more chakra comes in contact with their tongue, the faster and stronger genjutsu works. As you would notice, taste-based genjutsu also doesn't have any presence on the battlefield, but it shines in other places. It's surprising how people check for poison, but they don't check for the presence of chakra in food and drinks. And drugs? Asked Takuma as he made notes. Drugs affect the brain and its functioning, which makes people much more susceptible to outside influence. Genjutsu becomes an extremely potent weapon when the target is not in their right mind. It doesn't even need to be some rare drug. Alcohol inebriation is enough for genjutsu to work better. That made sense. Takuma made his notes and thought about how well his mist servant jutsu worked on someone high on weed. He almost wanted to test the before and after, and who knows, he might actually conduct that experiment. Any questions on the bell sound clone? Asked Mikoto. I'm sure the answer is in the scroll. Takuma hadn't read the text in its entirety. There was a lot more to read for every genjutsu, but the scroll said to create the bell sound every 5 to 7 seconds to maintain the genjutsu. Bell sound clone required the user to produce a bell ring even after the Genjutsu was successfully in place. And unlike Flower Hill, he couldn't apply a cologne and call it a day. He needed to continue ringing the bell every few seconds, which got in the way. If you don't repeat the bell, the Genjutsu will weaken, and the chance of the target realizing they're in a Genjutsu will rise. I understand where you're coming from, but every jutsu has its use, Mikoto answered patiently. Combat often happens between groups. Imagine you trapping an opponent in a Genjutsu while your teammate takes them out with zero danger. That's where Genjutsu like Bell sound clone comes into play. Of course, not all auditory Genjutsu requires recurring sound production, but it's a common trait because it allows the user to keep the Genjutsu's hold on the target strong. Experts with high skill in auditory Genjutsu are able to use their voice to cast Genjutsu, which is extremely dangerous. You can close your eyes, but can you block all sounds when shinobi are able to modulate their voices? I know how to modulate my voice, said Takuma, and his voice came out as highly distorted. It was the voice he used as Obi. He could also increase the amplitude and pitch up and down, and while he couldn't perfectly mimic someone's voice, he just needed practice to reach that level. Auditory Genjutsu is an option you can explore, Mikoto said, and her voice sounded different. She sounded like another woman. Isn't that the anchor from the radio station? Takuma asked. Mikoto nodded with a smile. She was more skilled at it than him. So, it's clear that Uchiha clan specializes in visual Genjutsu. I mean, with those eyes, it'd be illogical not to. Takuma looked at Mikoto, who nodded understandably. But what about Yui clan? They're dubbed as Hidden Leaf's premier Genjutsu clan. Do they specialize in anything? As far as I understand, Yui clan doesn't specialize in one connection component as a clan. But individual clan members do tend to specialize in one sense as it's naturally difficult to juggle multiple, and specialization provides a higher return on investment. If you look a little deeper, Genjutsu users in the village follow trends. If a popular Genjutsu user makes their name using auditory Genjutsu, novice Genjutsu users would look at them and get influenced. But I'd suggest that you don't fall into that and carefully research and use Genjutsu to find what suits you. Takuma had no idea which direction he would go, but he had 5 Genjutsu, one from each sense, and an excellent teacher to guide him. He wasn't in a hurry, and eventually, he knew he would figure it out. Chapter 139, Shishui stretched his torso to relieve the tension from sitting in one place for too long and tweaked his neck and shoulder to get the kinks out with satisfying snapping clicks. Anbu had trained him in stealth, which often required staying in one place without moving for extended periods of time, but he dreaded the experience of sitting through one of Uchiha clan's monthly meetings to discuss the progress of their primary clan objective, which at the current moment was overthrowing the current administration and establishing the new with the Uchiha at the very top. Or, in fewer words, a coup d'etat. Something Shishui was completely against. They discussed their plans of establishing alliances with influential clans, investing more and more in the village's business, thus increasing their share in the economy, and buying physical assets like prime real estate, fertile and commercial land, and valuable metals like gold and silver. Recently, the clan had even sent diplomatic envoys to the daimyo's court intending to get mining rights for precious mineral ores from reserves around the Land of Fire. Before the formation of the Hidden Leaf Village, in the Warring Era, the Uchiha clan was the strongest shinobi clan in the Land of Fire, rivaled only by the Senju clan. The clan had built the foundation of their wealth in that turmoil-filled era. They owned vast expanses of land. Some were fertile lands which they put to farming by employing common folk, and eventually, farming towns had sprouted with the Uchiha land as the backbone of the people living in those villages. Other were filled with mineral reserves which they mined, and once again mining towns were born which expanded into industrial cities. Both existed to date. The Uchiha clan was also one of the rare cases of privately owned crude oil reserves. All of it was gained by bloodshed and violence during the time when the law didn't exist for shinobi. Even after the formation of the Hidden Leaf and its shinobi recognizing the Fire Daimyo's position as the ruler of the Land of Fire, the daimyo didn't dare ask for what the Uchiha had gained by sheer force. The daimyo, with his vast samurai vassal forces, knew better than to be adversarial to shinobi. In truth, the daimyo and his samurai were stronger than any single shinobi clan, but with the vassal forces split into facing multiple shinobi clans, the daimyo could only watch as the shinobi raided and pillaged across the Land of Fire. And daimyo's window of dominance truly closed with the inception of Hidden Leaf when all prominent shinobi clans joined hands. Any action against Hidden Leaf shinobi would result in making enemies of the strongest force in the Land of Fire, if not the entire Middle Nations. The Senju clan was, once again, their only rival in terms of both owned wealth and military strength. Other shinobi clans like the Sarutobi, Shimura, Okimiki, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame existed, and were strong in their own rights, But they couldn't match the Uchiha and the Senju. No one could, not even shinobi clans from outside the Land of Fire. But perhaps both clans had enjoyed too much prosperity, and the scales of fate were uneven, which resulted in the need of fixing the balance. Soon after the creation of the Hidden Leaf, tragedy struck the Uchiha in the form of the clan leader Uchiha Madara, the man who had single-handedly caused the clan to soar to heights never seen before. The same man forsook the clan who refused to turn against the village which had brought peace and stopped the bloodshed. Uchiha Madara battled the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and lost his life. The place they battled became known as the Valley of the End. Statues of the two men were carved in the place of their final battle, in the memory of the two greatest shinobi that ever lived. It was one of the most beautiful places on the mortal plane. That battle had negative effects. The village was displeased with the Uchiha clan, and many even turned against them. The system of a hidden shinobi village had its multitude of advantages, but it also came with its caveat. After all, there was no free lunch in the world. If it were before, it would have meant war, but the Uchiha had bought into the concept of a peaceful village. They had to step back and take responsibility for their clan leader's action. Ask any Uchiha, and they would say that was the moment the Uchiha stopped growing. Even though they had lost to Uchiha Madara, they were still the strongest clan in the Hidden Leaf, excluding the Senju. Even though no one truly understood it back then, the Uchiha clan had fallen out of favor with the rest of the village, which didn't improve after the first Hokage's death as his younger brother, Senju Tobirama, took command as the second Hokage. There was no man the Uchiha hated more than Senju Tobirama. They respected Senju Hashirama for his strength and because the man was the reason the Hidden Leaf existed in the first place, but they hated the younger brother as Tobirama pushed the Uchiha clan further down the hole they didn't know they were in. In Tobirama's reign as the second Hokage, the man isolated the Uchiha clan. Slowly until the day he died in the First Shinobi World War, Tobirama had made sure the Uchiha were kept away from the village's central administration as much as possible. It was during the third Hokage, Saratobe Hiruzen's reign, did the Uchiha realize what had been done to them. As much as 80% of the clan worked in the Leaf military police force. No other clan was concentrated in one organization as the Uchiha. Every other clan made sure to spread their members in as many aspects of the village as they could. Even clans like the Yamanaka clan, who were perfect for torture and interrogation division, had only a moderate presence there and had ensured they didn't have all their eggs in one basket. Saratobe Hiruzen was no better than his predecessor. While he didn't take any measures against the Uchiha, he also didn't do anything to improve their situation. The damage had been done, and the Uchiha were in their condition. But they weren't doing as bad as their co-founding peer, the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan hadn't let peace dull their blades, especially after Uchiha Madara's death. They had ensured that the clan maintained their position as the strongest clan. Proper systems were put into place to help the clan's future generations grow properly, and their clan's bloodline prospered and protected. The result of those efforts was that in the present, the Uchiha clan was the strongest clan in the village. Their only competition in terms of military strength was the Hyuga clan. The same couldn't be said about the Senju clan. They let peace rust their blades. The younger generation wasn't properly trained. As much as Senju Tobirama did for the improvement and standardization of training for the new Hidden Leaf shinobi, he had not done the same for the Senju clan. On top of the Senju clan enjoying the peace, they also suffered from low birth rates and high infant mortality rates. On top of that, Senju Hashirama wasn't able to pass on his legendary wood style to his progeny, and Senju Tobirama died before he could produce any children who could have inherited his potent water style affinity or his intellect. Peace created a weak Senju generation, and those weak men floundered away the clan's wealth until the clan's name no longer existed in the Hidden Leaf. The only prominent legacy existed in the form of Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, the legendary medical ninja, one of the legendary Sannin, Princess Tsunade, who had long since left shinobi service, no longer lived in the village and withdrawn from shinobi circles. The other clans, including the Uchiha, saw an opportunity and slowly ate the pie known as the Senju's wealth. Half of it, which was too important for the clans to have, and they couldn't decide how to split, went to the village itself, but what could be divided was distributed among the clans. 2 more shinobi world wars were fought, and the time came for the aging third Hokage to choose his successor. He had fought in and survived 3 wars, and he had served the village well, but now it was time for the village to be handed to young blood. It was time for the Hidden Leaf to get its 4th Hokage. It was a chance for Uchiha to rise again by having an Uchiha wear the Hokage's hat. They even had a prime contender in Uchiha Fugaku, the most talented of his generation and a war hero feared and respected around the globe. However, the competition was tough. One of the legendary Sannin and the 3rd Hokage's most talented disciples, Orochimaru. The man had done everything from participating in wars to working in Anbu to contributing to essential research, which had benefited the village better understand chakra. Then there was Minato no Mikaze, another war hero who had risen around the same time as Fugaku. He, too, was connected to the third Hokage through the legendary sage Jiraiya, the last of the three Sannin. Minato was Jiraiya's disciple. Minato was deemed the most talented shinobi in his generation as he was able to learn the second Hokage's Higher-Shin and had somehow able to improve it, which earned him the moniker of the Yellow Flash. The Uchiha had invested a lot in Fugaku and had pushed for him in the political circles. Alas, the third Hokage chose Minato no Mikaze. The Uchiha clan was unsurprisingly upset that Fugaku didn't win, but they thought the outcome was the second best after Fugaku as Hokage. Unlike the other option in Orochimaru, Minato no Mikaze was a young man with an open mind, who the Uchiha clan could build a positive relationship with. Moreover, they weren't completely surprised by Minato no Mikaze being chosen. The young man was engaged to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and it was clear that it played into the decision as the first Hokage was married to the previous Jinchuriki. Keeping Jinchuriki close to the village royalty was a common tradition among all the great shinobi hidden villages. And by becoming the fourth Hokage, Minato no Mikaze was royalty. The Uchiha clan pivoted to their new strategy of becoming close to the fourth Hokage and his office, but before they could make any significant progress, the young Hokage had to sacrifice his life to protect the village from the Nine-Tails rampage. Of course, the blame was put on the Uchiha clan. Shizue sighed as he looked at the night sky. Why did these meetings have to run so late into the night? As the clan members exited the clan community hall, Shizue smiled and nodded and exchanged passing words with people who were as tired as him and just wanted to get home and turn in for the day. Ever since the formation of Hidden Leaf, the Uchiha clan had entered an era of stagnation. They hadn't weakened, but they hadn't grown. In comparison, the other clans had taken advantage of the situation and had grown. There was still a gap between the Uchiha clan and others, but it was no longer insurmountable as it once was. They were still the wealthiest clan in the Hidden Leaf, but they had fallen behind in other aspects. Their new rival, the Hyuga clan, had become closer to them in terms of strength and had surpassed them in terms of prestige and influence within the village. Shizue was in support of the steps the Uchiha clan took to prepare for the coup d'etat. They were increasing their influence, taking back power, making friends, and securing opportunities for the younger generation to follow. For example, slowly opening the Leaf military police force was so that the Uchiha could decrease their presence there and spread their members throughout the village like other clans. He simply didn't like the motivation, the end goal behind all these steps. If the clan changed the end goal to continued peaceful existence with the village while still doing what they were doing, he was willing to sit through any number of meetings. He sighed. From the looks of it, that future was his wishful thinking, as even those initially not enthusiastic about the plan were now slowly falling in line. He was losing potential future allies. Why not talk to me instead of sighing? Shizue glanced to his side to see Itachi standing beside him. Their relationship had been on the rocks for a while in the between, but Shizue couldn't stay angry with his only ally, and he saw Itachi as his brother. He couldn't break the relationship. He only had his parents as his family, and his health hadn't been too great. Shizue needed someone he could lean against for support. Even though he was the big brother, Shizue greatly appreciated the unmoving stability Itachi provided. Almost nothing fazed the young genius. If they keep at this pace, the clan will be ready in 2 to 3 years, for if we are being pessimistic, Shizue sighed. That's not a lot of time. Really? I think that's a lot of time, said Itachi. Shizue chuckled. He sometimes forgot that his younger brother was only 13, and 3 years was indeed a long time for someone that young. You'll understand when you grow up a bit more. Time passes faster the older you grow, he said. Shizue looked at Itachi, who had suddenly gone silent, and there was a peculiar expression on Itachi's face. What is it? After a good while of silence, Itachi finally spoke. Shimaru Danzō came to meet with me. Chapter 140, Do not believe a word from that man's mouth. It took Itachi everything to hold back his instinct to break Shizue's arm as the latter pulled him in a body flicker without warning. He set Shizue's words aside for a moment to see where Shizue had transported them and found that they were in the woods near the Uchiha compound. Despite knowing Shizue's skill with the body flicker jutsu, Itachi couldn't be amazed every time at just how good he was at the jutsu. Speed, distance, control. Shizue outclassed everyone else Itachi had seen use the jutsu. He wondered how much time he would need to hone the jutsu to be able to match Shizue. Ages, he assumed there were people seemingly tailor-made for particular jutsu. Are you listening to me, Itachi? Itachi replied, I am. He turned to face Shizue. I'm well aware of Shimura Danzō's reputation. I know better than to let my guard down around him. That is not enough. Shizue sounded as serious as he had ever been. That man is dangerous. It doesn't matter if you're prepared for him, give him a sliver of an opening, or enough time to make a scratch, he will somehow get what he wants. People call Orochimaru the snake, they don't know that something more dangerous crawls in the roots of this village. Itachi furrowed his brows, wondering what had made Shizue react so strongly from simply hearing a man's name. Is it about Root? He asked. Shizue nodded and was about to speak when his eyes narrowed as he looked at Itachi. This isn't about some petty departmental rivalry, Itachi? Shizue's voice turned grave. Danzō's Root is something that shouldn't exist. The worst part is that they operate with complete autonomy. Do you know what response we get every time we ask them specifics about a mission of theirs? They give nothing as they refuse to share any details. And because Elder Danzō, we can't force them to turn things over, we Anbu can't get access. I don't know why Lord Hokage allows Root to exist, but it does, and every day they exist, they operate under the name of the Hidden Leaf, doing who knows what for the supposed good of the village, with zero operational oversight. Itachi had only been in the Anbu for a year and didn't know about Root because of all the secrecy and fog surrounding them. Why does he want to meet you? Shizue asked, half to Itachi and half to himself. Itachi shrugged. He got no additional information except an invitation from the Root operative and the way to contact them when Itachi was free to meet. Do you think Lord Hokage shared our information with him? Itachi shook his head. No, he has assured me that he has kept the risky truth to himself. The Hokage had initiated talks with the Uchiha clan and thus had to work with his office as people needed to know to start the diplomatic process. But the Hokage had kept the fact that the Uchiha clan was planning a coup d'etat against the village. The Hokage was still the only outsider aware of that hazardous information. But Itachi could tell that every failed conversation with the Uchiha clan thinned his patience and willingness to work using non-aggressive means. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been cooperative, but the man had been through 3 shinobi world wars. Once the kind professor stepped back, the god of shinobi was bound to step out, and that man wouldn't have any kindness if the village were threatened. Shizue clicked his tongue. Then the clan might have been too aggressive with their moves recently. Danzō might have gotten a whiff of something suspicious. Itachi glanced at Shizue, wondering where he put Danzō on the scale of an omniscient devil to a highly trained bloodhound. Do you know that we were once able to steal some of their mission details from Root? Said Shizue. The information we got was that Root assassinated a series of influential figures in the daimyo's court. The Root treated them as threats because they spoke against the Hidden Leaf in the high political circles. Those people hadn't actually done anything to harm the village, just showed their detestation for the village's policy. Danzō had them assassinated over the course of 2 years, making every death an accident or a scheme from the victim's potential enemy. We weren't able to prove anything. Not a single death was ever connected to Root or the village. Root has poisoned an entire inn just to take out one man. They killed an entire caravan and staged it to look like a bandit robbery just for another person, and so much more. The expression on Shizue's face was a mix of pure anger and disdain. Itachi had known Shizue since before he could remember, and his current expression was rare enough for him to count on one hand. I won't meet him, don't worry, said Itachi. He didn't want to freak Shizue out after the last time. Tell me if he tries to pull something. Shizue's eyes glowed until 4 side pinwheels rotated in red, and I might pay him a visit. Itachi didn't know why, but he felt a weight settle in his chest. He immediately changed the subject. How is your father doing? With a blink, Shizue's eyes returned to normal. Better than usual. Well, as better as he can be. He recognized me for the entire last week. A peaceful smile surfaced on his face. That's good. I haven't met him in a while. I should visit, said Itachi. Shizue's father had severe health complications from his injuries from the Third Shinobi World War. He had even lost a leg. Due to that, Shizue had been pushed into the role of sole breadwinner for his family of 3 from a very young age. There was nothing Shizue cared about more than his parents. There was probably no one with better medical treatment in the Hidden Leaf than Shizue's father. Whatever an Uchiha with 3 Tomoe Sharingan, who was a Jonin, and was currently serving as an Anbu, could procure, Shizue had gotten more. He'll be happy to see you. Bring Sasuke along if you want, Shizue smiled. How about you? What's happening in your life? Things have been a bit rough with father, these days. All we do is get into arguments every time we talk. Itachi didn't want to discuss his relationship with his father, so he moved on. Sasuke's doing well in the academy. He has been pestering me to show him how to use shuriken jutsu. A soft smile bloomed on his face. And well, I believe mother has been having the most interesting time of us all. She has taken a student. Shizue looked visibly surprised. Uchiha Mikoto was a Jonin who had been out of shinobi duty since Itachi's birth, which was more than a decade ago. The only time she had done anything remotely shinobi-like was participating in the emergency during the Nine-Tail invasion. For her to take on a student wasn't only a big deal in the Uchiha clan but also village-wide. Every year, the village had to move jonin around for academy graduates. At least half of them didn't want anything to do with green genin and had to be convinced to train the next generation of hidden leaf shinobi. For a jonin like Mikoto to take on a student meant there was potential for her to take more in the future. Every single jonin mattered. "Who is it?" asked Shisui. "A genin named Takuma, no last name," Itachi replied. Shisui furrowed his brows. "Why do I feel like I have heard that name?" "You have met him. Junior Officer Takuma of the Department of Organized Crime. You questioned him on how the new recruits were being treated in the police force." "Ah, I remember now. He was a pleasant fellow, if a little. I remember his answers being intelligent. I don't know any details, but he's apparently doing quite well for himself in the police force. And Mother says she likes him, so she's probably going to continue teaching him." Itachi had to explain to Shisui the special circumstances of his mother and her new student and how it wasn't a true Jonin Genin mentorship but simply daily Ganjutsu lessons. Well, he must have done something right to get himself lessons from Lady Mikoto. Shisui hummed for a moment before continuing. If they're willing to prop up an outsider like this so early, then the clan really might be able to attract more talented people and phase themselves out. One of the Uchiha clan's goals was to reduce their concentration in the police force and spread them around more important positions in the village. They didn't need that many Uchiha to retain control of the police force, but they did need people elsewhere for growth. "I just hope he doesn't crumble," Shisui finished. "What do you mean?" "The entire clan is in an aggressive mode right now. If our friend Takuma continues to perform well, they might try to push him as the poster boy. He'll see more opportunities, which is good for him. But there's a fear that he might be overwhelmed to the point he might break. There are many cases of shinobi being too lost in their work until they become too lost and aren't able to claw their way back out. Then comes opium, heroin, cocaine, painkillers, anything to keep them working. It's a bad cycle." Itachi asked, "You knew anyone like that?" "Not anyone close, but there are some right now in Anbu who are ruining their health and personal life just to be able to work and not fall behind." Itachi thought about if his clan could ruin a man, and they were very much capable of doing it. What was a single man against an entire clan? But then he recalled a conversation he had with Izumi Takuma's academy batchmate and how she had told him about her observation of Takuma since their academy days and how much he had changed. A potential conclusion they had reached was that Takuma was always pretending to be less competent than he was, so he could use it later to have a jump in ability when he desired and exude a highly positive impression on others. He knew close to nothing about Takuma, they lived in very separate worlds. But from what little he had heard from others, it seemed Takuma had continued to climb up, grabbing opportunities on the way. "I don't think he will break," said Itachi. "Oh? Why makes you think he won't?" "Let's just say that Genin Takuma is capable of a lot more than he shows." Looking at everything, it was clear that his clan was laying the groundwork to potentially use Takuma as a poster boy. Yes, it would benefit Takuma but also bring him harm. It wasn't just the things that Shisui talked about, those were speculations based on very limited knowledge, unlikely to come true. But Itachi did know one thing solidly based on reality: the Uchiha clan weren't the only one running the police force. Ally clans had a significant stake in the police force. And it was ugly human nature to feel jealousy and envy because of other people's success, especially those they thought didn't deserve it. Itachi liked to think that Takuma was using his clan just as much as they were using him. Someone smart in his position would definitely do so, and his impression of Takuma was of someone who understood a lot but spoke less. And he didn't mind it. What relationship didn't have aspects of selfish motivations? Some had them more than others. If Takuma was able to get what he wanted while the Uchiha benefited as well, who was he to ruin good things for a single genin? "I look forward to hearing about him the next time he comes up. I wonder how far he would have climbed," said Itachi. Until then, the man named Takuma would return to the dark recesses of his mind, forgotten until bought up. The two Uchiha eventually left for their homes. They, however, didn't notice a figure observing them from the shadows, a figure wearing an orange mask. Chapter 141, What will we be learning today? Asked Takuma as he took his Ganjutsu notebook from his backpack. It had been 2 weeks since Takuma's first lesson with Mikoto at her home, and in just that short time, Takuma felt like he had learned more about Ganjutsu than he had known before. That knowledge in no way helped him create Ganjutsu or improve his ability to cast Ganjutsu. He knew, but by no means was that knowledge useless. He could feel how the building blocks Mikoto was imparting him would one day be of tremendous use as he explored the world of Ganjutsu. Have you ever asked yourself why people don't question themselves in the face of the impossible? Asked Mikoto. A plate of light refreshments sat between them as usual. What might you mean? Takuma returned. There are Genjutsu which can be created through realistic practical means, but most Genjutsu often lie in the category which can't be created or are near impossible to exist. So, my question to you is, why do we believe the truly bizarre we are made to experience while under the influence of a Genjutsu? Mikoto continued, why can a person see their long-dead loved one appear in front of them and wholeheartedly believe it to be true and experience the full force of emotions without doubting that the sight in front of them is false? Takuma was left speechless in the face of Mikoto's question. He had no answer for it, he didn't even have a guess. In fact, Takuma had never questioned how Genjutsu worked. Before he learned Genjutsu, Mist Servant Jutsu, the question was never in his orbit, and after he learned it, he simply accepted a Genjutsu working as a fact. He was sure there was no explanation in any of the 5 Genjutsu scrolls he currently possessed. Takuma wondered why he had never questioned it. Was it because ever since Yui came had trapped him in a Genjutsu which brought out genuine fear in him until he naturally slipped out that he accepted it as a universal truth? I didn't know, ma'am. Takuma's curiosity piqued, and he hung on to the next words Mikoto spoke. Until 3 decades, we didn't have the answer as to how Genjutsu actually worked. The creation of jutsu, be it ninjutsu or Genjutsu, was such a long time ago that much of the knowledge had been lost through the passage of time. We knew that certain series of hand seals and molding chakra in peculiar ways would create Genjutsu, and the knowledge of creating different effects was more than plenty, but we didn't know how Genjutsu actually interacted with the brain and mind to cause the intended results. Takuma nodded. Chakra and jutsu weren't completely understood fields. Just like any scientific field, they too were studied every day by specialists and academics who devoted their lives to understanding the mystic force which made the impossible possible. It could be said that the study of chakra was still in its infancy, used only as a weapon because the researchers were shinobi, and the topics of research were funded by shinobi, making the research topics very biased towards militaristic uses. The only field with applications beyond warfare was medical jutsu which anyone could enjoy. Takuma was sure one day, the secrets of chakra would be unlocked to a level where it would leak into normal lives. As for when that time would come, he didn't know if the nature of this world didn't change, perhaps he wouldn't see it in his lifetime. The thought made him feel sorry for the world. Mikoto continued, however, 4 decades ago, we developed the technology which allowed us to inspect the brain. It was the invention of the MRI. One of the experiments conducted in those early days was to study how the brain reacted under the influence of Genjutsu. Oh. Takuma felt excited learning about knowing such a piece of history. The study resulted in us learning nothing. Oh. It was a decade after the initial study that one of the researchers noticed how the scans of the brain of someone under Genjutsu looked similar to those of people suffering from mental diseases like schizophrenia. Mikoto smiled. We simply didn't have enough data when the initial study was conducted, but after a decade of studying all types of people, enough was recorded that previously asked unanswered questions gained answers. Takuma released a breath he didn't know he was holding and subconsciously sat up straighter. He was not a naturally curious person who asked questions, but learning new and interesting things was always a welcoming experience. But then he focused on Mikoto's words and realized what she had just revealed. Is there a chance of developing a mental condition because of Genjutsu? Takuma asked with trepidation. Neither did he want to get a mental disease, nor did he want to subject anyone to one. Mikoto laughed as she hid her mouth behind her hand. She laughed for a good few seconds before calming down. You don't have to worry about that. A few studies have been done, and a correlation hasn't been found yet. Takuma breathed a sigh of relief. To put it crudely, Genjutsu alters the brain's functionality to something similar to mental diseases, but unlike mental diseases, the user has much more control and freedom. The brain is so disrupted that it loses touch with reality and begins accepting everything you throw at it, just like how an unstable mind accepts hallucinations as reality. Mikoto took a pause and picked up her teacup. Knowing she had stopped for him, Takuma wrote everything he had not yet. What about when the target realizes they're in the Genjutsu? Asked Takuma. He had talked to Nenro and others about how they felt at the point of realization, but unlike his experience of complete, instant detachment, their testimonials were different. According to them, they were still very much under the thrall of the Genjutsu, and it took the effort to muster the intention to break the Genjutsu. Nenro had specifically pointed out that the amount of effort required to break away depended upon the user's skill level and that if someone was skilled, they could potentially pull the target back into complete thrall after they realized they were under a Genjutsu. Brain and chakra are complex things beyond human understanding. The brain will try to correct itself, and if gaining control over another's chakra was so easy, Genjutsu would be everyone's weapon of choice, said Mikoto. There are internal and external factors out of your control, which can all lead to the target breaking free. The only way to reliably retain control is to have a strong one from the get-go. Takuma scratched his head with a pencil. Then what are the main criteria for a strong Genjutsu? Its ability to maintain control over the target or affect the target the most? What's considered the strongest Genjutsu? Mikoto put her teacup down. You're still looking at Genjutsu as if it's ninjutsu. It is not. I have told you this before. While judging a Genjutsu, you don't judge the jutsu but the shinobi behind it. Let's take your Mist Servant jutsu as an example. Can you change the connection component from visual to auditory? Takuma, of course, couldn't. A true user could make that happen. A Genjutsu is just a build-it-yourself jutsu that can be adapted according to the requirements of the moment. Why put in the effort and chakra to create a long-lasting connection when you only need the Genjutsu to last for a few seconds? Similarly, why cast a strong torturing Genjutsu when you only wish to detain the target and don't wish to harm them? It's all about managing effort and chakra. How long would it take me to become a true Genjutsu user, as you put it? Asked Takuma. That depends entirely upon. The faster you learn, the faster you'll be able to achieve the goal, Mikoto shrugged. As to answer your previous question, the strongest Genjutsu, as I said, I'll look at the person behind it. What's the quality of the strongest Genjutsu shinobi? It's personal preference, and others will give you different answers, but the strongest user would be the one to hold a target in a Genjutsu even after informing the target they were in a Genjutsu. Takuma was baffled. How could that be possible? Any person who knew they were in a Genjutsu would immediately break it. Has there ever been any such shinobi? He asked. The second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu, said Mikoto with an undertone of respect. It was said that with the help of his summon, a giant clam, he could cast a Genjutsu so strong that even after informing his targets they were in a Genjutsu, they would be helpless to break out of it. He could play with 100 shinobi simultaneously without breaking a sweat. If it was true, then Takuma could see the second Mizukage as the contender for the strongest Genjutsu user, but he knew two people who he thought held a stronger claim as the strongest Genjutsu users. Both were from the same clan as his teacher in front of him, and one was her son. Itachi Uchiha and Shizue Uchiha. The former with his Tsukuyomi and the latter with his Genjutsu, of which he couldn't recall the name, only that it was Inception on steroids. Takuma glanced at Mikoto's onyx eyes. Those eyes were absurdly strong weapons, but what was scarier was that they could become even stronger. So strong that they had made Itachi and Shizue contenders to possessors of the strongest Genjutsu. But the most terrifying part was that with the right extremely rare circumstances, the eyes could become even stronger. He shook his head. It was useless thinking about those two monsters. He didn't know when Shizue gained his Mangekyo Sharingan and if he had it now. As for Itachi, as Shizue was still alive, he didn't have access to his Mangekyo Sharingan. A question to you, Takuma. What, according to you, would be considered the strongest Genjutsu? Asked Mikoto. Takuma contemplated the question for a moment. My answer might change if I give it more thought. But at this moment, a Genjutsu that the target wouldn't want to leave is the strongest Genjutsu, he said. A Genjutsu the target won't want to leave? Mikoto looked stunned. Life can be tough, ma'am. For many, it's miserable. What if a Genjutsu gives you everything you desire, a happy life with zero problems? I would bet everything I own that you would find plenty of people who wouldn't want to get out of something like that. He looked outside. Due to the time of day and the building structure, he couldn't see the sun shining. But he could imagine a moon, a full-blood red moon with 9 black tomui on its surface. A Genjutsu that gives people the life of their dreams. Takuma closed his eyes, and the faces of his family flashed before his eyes. He wondered if, in 10 or 20 or 30 years from now, he could remember their faces, voices, the memories with them. The thought scared him to the core. If given the choice, he didn't know if he would be able to refuse. He didn't think his resolve was that strong. He didn't think his resolve would ever get that strong. Chapter 142, located several dozen kilometers outside the official border of the Hidden Leaf Village, a sizable landlocked lake had become the center of the ecosystem for many species living in the surrounding area. The lake wasn't a natural water body and was made by accident by the second Hokage Senjudobi Rama during experimentation with water-style ninjutsu, which had altered the landscape permanently. Initially, the area was destroyed and deemed too dangerous and unusable for any productive purposes, but in the following decades, the forces of nature assimilated the area, and a rich population of wildlife took it as their home. Since then, the area surrounding the lake was deemed as a wildlife reserve with near-zero human activity. At least, that was what everyone thought. Only a select amount of people actually knew that the supposed wildlife reserve was an operational site for the Hidden Leaf's route. The site was the closest to the Hidden Leaf except for the one in the village itself, but the wildlife reserve site was the busiest due to it being the main training site for operatives and was currently the main office of the route's leader Shimura Danzō. On the lake shore, a roofed pavilion stood. Under the roof, Danzō sat facing the lake, silently gazing at the serene scenery. The structure had no security against wildlife, but not a single animal approached despite it being so near the lake, which was the primary water source for all. A masked shinobi fully covered in dark gray appeared just outside the pavilion with masterful stealth like a ghost incarnate. The figure kneeled and waited in silence. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't be aware of the robed shinobi's presence. Danzō hummed from his throat, and the shinobi stood up to enter the pavilion, arriving at his side. "The parties at the northwestern border have agreed to sit at a negotiation table," said the robbed route operative. "They're planning to send a message to the other side in a few days." Danzō glanced down at his hands resting on his thigh. He asked, "Do we believe they'll reach a common ground?" According to sources, the pressure from the skirmishes is slowly becoming unbearable on Steam and the entire country. They want to end so they can continue on with their national affairs as normal. Due to Hidden Leaf's help, their efforts are being felt the most currently, and they wish to use their momentum as the leverage before they run out of it. Danzō turned his head to a place on the lake shore to see a deer step out of the woods to drink at the lake. He observed the deer's cautious approach for a moment until it dipped his head to drink water. He returned to the robbed figure and asked, "What if we provide them with the weapons and supplies they need? Perhaps even aid them by lending a couple of our experts for a few weeks. Will they still go to the negotiation table? It's a temporary extension at best. If we extend the offer, they'll soon become completely dependent upon us. Which isn't a problem in itself, but eventually, it will undoubtedly turn into diminishing returns." Danzō had to agree. Since last year, the Land of Hot Water's Hidden Steam and the Land of Frost's Hidden Frost were engaged in a continuous series of skirmishes at the two nations' shared border. It all started when the Land of Frost, traditionally the Land of Fire's ally, began strengthening its trade and political ties with the Land of Lightning. It wasn't a problem at the start, but the increased closeness between the two nations extended to the Hidden Frost and the Hidden Cloud. The Hidden Frost was a Tier 2 shinobi village, the Great Shinobi villages being Tier I villages, usually suitable for a nation similarly sized to the Land of Frost. Historically, the Hidden Frost hadn't been able to fulfill their nation's request and thus, had to bring in external help. Due to being allies, whatever request the Hidden Frost couldn't fulfill, they passed them to Hidden Leaf. While not official, the partnership was all but exclusive. That relationship changed when Hidden Frost opened their unfulfilled request to the Hidden Cloud, reducing the Hidden Leaf's share. Naturally, the Hidden Leaf didn't take the news positively, but they couldn't do anything to dissuade Hidden Frost from giving business to the Hidden Cloud because it was one of the terms in the deal between the Land of Frost and the Land of Lightning. The Hidden Leaf, the only option in the Land of Frost, now had competition in the Hidden Cloud. Having competition meant that the Hidden Leaf now had to match or beat the competitive rates issued by the Hidden Cloud. In the present, it wasn't a problem as the Hidden Leaf had spent years building an image in the minds of the Land of Frost populace, but it was only a matter of time before they would slowly lose a portion of the market share to an equally competent alternative. It was a huge change in, and loss of, revenue, and the business that came from the Land of Frost was not something the Hidden Leaf could shrug off. However, in the end, it was only a natural result of the change in the market, and the Hidden Leaf could still take steps to keep the new player in Hidden Cloud down. The problems began when the Hidden Frost suddenly began attacking border territories of the Land of Hot Waters. Something to know about the Land of Hot Waters was that they were a country that was immensely popular as a tourist destination. The country relied immensely on its tourism industry, and any sort of conflict was a huge blow to its economy as it caused tourists not to choose the country. Another thing to be aware of was that despite being larger than the Land of Frost, its shinobi village, the Hidden Steam, was merely a Terry shinobi organization. Like the country where it resided, the Hidden Steam had strong inclinations towards pacifism. After years of reluctantly offering combat-related services, the Hidden Steam officially transitioned away from the typical shinobi missions. It prided itself as the village that has forgotten wars. The village's shinobi now worked almost exclusively within the Land of Hot Water's borders, keeping the roads safe for tourists and performing odd jobs for the many small settlements around the country. The Hidden Steam wasn't nearly equipped to face an assault from the Hidden Frost and, after a while, lost some of the Land of Hot Water's border territory to the Land of Frost. The Land of Hot Waters had to turn to the Land of Fire for help. The daimyos of the two nations met and conversed, and after their diplomatic talks, Fire Daimyo decreed the Hidden Leaf to aid the Land of Hot Waters. The Hidden Leaf were getting paid for their services and thus had no problem sending their shinobi for the war effort. And while it wasn't known to the public, the leaders knew Hidden Cloud backed Hidden Frost. But now, the Land of Hot Waters didn't think the war was worth the effort as it was hurting the country more than anticipated and wanted to settle the conflict by offering trade concessions to the Land of Frost. They had even asked the Fire Daimyo to act as the enforcer for the peace agreement, who had agreed. If the deal was inked, Then if Land of Frost broke the agreement, the Fire Daimyo would pull back aid and roll back trade relationships with Land of Frost, which would hurt the smaller cold, snow-covered country a lot. Land of Frost imported a lot of their food from the Land of Fire. And Lord Hokage seems to be in agreement with the course of action, Danzō commented. According to Hiruzen, if the Hidden Steam itself didn't want to fight, then Hidden Leaf had no reason to be on foreign land, fighting in a conflict that was not theirs. However, Danzō knew what was truly going on. Hidden Frost was simply a puppet. The true creator of the war was Hidden Cloud, who wanted to break the connection between the Land of Frost and the Land of Fire, so the Land of Lightning could step in and take the Land of Fire's place. If the negotiations went through, then the Land of Fire would be put in an adversarial position against the Land of Frost. It would be like the Land of Fire was saying, "Do as we say, or else." The Land of Frost, of course, couldn't afford that. Not only was the Land of Fire their paramount trade partner, but that was only until they found someone to replace the Land of Fire, and they just would happen to have a perfect, willing party in the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud. They would completely replace the Land of Fire and Hidden Leaf until the Land of Frost didn't have to worry about offending the Land of Fire. And the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf couldn't do anything about the situation. They couldn't go and be like, "Be friends with us, or we will burn you to the ground." That wasn't Hiruzen's style, thought Danzō. If it was him, he could have done things differently. Alas, Danzō wasn't the Hokage. If the Land of Frost were lost to the Land of Lightning, then the Hidden Cloud would be able to extend its military line closer to the Land of Fire by an entire nation. Moreover, the Land of Hot Waters with the Hidden Steam was worse than a sieve. If the dynamic changed, the Land of Lightning would be closer to the Land of Fire than ever. That was something Danzō couldn't let happen. "It seems it's time to use the investment we made earlier," said Danzō, gazing at the robbed figure. "Where are the survivors of the Land of Frost incident right now?" The figure stayed silent for a moment before answering. "Chunin Umino Iruka is an academy teacher. Geinin Aburame Susumu is out of the village for clan purposes. Geinin Takuma is currently serving in the Leaf military police force." Danzō hummed. He had lost a clan member in the Land of Frost incident. He knew lives would be lost, or else the investment would have been a failure, but he had expected his clan members to survive. It was a true pity. "Who was the one to identify that there was a party other than the Land of Frost among the attackers?" asked Danzō. They had planted clues for the survivors to come to that conclusion. It was good that someone had picked it up. If they had missed it, the route would have had to implement the backup, which was so much more difficult to pull off. "Geinin Takuma." Danzō hummed. "It's time," he said. "Prepare the new intel report." The official investigation had only been able to find out that the other party was Hidden Cloud because of the equipment that had been recovered, but the report Danzō was about to give was going to have the names of the shinobi, the higher-ups who had ordered the attack in both Hidden Cloud and Hidden Frost, all of it backed up by official documents. All of it was manipulated by Root as an investment. He was going to keep the Hidden Leaf in the war. For the sake of the safety of the village and nation. "Yes, sir," said the robbed figure and disappeared the next moment. Danzō stood up from his seat, ready to leave. He looked to the place where the deer had been drinking water. The deer had been long gone. Standing in its place was a black-clothed figure with long hair growing to the back. The figure wore an orange mask. This wasn't a Root operative. Danzō went on alert because none of his hidden guards had moved. They hadn't alerted him or come out of the shadows to protect him. He could sense them around him, but he didn't know if they hadn't noticed the figure or if they had been taken out. The figure turned toward Danzō, who noticed that the mask only had one eye hole. And then he saw the red glow through the eye hole. Chapter 143, Shizue couldn't remove his eyes from the funeral wake arrangement. The photograph they used of his father was taken before the Third Shinobi World War. His father looked young, in his prime as a shinobi, his smile was brimming with vitality, and even the simple photograph could convey the confidence the man exuded, so much different from the image Shizue had of his father in the recent year. The injuries suffered in the war had drastically changed his father. The man wasn't the same, physically or mentally. The medical ninja attached to Shizue's father's unit had been killed by the enemy in the same encounter that he had been grievously injured. Even though they had managed to prevail and wipe out the enemy squad, Shizue's father wasn't able to get proper treatment fast enough, and they had to amputate his leg to stop the infection from spreading. Shizue's father's shinobi career was all but over. People who continued on after losing a limb were rarer than a hen's teeth. If it was just that, it wouldn't have been fine, but Shizue's father had taken the abrupt change as bad as one could. Soon after, his health deteriorated, and his mind took it the hardest. Dementia overtook the once bright mind. The clan had helped and subsidized the treatment. Shizue's father had been a chunin for several years. As such, money wasn't a sore spot even when Shizue's mother was a housewife. But Shizue remembered the earlier days when he had just graduated. Because his father had never activated his Sharingan, he wasn't treated the same as other chunin who had activated their Kekkei Genkai. Even though they had money, and the clan was helping, that help was only monetary. They didn't have the connections to get the best medical ninja to look at his father. Only after Shisui had become a Jonin was he able to get the best treatment for his father. But perhaps it was too late by then. Or else, Shisui's father would have been alive today. Shisui bowed his head, gripping the prayer beads in his hands tight enough to nearly crush them. Death was part of a shinobi's life, but that familiarity didn't make it any easier to face and accept. Especially when the person was the reason why Shisui was a shinobi in the first place. It was clear from the day Shisui was born that he was going to be a shinobi, and Shisui didn't have any other aspiration. He had only known being told that he would be a shinobi since before he could remember, and he was fine with it. Ever since when he was in the academy and performed well, his father's face would light up. Shisui had chased the feeling he had on seeing his father's pride for his ever since. He had trained harder and longer every day, and had not let go of the #1 position in the academy until he was the Rookie of the Year. He had activated his Sharingan before most could pass the Uchiha's rite of passage by mastering the fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. He had mastered his clan's eyes when most were still awestruck at what a one-tomoe Sharingan could do. He had achieved the pinnacle of the Sharingan most Uchiha could only dream upon, knowing that it would only ever be that a dream. Pinnacle, a bitter arc tugged on his lips. He had achieved the pinnacle most of his clan didn't even know about. The memory of the day he had achieved the historical milestone was in many ways worse than what he was feeling now. He at least knew his father would never be the same as the man he admired and would even pass before his time, but what he had done on that day his eyes had changed was not something he ever thought he would. Shisui closed his eyes to calm down his heart which plunged deeper into an ocean of sorrow. He wished to drown but could not let him do so. Shisui glanced beside him at his mother, who looked devastated. He had to be strong for her. She was putting on strong front for him just like he was for her, and if she saw her son crumble, she wouldn't be able to hold it together. The years after the war had been far tougher for her than it had been for him. While he could take his mind off using work, his mother had remained at home, caring for her husband every day, watching the man she loved slip away. He loosened his grip on the prayer beads and began moving beads so that if his mother looked, she would think he was holding up fine. The wake had ended, and the guests left. Shisui had his mother sent to their only relative's home to rest. He was going to stay the day and keep vigil overnight. Just when Shisui thought everyone had left, he felt a presence behind him. He didn't need to turn to know that it was Itachi. A lot of important people from both inside and outside of the clan had come to visit the wake. Not because they knew Shisui's father but because they knew Jonin Uchiha Shisui and wanted to pay respects. Shisui hadn't spoken to a single person. If the Hokage had visited, he would have not spoken to him. Itachi and his family had taken care of the guests for him and his mother, and for that, he was deeply grateful. "It hurts," said Shisui, not looking back at Itachi. "I could tell that father would never return to his former self. But there was this little thing in the bottom of my heart that refused to let go, the little spark that burned that father would recover back one day, any day now, and I held onto it tight." He stared at the picture of his smiling father. Losing someone you loved was terrible. War that took them away was terrible. The people who fought in the war were terrible. Shinobi were terrible. He was terrible. Shisui stood up and faced Itachi. He stared into Itachi's eyes. They were so young, and yet they knew so much. He knew the story of when Fugaku had taken Itachi into an active battle to show him the reality of war, to get rid of the romantic stories that children dreamt of. The motivation was right, but Shisui knew it had been too early. And yet that was partly the reason why Itachi was the person and shinobi he was today. "There's no use waiting for the Lord Hokage and the clan to broker a peaceful agreement," Shisui said to Itachi. "With Danzō poisoning the ears of the council and other clan heads, the road to peace has become even harder." They didn't know how, but Danzō had somehow figured out that the Uchiha clan was planning a rebellion. He had used all but accused the Uchiha clan at a council meeting he had called, but he had no definite proof, so he could only point to the recent moves the clan had been making. Of course, without any proof, neither the council nor the clan heads would move. It helped that the Hokage had reprimanded Danzō for what he was trying to do and hadn't hidden it, meaning it had reached the ears it intended. But that didn't mean the various clan and other powers wouldn't safeguard themselves and pay closer attention to the Uchiha. Once again, after the Nine Tails invasion, the Uchiha had eyes on them. Danzō, being the snake he was, had been going around the village, whispering in any ears he found. There was already tension building inside the village. The problem lay with the Hokage. Their greatest supporter had promised to do everything to maintain the peace between the village and the Uchiha clan, but it was understood by both parties that once the situation crossed a line where that promise couldn't be fulfilled, the Hokage would side with the village and protect it. Even if it meant turning the entire village against the Uchiha and those who supported them. War was a shinobi's livelihood, but it was terrible, so it couldn't be allowed to burn in one's home. If nothing changed, the Hidden Leaf Village would be in a war with itself. That couldn't be allowed to happen. It's time for me to do that. Shizue glanced down at Itachi. Danzō would keep spreading his poison until he gets the entire village, and the more he does, the more pressure the Lord Hokage will face. We need him to be at our side for the sake of the clan and the village. Are you sure? Asked Itachi. I need to give the Lord Hokage the comfort of knowing that the clan won't rebel. Once he knows that, he will be the shield and spear we need. Once I convince him, he will make sure that Danzō can't wrongfully accuse the clan. And once we ensure the clan won't rebel, I can eventually take care of Danzō. Itachi's eyes widened as Shizue's eyes changed to a pattern unique to him. If he doesn't stop, I'll make him silent. Forever. Shizue had held on to the hope that one day his father would recover. So, he knew the truth that it hurt. Hope hurts. If he wanted something, he needed to take it on his own. Fugaku sat in a seiza in a secret clan basement of the Uchiha clan. Around him sat other leaders and elders of the Uchiha clan. He could sense their confusion as he was the one to call them but hadn't given them the reason why they had been called to such a hastily scheduled meeting. Fugaku, why have you called us all here today? Asked one of the clan elders. Ever since Danzō had begun spouting his mouth off, the clan meetings, which were mandatorily attended by everyone who was free now, were done in shifts not to attack attraction in case someone was watching. It was risky for them to give clues that they were planning something. But today, Fugaku had called all of the leaders, breaking the protocol he himself had established. Shizue has some important information, Fugaku addressed the people gathered. He has some important information regarding a recent meeting between the Lord Hokage and Danzō. He wanted everyone to be here before he shared the information. Fugaku himself didn't know what Shizue wanted to talk about, but if Shizue, an Anbu member, had considered the information to be sensitive enough that it could only be discussed in the deepest underground basement, then he wasn't going to argue. Everyone turned their head towards the dark staircase, the only entrance, to the basement. Shizue appeared after a few seconds. He was dressed in a casual blue samu and was slightly drenched. It seemed the rain had begun pouring since they were underground. Is everything alright, Shizue? Asked Fugaku. Shizue gazed at the people in the group before facing Fugaku and nodding. Fugaku observed Shizue. It had been a month since Shizue's father had passed, and he could still see that the death still weighed on Shizue's mind. What did you want to tell us, boy? Asked the same elder as before. Shizue looked at the elder for a moment before stepping forward and sitting down, facing everyone in the room. The Lord Hokage knows about our plans, said Shizue. Fugaku's eyes narrowed, and the sound of sharp intake filled the room as everyone sat straight at Shizue's words, who gazed at everyone for a moment. He has known since last year. The reason he has been trying to reach out to us is in an attempt to stop the clan and fix the relationship. Fugaku's mind started to race. There were 100 questions that suddenly became a matter of utmost concern. If the Hokage knew about their plans to overthrow the government, then every single clan member was in grave danger. He needed to change. I thought perhaps if the village extended their hand, perhaps the clan would let go of their plan, said Shizue. Fugaku gazed up at Shizue. The way Shizue had said that had some very specific connotations. Before he could speak up, Shizue continued, but I now believe that it's too late for our clan. We can't go back. Everyone in this room has made up their mind, and everyone else will follow whether they like it or not. But, if I can change the minds of everyone here, I can change the direction of the clan. A bad feeling settled deep in Fugaku's stomach. Shizue's words were ominous. It was clear that he had revealed the clan's plan to the Hokage and had put the entire clan's safety and future in jeopardy. Fugaku's words died in his throat when Shizue looked up, and the Sharingan glowed in the dim room lit by oil lamps. But then the familiar three-tomui design changed into something Fugaku had never seen before. Itachi hates the mandatory meetings. But I'm glad that when I said it was mandatory, everyone showed up. Shizue, what is that? Shizue's Sharingan had turned into a four-sided pinwheel. Everyone in the room dumbly stared at Shizue, but they looked like every nerve in their body was tense as if ready to move at a moment's notice, but they didn't and simply stared into the different eyes. Our clan's cursed, said Shizue, his laugh was deeply hollow. These eyes demand a terrible sacrifice for its power. Do not worry, elders, I made the sacrifice once, and I can make it again. For the clan's sake, for the village's future, I will make this sacrifice, I will carry the burden. Before Fugaku, or the others, could do or say anything, pressure descended on their head. As they stared into Shizue's eyes which slowly rotated, they felt as though their bodies had been detached from their control, and all they could do was gaze. It's okay. You will not remember this. When you open your eyes next time, you'll have a different world view, said Shizue. Do not worry, I will not cripple the clan. I agree that Uchiha needs strength, but we don't need to ruin the village to get it. The Uchiha will be strong, and the Hidden Leaf will appreciate the clan for it. The last thing Fugaku saw before his vision turned black was a tear slip down Shishui's cheek. Chapter 144, a big group of shinobi sat around in the thick bushes deep within the lush green forest that spanned hundreds of kilometers. They sat in silence, tending to their weapons, checking their ghillie suit, and applying face paint and insect repellent in preparation for the task that had made them travel so far from the Hidden Leaf village. Naruto glanced at the 3 shinobi teams, including his, participating in the current mission. Until 2 months ago, he didn't believe he would be traveling outside the Hidden Leaf into a deep forest away from most civilization for a mission. Usually, shinobi worked near towns and cities where their clients resided, but for the current mission, they had been hired to go deep into the forest. The client? Naruto looked to his front, where his friend Takuma sat on the ground with his legs crossed, observing a rough map of the area that they had drafted in the jungle itself in the past 3 days. 8 months back, Takuma had told them that he had been given the command of a small team in the police force, but if Naruto had been told that 8 months later, Takuma would be recruiting him for a mission on behalf of the police force, he would not have believed it. After all, Takuma was an outsider in the police force, a Genin at that. Even if he was placed in a great position, there was a limit to the freedom he would have in the Uchiha home ground. Do you understand this, Masaaki? Takuma said. Naruto glanced to the right where Masaaki, his hometown friend, and roommate, was squatting and squinting down at the map. No, Masaaki replied. Takuma didn't look bothered. Instead, he asked Masaaki what he didn't understand and explained that part of the plan of action once more. Naruto wasn't the only one. Takuma had contracted Masaaki as well to participate in the mission. Technically speaking, the Leaf Military Police Force's jurisdiction encompassed all the Hidden Leaf shinobi current and, in some cases, even retired, meaning no matter where the shinobi were, they could have a run-in with the police force if in suspicion of violation of the law. But, in reality, the police force only operated in the Hidden Leaf and some areas around it. They couldn't stretch their hands more than that as they didn't have any of the manpower to do it. The Uchiha was but one clan, and even with their allied clans, they only had enough people to cover ground inside the Hidden Leaf, which had the highest density of shinobi of any place in the world. However, situations arose when the police force needed to operate outside the Hidden Leaf. In those cases, the police force would recruit shinobi to assist them, as generally, they couldn't spare officers for excursions outside the village. This was one of those situations. Naruto and Masaaki and their respective teams had been recruited to aid the police force for a mission outside the Hidden Leaf. What do you think, sirs? Any suggestions that you would like to add? Said Takuma. Naruto wasn't surprised that Takuma had recruited 2 teams, as there was plenty of precedent for it. The point of surprise was the composition of the 2 teams. In the circle sat the Chunin team leaders of Naruto and Masaaki's team. They observed the map as well and worked for the past 3 days to draft it and construct the strategy based on it, along with Takuma and all 3 teams. It all started when Takuma came to Naruto and Masaaki with the proposition of a mission outside Hidden Leaf's borders. He told both of them that he needed 2 teams and had come to them because they were his friends. Takuma didn't just want them, he wanted one of the Chunin Naruto worked under, and he wanted to exploit the Akimeki connection through Masaaki. He explicitly told them he needed a Chunin leading their teams and wanted them to bring a Chunin who wasn't arrogant jerks and would be willing to work together without their egos getting hurt. Takuma hadn't told them any details about the mission, he wanted to meet the Chunin before revealing anything. That wasn't common, but it wasn't strange. It was the police force, and they might want to keep details confidential until a few things were finalized. He and Masaaki went to the Chunin they liked working with and presented them with a possible opportunity for a mission collaboration with the police force. It wasn't difficult to get the Chunin interested when the police force was involved, and it only took a few days to set up a meeting. They thought Takuma would be bringing a police force Chunin to the meeting, but when they arrived, Takuma was the only one there. There was no police force Chunin, Takuma was leading the operation. It was then that Naruto realized why Takuma had asked them not to bring someone with fragile egos. It was going to be a police force mission, and with no Chunin involved, Takuma, a Genin, was the highest authority. They would be technically working for him. Naruto did not think the meeting would go successfully, but surprisingly, Takuma sold the mission so well that the Chunin agreed on the spot, knowing the stipulation that Takuma had the final say in any and all matters. He had managed to convince a Chunin from a shinobi family that Naruto invited, and the Akimeki Chunin Masaaki had brought along with him. Only after the Chunin agreed did Takuma share the mission details. They were going to hit a big drug farm and laboratory, which was known to be the source of an inch-demand stimulant currently popular in the Hidden Leaf. Shinobi confrontation was expected, making it an official B-rank mission. B-rank mission. Naruto hadn't been on a B-rank mission. He had done C rank missions in high double digits, but a B rank mission wasn't something even floated to him. He was well liked by all the Chunin he worked for, but his background as an outsider from the Hidden Leaf hindered him. He hadn't ever been considered for a B rank mission by any of them. But Takuma brought him one, and more importantly, Takuma had made it so that Nenro was the one to pitch it to a Chunin. That was big. It had a significant impact on his reputation. He could now be seen as someone who had connections in places high enough to get a B rank mission. Most B rank missions were taken by teams made up of all Chunin and were usually led by a Jonin, Takebutsu Jonin, or a highly experienced Chunin. Geinin was rarely involved in B rank missions because the base criteria for a B rank mission was a conflict against enemy shinobi, and Geinin were rarely ever in those situations. The most they faced were bandits, who were trained shinobi. The rare B rank mission, which did come by a Geinin without fail, went to the Geinin teams led by a Jonin leader. It wasn't in the cards for Geinin Corp shinobi like them, even for Geinin like Masaaki, who was sponsored by one of the major clans. Until now, that is. The current mission was a special one. According to the intel Takuma had, the drug farm was run by rogue Hidden Leaf Chunin, missing ninja, and had a number of civilians who were trained in chakra, making them Geinin equivalent, protecting it. 2 Chunin and 10 Geinin were a suitable mix of people to take care of the farm while the situation still qualified as a B rank mission. Moreover, the missing ninja was in the Hidden Leaf bingo book, making it attractive for the 2 Chunin who could claim the bounty on his head if they apprehended the missing ninja. It was one of the centerpieces of Takuma's pitch during the meeting with the Chunin. "Looks right to me," replied the Akimeki Chunin. The man was short, but big in the way that every Akimeki was. "I have no problem as well," said Nenro's Chunin leader. Even though Takuma was the client and the mission leader, he naturally had to give up some authority in the presence of 2 Chunin. But if Nenro was asked, he had done it magnificently. Takuma had made them feel respected, made them feel valued for their experience, and had used their suggestions and advice every step of the way. It not only made sense from a team synergy standpoint, but it was also common sense to listen to more experienced shinobi. Takuma had kept his position as the leader, someone who listened to his team's opinions and incorporated them into the strategy, allowing the team to feel they were being valued. And finally, Takuma had 100% left the missing ninja to the 2 Chunin. They could approach that problem in any way they wanted without any real intervention from him as long as they got what he wanted: the drug farm shutting down and more than enough evidence against those involved. "How do you feel, Takuma? Your first B rank mission, and you're leading it." "I don't think I've ever known a Geinin to be in this position," asked Nenro's Geinin, smiling. Takuma looked up from the map and lightly shook his head. "Not my first B rank mission, sir." Everyone was surprised. Even Nenro and Masaaki. Takuma continued, "I was involved in the Land of Frost incident. The investigation closed last year. They categorized it as a B rank." Takuma chuckled, which sounded hollow to Nenro. "This will be my second. And I sincerely hope everything goes fine this time." Nenro looked at Masaaki, who shook his head. Takuma hadn't told them that the investigation had closed. Currently, the Land of Hot Waters and the Land of Frost were at war against each other, the latter being the aggressor. But the truth of the matter was much bigger. The Hidden Leaf was supporting the Hidden Steam while the Hidden Frost was being backed up by the Hidden Cloud. The Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud were engaged in a proxy war against each other on lands foreign to both. The 2 great shinobi villages weren't officially at war against each other, but people understood that the 2 superpowers were currently going through a simmering conflict under the guise of supporting their smaller allies. Nenro wondered if the Land of Frost incident factored into Hidden Leaf's current stance. He would have to ask Takuma about the details later. The sound of chimes sang, and immediately everyone stiffened up and took out their weapons. They had laid wire traps stapled on bells to alert them in case someone approached vicinity. They could hear the sound of footsteps and the rustle of bushes, and the tension rose until they heard a sharp whistle that calmed everyone down. A moment later, 3 Geinin appeared into view. 1 each from Nenro, Takuma, and Masaaki's team. They were the scouts. "How was it?" Takuma asked his teammate, Minoru, a sensory ninja valuable asset to the team. Nenro was surprised when Takuma told Minoru he worked for him as part of his team. He realized he didn't know much about what Takuma did in the police force. A valuable asset, thought Nenro as he looked around. A B rank mission was a huge thing for a Geinin, so when Takuma told the Chunin he needed 3 Geinin each on their teams, it was clear that the Chunin would try to sell the precious chance to have a B rank mission on their resume to the highest bidder. It was an open secret, something Nenro was sure Takuma had anticipated. Masaaki's Chunin had brought along an Akimeki and a Yamanaka, while Nenro's Chunin had brought along an Inyuzuki and a Yui. On Takuma's side, other than Minoru, who was a civilian-born shinobi, he had purchased a Fuma and an Uchiha along with them. Nenro was sure that if not for Takuma insisting that Nenro and Masaaki be on the teams, they wouldn't have been able to be part of something like this. For that, he was extremely grateful. It's time. The Chunin is on the farm, Takuma announced as he stood up after taking in the information from scouts. Nenro took in a deep breath before he stood. He had been given an opportunity, he was going to make the most out of it. Chapter 145, Chunin Uchiha Kano sat in her office, reading the morning newspaper. Stamped on the front page as the main headline was Leaf Military Police Force's most recent roundup of one of the prominent ecstasy gangs operating in and out of Hidden Leaf. It was a glowing article praising organized crime's work isolating the network of people involved with a mid-sized drug cartel. She had gotten used to seeing such articles once a month since the narcotics team's inception, now a fully funded task force, 9 months ago. The team of Geinin had all but launched a crusade against drug organizations in the village. Almost every week, without fail, they had made important arrests. Their momentum had only risen from the day he had made their first big arrest. Kano searched for a particular name in the article, but just like always, it didn't have a single mention in the article. The source of the article was simply stated as an officer in organized crime along with official comments from the office of Jonin Uchiha Sayuri, the head of the organized crime department. But she knew the source was Takuma, the supervising officer of the narcotics task force. After Takuma had taken his new position as the leader of the new team, his supervising officer changed from Kano to Yakumi, her boss. As such, Takuma no longer worked directly under Kano. She was still at a higher rank than him as a senior officer, but the chain of command had changed. The Department of Organized Crime did have a role in what went out to the media, but as far as Kano knew, the Narcotics Task Force personally handled their own media communication with a simple external review process before anything went out. It was Takuma's decision to keep his name out of the newspapers. He deliberately directed attention away from him by putting a prominent Jonin in the spotlight. And no one except for Setsuna had complained about it, who was in charge of the new recruitments and wished to use Takuma's recent success as the poster boy for the second batch of recruits, but Takuma had ensured his name stayed out. From what Yakumi had told her, Takuma had established exclusive relationships with a few journalists in the Hidden Leaf. Every newspaper, radio, magazine would get some information from the Narcotics Task Force about their latest accomplishments, but Takuma would share a little bit extra with his journalist friends and, in return, those journalists would put the achievements front and center and paint them in gold. By no means was it a new practice, but Takuma had been quick to utilize it from day one when usually people like him, in charge of new initiatives, would try to put their name out extensively on every success. Kano didn't know why he did it, but Takuma had been particular about what went out to the media. If she had to guess, it was because he didn't want to attract the envy of the people in the police force. Even though he wasn't attracting attention, the results had definitely been noticed. The Narcotics Task Force's recent request for an increase in the budget had been approved without much resistance, even though there wasn't a single senior officer or even a Chunin on the team. Even Yakumi, who was associated with the Narcotics Task Force, wasn't actively involved in the day-to-day operations. With the popularity and results of the task force, many senior officers in organized crime had tried to get themselves placed as the leader in charge of the task force to get credit for the work and set themselves up in a favorable situation, but shockingly, they had been unsuccessful. It's because of him. All of it is directly tied to him, all the information and contacts. Everything comes from him. Yakumi had told her when they had gone drinking after work. Takuma was the only one connected to his confidential informants, who were the source of all information. Without Takuma, the task force would need to go through an overhaul and would need to figure out an alternate method of operation. That would require a lot of work, and anyone who was in charge would be under pressure to bring things back up to speed and be blamed when they failed. Takuma, seemingly aware of the fact, had leveraged it to keep his position as the one in charge. It was a risky move that would have offended many, which it had, and would have caused him to feel a lot of heat, but Takuma had been able to retain his position. Jonin Sayuri had herself stopped entertaining any talks about a Chunin or Jonin to be put in charge of the Narcotics Task Force, and there was even gossip that the orders had come from the very top from Chief Fugaku, who, according to the internal office chatter, was helping Takuma because he was her wife's student. But as far as she knew, they were only rumors because that situation was supposedly about to change. According to the gossip floating around, the Narcotics Task Force was growing too quickly. It was on the verge of becoming too big for a Geinin to lead. It was becoming too big for an outsider to lead. It was inevitable that the higher-ups wouldn't let that happen. Kano sighed as she closed the newspaper. She had no desire to get involved with the Narcotics Task Force. She was happy with her current position, the perfect balance between active fieldwork and managerial duties, just what she preferred. But, she was sure somewhere behind closed doors, people were engaged in talks, especially right now, as Takuma was out of the village on a very important mission that could be disastrous for Takuma if it failed. It didn't help that the clan leadership's sudden change to the goal had sent a shock throughout the clan. The Uchiha clan, which just a few months ago was planning and working towards overthrowing the village's leadership, had now abandoned that goal. A lot of the clan was internally relieved about the decision, as it meant the potential for a war against the village went away. The reason behind the sudden change had been attributed to the village's recent willingness to work with the clan and the better treatment that had come with it. But that didn't mean everything had changed. If a little bit of better treatment had solved the problem, the Uchiha would have never thought of overthrowing the current regime. Only the final goal had been changed. The clan had continued with its preparation and planned to amass power, diversify its presence in the village, build more political allies, and solidify its position as one of the most powerful clans in the Hidden Leaf, so that they wouldn't ever again fall to a place where they had in the past few years. In many ways, nothing had changed at all. The clan had simply calmed down a little because they were no longer working towards a radical goal. Of course, not everyone was convinced. There was a group who was dissatisfied with the change and had raised their voices against the change, but with the entire leadership united, which was rare, as even there were always arguments and conflict. Even if they were working towards the same goal, there was nothing the dissatisfied minority could do. Kano could sense a wave of change coming for the Uchiha clan. She just didn't know how the Leaf military police force would factor into it now that they had opened their doors to the rest of the village. "How are you feeling?" Takuma was doing one last check on his gear after the final briefing when he heard the familiar voice. He glanced back to see Risa staring at him. When the proposal for the 1-month trial for the temporary narcotics team had been approved, Risa was the person he had approached for recruitment. She was the second largest contributor in the Meiko triad case and his closest connection in the police force back then. He wanted her on the team. Initially, she was hesitant. She had a nice position under Kano, and what Takuma was proposing was brand new and thus came with a huge risk of failure. He had convinced her by saying that it was only 1 month and that someone with her family connections wouldn't suffer if she did something new this early in her career. Luckily, Risa's parents thought the same, encouraging her to try it out. With Risa on board for at least during the trial period, Takuma was able to get most of the people on the Meiko triad team and some more who became interested after the success of the Meiko triad. The criteria had been the same as before, only include people who were overlooked for one reason or another, and with office politics prevalent, there were plenty of people to choose from when Takuma was allowed to select from outside organized crime. It had been 8 months since the trial period ended, and Risa was now the second in command of the narcotics task force. There was a risk in staying on, but Takuma believed they had done enough in the 8 months to justify that risk with plentiful returns. "Well, trying to focus on the current mission," said Takuma. He scoffed. "Being away from the village has certainly helped to take my mind off things." Takuma and Risa had grown closer during their time in the narcotics task force. He had come to trust her as his second-in-command and as a friend. So, Risa was aware of Takuma's thoughts regarding the current situation in regard to the narcotics task force and Takuma's leadership over it. "You're overthinking it. They might not take it away from you," Risa said. He laughed as he turned to her. "Let's not kid ourselves here. That's an option." Takuma was well aware of the fact that they had grown beyond what an outsider genin like him could be allowed to lead, and that very soon, the Uchiha would take control of the narcotics task force away from him and give it to a Chunin who had the most political pull. And that he would be demoted but would still be forced to do the same work he was doing now for the narcotics task force, while all the credit went to the new leadership. No matter how much he loathed that, Takuma wasn't surprised that this seemed to be inevitable. In the 9 months, Takuma had been running the task force. All of his attention had gone towards making it as successful as he possibly could. Inomoto had given him the information, connections, and dirt on the people he wanted to be targeted, and Takuma had been the most effective bloodhound for him. He had been more aggressive with his decisions, taken risks, and utilized tactics that would have gotten him in deep trouble if they failed, but because they were successful, he had not only made Inomoto happy, but he had also increased his reputation inside the police force. Takuma had gotten a big raise and bigger bonuses, which, when included with his rings payout, which was considerably larger than before now that he only fought 2v1 and ninjutsu fights, had pushed him into a financial situation that Takuma no longer needed to deal drugs. It was a welcome situation, as Ru, his supplier, had been prickly after the Meiko triad incident, which would have landed him in big trouble if not for Inomoto. Plus, the task force's war against drugs had made Ru even more paranoid about who he worked with, so getting out had saved Takuma from a headache. Most importantly, he had gained connections and a voice. After the success, his higher-ups in the police force were much more willing to listen to him because they had seen the wins he had gotten them, and he could get away with some stuff and had even been able to demand more money for the task force, which was rare for an initiative as young as they were. Additionally, because Risa was his second-in-command, he was even unofficially backed by the Fuma clan, the Uchiha's closest allies. While not a big shot, Takuma was no longer a nobody in the police force. On the other side, due to Inomoto, Takuma had gained a lot of connections in the underworld. Obi now ran with Inomoto's group, which had made Takuma familiar with a lot of dynamics and relationships among the several groups in the underworld. Moreover, Junior Officer Takuma himself had gained a lot of confidential informants who reported to him in exchange for not arresting them for their crimes. Takuma understood that without Inomoto's information and connections, he wouldn't be able to produce the results that he had, but he also understood the importance of making his own network of people. He not only needed supplied informants known to the entire narcotics task force because keeping his team in complete darkness was not a good idea, but he also needed another source of information just in case Inomoto was trying to screw with him. While they had been wildly successful, Takuma could feel the dynamic change between him and Inomoto. For one, Inomoto did not like the fact that he was so close with the Uchiha royalty through Mikoto being his Genjutsu teacher. And Takuma's success in the police force had put a pressure on Inomoto that his blackmail on Takuma wouldn't work if the police force decided to save their own. So, while Takuma was happy that he was no longer completely subordinate to Inomoto, he had to be careful because Inomoto was a dangerous person. Takuma sighed. He missed when he was a simple junior officer in the police force moonlighting as a low-level drug dealer. Those times were simpler times. Things had become too complicated nowadays. I don't want to talk about it now, Takuma said to Risu. Let's focus on this mission. I want this to go well. His experience with B-rank missions wasn't positive. He wanted this one to go well to even the scales out. Chapter 146, We are going to enter through the west, said Takuma. Takuma's team was the weakest of the three teams due to the lack of a Chunin leader, but he didn't mind it as they weren't going to face a Chunin caliber opponent. Moreover, according to the intel and on-site scouting reports, there was only one enemy Chunin, while they had two combat-ready Chunin on their side. He was satisfied with the people he had handpicked for the mission. Takuma gazed up at them. Minoru, Fumarisu, and Uchiha Gi. Minoru was a sensory ninja who had been of great help during the Meiko Triad mission, and Takuma had actively courted him to join the narcotics task force because he saw the clear value in a sensory ninja. While Minoru wasn't that great at traditional police force work, he made up for it when they went on raids by providing intel which kept the raiding party informed and thus safe. Minoru had been the top contributor in verifying the intel and identifying the number of shinobi at the farm in the scouting phase through his chakra sensibilities. Risu was his academy classmate, partner during their days under Kano, and now his second-in-command. Takuma didn't want to bring Risu with him because he wanted his second-in-command to be at the office in case any emergency arose. Plus, he wanted someone he trusted to be his eyes and ears on the ongoing attempts to take the task force away from him. But when Risu saw the opportunity to have a B-rank mission on her record, she forced Takuma to take her with him, and when she really wanted something, Takuma couldn't deny it to her because how much work Risu had done in setting up the narcotics task force. Finally, Uchiha Gi, the final member. He wasn't Takuma's first choice for the slot, but despite having autonomous control over the narcotics task force, Takuma still worked for the Leaf Military Police Force, owned by the Uchiha. So, when the order came up from above to include Gi on the mission, Takuma had to oblige. Gi wasn't a bad choice. In fact, Takuma liked Gi enough. Gi was a reasonable man to work with, didn't flaunt his Uchiha status, despite it still giving him privilege, and was competent at the job he did in the narcotics task force. Gi was also one of the two Uchiha who agreed to work under Takuma in the task force, a bold move considering Risu had been rejected by every Uchiha who she had tried to recruit for Takuma. And Gi hadn't activated his Sharingan. The man was about to turn 17 this year and had yet to turn to gain access to his birthright. From what Takuma had gathered, unlike Hyuga, who were guaranteed the Byakugan from the moment they were born, not every Uchiha activated their Sharingan. Every Uchiha was put through the clan's training system and was trained to be elite shinobi from early childhood. They had a lot going for them: a strong clan-wide natural affinity to fire style, the Uchiha Interceptor Taijutsu, which was a top-grade taijutsu style even without the Sharingan, a rich culture of shinobi training, and envious opportunities for any member who desired them. And yet, it was the Sharingan that turned an Uchiha into a superstar. The moment their eyes turned, they truly became an Uchiha. Everything a clan member got before they activated their eyes, they got incomparably more afterward. The importance of the Sharingan didn't need to be stated in the Uchiha clan, it was felt. As for Gi, his chances of activating Sharingan became thinner with every passing day. Statistically speaking, if an Uchiha was to activate their Sharingan, they did it by the time they were 16 when their emotions were in flux due to teenage pubescence, increasing the chance to activate the eye, which reacted to strong emotions. Gi had turned 17 a month ago, and with every passing day, his chances plummeted. The frontal lobe responsible for planning, organization, logical thinking, reasoning, and managing emotions developed completely by their 25th year in males, and those who were shinobi or To be specific, people who practice chakra develop their frontal lobe anywhere from 19 to 22 depending on how much they use chakra on a daily basis. Takuma had been learning a lot about the brain in his Genjutsu sessions with Mikoto. The older an Uchiha got without activating Sharingan, the more the chances plummeted of ever activating it. But it didn't matter at the moment. We follow the diamond formation. Minoru stays at the back. I'll be leading the front. Risu and Gi flank beside, Takuma said. He sighed as he looked at his team. Before we go, any of you faced a Chunin in combat? Risu's and Gi's hands went up. Minoru looked at them in shock. Takuma continued, which was not a combat exercise. They put their hands down. I'm assuming those combat exercises were a Chunin versus a group of Genin. They nodded. A piece of advice. A Chunin fighting a Chunin is a different ball game. When shinobi of that caliber fight, people like us tend to become collateral damage. You must keep their presence in mind constantly while you fight your opponent, lose track of them, and you might die without getting a chance to avoid it. In fact, Takuma was the most scared of losing track. He fought in the 2v1 category regularly, won regularly, and because of that, he often feared that his perception might have become limited to 2 people. But fear was good. It kept him on his toes. Any more questions? He asked. He wanted to be focused on the impending combat before memories started bothering him. Gi said, you should rub some mud to dull the smell before we go. I like whatever you're wearing, but it's too much. Agreed, Risu added. Glad you like it. I'll give you the name and shop when we go back, Takuma said with a smile, fixing his ghillie suit. Let's move out. The farm they were raiding was a mid-size operation site. It was the first production site they were targeting, and thus it made this the highest-stake narcotics task force had faced to date. The operation was run by a rogue hidden leaf Chunin, 15 Genin equivalent combatants, and 30 civilian farmers. Leaving the rogue Chunin to their 2 Chunin meant they were outnumbered by 5 people. But Takuma wasn't worried about that. They could deal with a few more people, plus, they couldn't allocate any more budget to getting more people. Civilians could be a problem if they decided to stupidly interfere, but the general instinct of a civilian was to run away from a conflict between shinobi, which Takuma was counting on. If they didn't, a couple of explosive tags would do the trick. Try to keep them alive, Takuma whispered as they slowly moved through the thick bushes surrounding the farm. They needed enough people to bring back to the village, but casualties were inevitable. As they reached the farm, Takuma's team stopped and stayed in hiding. Before they could raid, they needed the enemy Chunin to be occupied to clear the way for them. Which was why the 2 Chunin would move first, and in the commotion, the Genin of all teams would finally move in. They would be sacrificing the element of surprise, but they would gain a level of separation between the 2 power groups, increasing safety. The Chunin are on the move, Minoru whispered. Takuma felt his team shuffle behind him. They were nervous. He was too. But for some strange reason, their nervousness gave him confidence. They have entered the farm, said Minoru. Boom. There was a large explosion. Hold, Takuma said when he felt them shift. Why? Asked Gi. Hold, Takuma repeated. Minoru? The answer came a couple of seconds later. They made contact, said Minoru. We should move, said Risu. Hold, Takuma repeated. Why? She asked. Minoru spoke up before Takuma. They're moving north. Go, said Takuma. They were far enough from them. He stood up, retrieved a kunai with an explosive tag tied to its tail, and threw it deep into the farm. Boom. The moment the explosion blew up the crop, they moved in while maintaining the diamond formation. They laid low to give the ghillie suit some more use and blend into the produce for a few more movements. A group is forming to the right, said Minoru. Right, Takuma signaled, and they moved in that direction. A group of 5 people came into view. They had their targets. The confrontation started when Gi launched a volley of shuriken toward the group. One of the men stepped forward and thwarted the shuriken volley before alerting his group. A level of competence, thought Takuma, or they have gotten used to the terrain. The people on the farm lived on site for long periods of time because the farm had to be protected at all times, meaning they had the terrain advantage in terms of vision. A kunai targeted Takuma's heart which he easily deflected before abandoning the restricting ghillie suit. He took in a deep breath, and even in the commotion, Takuma could feel his heart beat. Imagine him ask. Almost immediately, Takuma's focus shot up, and he felt himself descending into a state he was familiar with every time he stepped into the arena. A kunai slipped into his hand each, and he dashed towards the group, who were standing in the 2 to 3 formation. The 2 in the front broke away from the group as Takuma did. One had a machete, the other dual-wielded batons. Takuma blocked the 2 batons with his 2 kunai and immediately pushed him away with a kick in the stomach. He turned towards the other front man expecting to be immediately engaged with him, only to see the man still 2 paces away. He glanced at the back 3, and they had barely moved. They're not used to cooperative combat, or they aren't used to fighting with each other, Takuma deduced internally. The other front man was slow, but Takuma wasn't going to be a sleeping rabbit. He stepped forward, shifted to dodge the machete, and sliced at the wrist holding the blade. Ah! The man screamed. Takuma shut the man up before his throat could open up completely. A knee to the stomach folded the man over. Chakra flowed through the chakra pathways system until they reached the tenketsu in the elbow. Takuma brought his elbow down at the man's back while expunging the chakra to augment the strike. Takuma held back because he didn't want to break the spine, but he spread the chakra enough to clean the man out of any fluids he held in his stomach. Before the man could kiss the ground, Takuma had already moved past him. He glanced at the man he had kicked away, who was getting up. He launched both his kunai into the man, one to the thigh, second to the same calf. That would be enough to keep him down for a moment. Takuma shifted his focus to the back three. If the front two were resilient enough to get up, his teammates were there to cover for them. He weaved hands seals. The three men immediately panicked, which delayed their next move, giving Takuma more than enough opportunity to get close to them, close enough that they could smell the scent he was wearing. They recovered when they saw Takuma standing there, looking at them with his arms up and his hands in fists. They immediately jumped on him, but before they could land a single strike, it happened. The three men abruptly stopped, their eyes became hazy as they hastily brought their blocks up as though trying to protect them from something, and it wasn't Takuma. Takuma, unfazed, placed an augmented strike on each of them to knock them out before they could get out of the Ganjutsu he had put on them. Ganjutsu, Flower Hill. The Ganjutsu made the target seem like they were trapped in a tornado of petals which obscured everything and made them feel like they were about to be blown away. It obscured their vision and made them instinctively protect themselves from the winds. The downside of the jutsu was that it only lasted a couple of seconds before it automatically weaned off, but the Ganjutsu made it up with the absurdly strong couple of seconds while it was on. And a couple of seconds was all Takuma needed to knock them out. Takuma sighed and turned towards his team. Risu had knocked out the man he had disabled with his kunai while Minoru and Gi stood over the other man. They were looking at him. Minoru looked surprised, Gi looked interested, and Risu looked unbothered. Takuma had no idea why Minoru was still surprised. He had taken him on every raid they had been inside the village. Gi was a junkie who liked to spar. Takuma hadn't sparred with him yet. Risu wasn't surprised because she had been with him the longest. Tie them up, we will go to Takuma, Minoru interrupted. His eyes were wide, and he was staring at the ground, but he was clearly focusing elsewhere. Another Chunin grade presence is closing in on us, and it's closing in quickly. There are more with B, but they're not as strong. Takuma's eyes widened. He weaved hand seals and pressed his palms into the ground. Earth style, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu. A thrum went out of Takuma's hands, traveling through the ground. A moment later, the waves returned, and Takuma interpreted them. 4 people. Takuma looked up at Minoru. One of them has grade 2 chakra levels. Minoru nodded. Grade 2, or informally Chunin grade, was the bracket of chakra volume in a person which sensory ninja sensed. A Genin could have more chakra than a Chunin, but a median was calculated, and the grade brackets were created. They aren't moving quickly. Takuma looked around him. They were in a thick forest, and the foliage covered any smoke the Chunin had already created in their fight. We have very little time, but it's enough to prepare? Gi interrupted. We should inform the Chunin. Of course, we inform them. But we prepare, we can't just stand there doing nothing, said Takuma. He breathed deeply, gather the others. We are going to get everyone involved. They were going to take out a Chunin. Chapter 147, Nenro followed the Uchiha from Takuma's team at breakneck speed. They had just defeated their targets when the Uchiha came running in a second later, telling them that they had an unaccounted enemy team coming in. There's a Chunin among them, are you sure? Nenro asked the moment he saw Takuma, a nervous edge in his voice. As he finished the sentence, Masaaki's team arrived as well, led by Fumirusu. They had similar tense expressions painted with anxiety and unease. Chakra levels confirmed by Minoru. Takuma was sitting cross-legged on the floor, his brows tense in concentration. He glanced at them for a moment before going back to staring hard at the floor. Nenro glanced at the sensory ninja part of Takuma's team. He had gotten over the fact that Takuma was leading people from clans like Fuma and Uchiha. He worked in a place with no shortage of those clan members, but having a sensory ninja under his command was much more of a surprise. Sensory ninja were extremely rare. He was thoroughly glad that they had a sensory ninja among them. How can we be sure they're an enemy force? Said the Yamanaka from Masaaki's team. The Inuzuka from Nenro's team scoffed. Of course, they are. Who else would come to a drug farm? Anyone besides us is an enemy. Despite the rough words, Nenro could tell that Inuzuka was agitated from the large brown Ninken rubbing his head against his partner's leg as though trying to calm him down. The question is, who are they, and why are they coming here? Asked the Yui on Nenro's team. That's not the question, thought Nenro, but before he could voice his opinion, Takuma spoke up. That's irrelevant. We don't need to know who they're, only that the Chunin among them will wipe us out, said Takuma. But to guess, they're probably a courier team visiting to collect a consignment delivery. That made sense, thought Nenro. The farm was a production plant, and the produce they grew needed to go out so it could be sold. Nenro bit his lip. Their luck was horrible. This wasn't taken into account, Akimaki from Masaaki's team sighed, rubbing her forehead with a frown. Takuma shook his head. The delivery schedule wasn't part of the intel package. We are unlucky, Akimaki groaned. Nenro glanced at the people around him. Their expressions were darkening by the second. Everything had been going extremely smoothly to this point. They hadn't encountered a single problem from scouting to capture. The morale that should have been at a high had plummeted to a sinking low. We don't have much time, a few minutes at best, said Takuma. We need to come up with a plan to take them out, or... Are you insane? The Inuzuku interjected. At least survive until our Chunin can replace us, Takuma finished. He looked at the Inuzuku. We don't have a choice. We can't run or hide, and we don't know when the Chunin will finish their fight. We have no choice but to engage. Nenro swallowed deeply. Running or hiding would turn them into deserters, and there was no worse fate than that of a deserter turning rogue. Would be a better choice than returning to the village if they decided to avoid this. Moreover, allowing the incoming Chunin to go unchallenged would risk the lives of Hidden Leaf Chunin. The priority was clear. The highest-ranking shinobi were to be protected and supported, so if everything went wrong, they would at least survive. It was so much easier to replace a Geinin than a Chunin and, similarly, infinitely simpler to replace a Chunin than a Jonin. Everyone in the group knew that, so they realized they had no choice. We are going to ambush them, Takuma stood up. Who made you the leader? Yamanaka narrowed his eyes. Takuma turned towards him with an emotionless stare. Do you want to be the leader? Do you have a plan? If you want to take responsibility, be my fucking guest, but if you don't, shut the fuck up and listen. We don't have time, and I want to survive this. Yamanaka's face twitched. He looked away and didn't say anything. Anyone else? You have 5 seconds, Takuma looked at everyone, but no one spoke up. Good, now open your minds and listen. The Chunin is the primary target, but before we try to engage him, we need to take out the 3 Geinin with him. But, we can only spare 2 of us for 3 Geinin. Minoru and Inuzuka, you 2 will be responsible for the Geinin. Why them? Asked the Uchiha. Minoru is the weakest among us, he has the highest chances of dying against a Chunin, but he will survive a Geinin. Inuzuka has his Ningen, that makes up the numbers in a way, Takuma answered before glaring at Uchiha. Do not question my decisions. I can't keep repeating this, but we don't have time. Only ask if you have doubts about what you need to do. Takuma's voice was tinged with frustration and anger. I'll wrap up the Geinin and join the rest of you against the Chunin, said Inuzuka. Nenro appreciated the man's prompt response. It removed the tension and awkwardness before it could grow and allowed the conversation to proceed instantly. Takuma seemed of a similar mind as he gave the Inuzuka an appreciative nod. The rest of us will be divided into 3 teams: tank, damage, support, said Takuma. Takuma then explained the responsibilities. The tanks were going to be the team responsible for drawing the attention of the Chunin and absorbing as much damage as possible so that the other teams could operate without worrying about being attacked. The damage team, as the name suggested, was all about dealing as much damage to the enemy as possible. Chunin didn't mean invisible, as long as they got in enough damage, they could theoretically take them down. Finally, the support team was in charge of filling any gaps that would pop up and doing anything they thought would help the other 2 groups. But as Takuma's explanation came to an end, Nenro could tell that everyone had one question on their mind. Who was going to be on the tank team? It was clear that the tanks were going to be the people who would be suffering the majority of the brunt of the Chunin's damage. They were going to be the people with the highest chances of dying. Nenro thought there would be a spell of silence when deciding the team assignments, but he was proved wrong immediately. I will be a tank, Takuma said seamlessly after his explanation. I will join you, said Masaaki. Nenro's eyes widened as he stared at his 2 best friends volunteering for the most dangerous jobs. He felt a grimy feeling churn in his heart. A terrible scene flashed through his mind as he imagined a scenario where he lost the only 2 people he cared about in the group. However, Takuma immediately shot that down. No, you're on the damage team. He then turned to Akimaki. I want you to be with me on the tank. Just the 2 of us. Takuma, let me come with you. Masaaki exclaimed loudly. Shut up, Masaaki. Follow the orders, Takuma said to Masaaki while staring at Akimaki. I am an Akimaki. The job was made for me. Akimaki pounded her bow staff into the ground. Thank you, Takuma half smiled. His smile went away almost instantly. The damage team Masaaki, Nenro, and you three are responsible for taking him down. Without you guys injuring him, we don't have a chance of surviving this. Don't hold back, but be efficient. I do not want you gas out before we are through this." Nenro, Masaaki, and Uchiha nodded. Masaaki looked dissatisfied, but he was following orders. Nenro himself felt nervous. He was going through the jutsu he knew and how to use them. "I can do damage," said Fumirasu. "I know. You're on partial damage duty," Takuma replied. "Rasu, Yamanaka, and Yui, you three are in support. You guys are going to cover our asses. If someone's in a bad spot, get them out. If you see a chance to attack, you go for it. If one of us gets injured, pull them away. Anything to increase the chance of survival except tanking unless both me and Akimeki are dead." Nenro stared at Takuma. How could he look so calm in this situation? How could he keep barking orders to 9 people in such an abrupt situation like this? What was going through his mind? How was Takuma envisioning this would turn out? Did he believe they would be able to survive the upcoming battle? Was it his previous experience that gave him confidence? Nenro had many questions but no way to know the answers. There isn't enough time to formulate a traditional plan of action, so everyone will need to improvise the fuck out of it, said Takuma. For this to go well, every one of us will need to be mindful of our surroundings and each other. If we don't support each other, at least some of us will be dead, and if we don't get back up in time, it's up to all of us. As for the ambush, this is what we are going to do. After Takuma explained the plan, he asked the teams to split up before they position themselves for the ambush, but before they could move, the Uchiha spoke up. "Are you not scared?" he asked Takuma. Takuma, who had half turned away, returned to look at the Uchiha and then gazed at the group. "I am terrified out of my wits," he said, "but I want to keep living, and that desire for survival is what keeps me going right now." He chuckled, "If I'm going to die, then it's not going to be on a B-rank mission out here in the middle of nowhere. I want to die in a warm bed when my skin is wrinkled like a witch, and I have problems shitting, which seems an unlikely scenario in our occupation, but it's nice to have an end goal. And well, there's a disgusting amount of porn in my house, which I would like to be disposed of before I die. Have to clear my browser history before I kick the bucket, if you know what I mean." Takuma laughed boisterously as he said that last part. Nenro didn't understand what Takuma meant, but he had gotten used to it after years of their friendship. Others, though, looked just as confused as he did when he didn't know Takuma as well as he did now. "If we live today, Rasu is going to take us all to the best restaurant in the village and foot the entire bill. Gorging ourselves to death is a much better way to go out." Takuma shot a rare grin at Rasu. "Sure, why not?" said Rasu with a small smile. The situation hadn't changed, but the mood was lightened considerably. Takuma motioned to Akimeki, and the two stepped away to have their team discussion. Despite knowing Takuma had been leading a team for 3/4 of the year, Nenro never thought Takuma to be the leader material. At most, Nenro thought Takuma would be a decent manager, but now observing him in the moment, Nenro could tell that even though he was rough around the edges and not as charismatic as some other people he knew, Takuma was definitely a leader material. He sighed before turning to Masaaki and the Uchiha. "Let's share what all of us can do. We have a Chunin to kill, and it's going to take all we have." Chapter 148, Minoru sat huddled behind a bush. His eyes scrunched in concentration as he opened his sixth sense to the outside world. He was 12 years old when one random day, he suddenly could sense the chakra of people around him. At first, it was so overwhelming that his life was turned into hell. He couldn't control his chakra sense, and they were dialed up to 11, and in a village teeming with shinobi like cockroaches, it was little torture for him. Every waking moment his senses were bombarded with others' chakra emissions. Headaches were all but constant. He couldn't focus on anything, and even the littlest things became Herculean tasks. He didn't know what was happening, and for a week, he tried to push through it, but then he passed by a roadside stall where a group of jonin were having a meet-up. He passed out in the middle of the road and had to be taken to the hospital, where he was finally told that he had the talent to become a sensory ninja. Minoru wasn't happy about the news at all until he was informed that he would be assigned a teacher who would help him control his new sense. It took half a year to get his ability under control. During that time, he lived on the outskirts of the village, away from the shinobi population and their chakra emission. He was taught to close his senses and, more importantly, regulate them so he could officially become the sensory ninja. After his training, Minoru officially became part of the sensory corps, which didn't turn out to be as good as a deal he initially thought. 1 week after his training, he was called in to be informed that he was transferred to a conflict region on the Land of Fire, Land of Rain border where Hidden Leaf and Hidden Rain Village, shinobi were stationed because of border disputes. Multiple sensory ninja were stationed on the border to monitor the Hidden Rain shinobi and their activity in the conflict region. For 3 years, Minoru was on the border. At first, he hated it, He was born and raised in the Hidden Leaf and had no desire to live somewhere else, but slowly, he made friends and eventually got used to his new life. He became proud of his job. He was protecting his nation from outside forces. But then the news came from home. The Leaf Military Police Force was recruiting for the first time. The police force was going to be open to shinobi outside the Uchiha and their cohort. Minoru was proud of his contribution and had made friends, but that didn't mean he no longer missed the village. All of his family lived there, and he hadn't seen them once since his transfer. He immediately sent an application, and half a year later, he was officially called back to the Hidden Leaf. He was transferred to the Leaf Military Police Force. Minoru was happy to be home. His family was especially elated at his return and new posting. The new job wasn't as glorious as his previous one. He was no longer keeping his nation safe. Instead, he was posted at a police force facility with sensitive information and material. He still used his sensory ninja talent, but now he was a security guard at a building. Yes, his pay was better, but he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with his professional life. But then, Fumirusu approached him with a job. They didn't know each other, but he worked with one of her cousins. She told him that there was a raid that could use a sensory ninja like him. Looking back at it, Minoru had agreed too quickly. But it had turned out quite well because not only did the raid do some visible good in the village by disrupting the Meiko Triad's operation and opening a dozen more cold cases, but it also allowed Minoru to feel good about his job. 10 days after the raid, he was contacted by Takuma, who asked him to join a temporary narcotics team that could turn into a full-on task force. Looking back at it again, Minoru had agreed too quickly. But things turned out quite well once again. He joined the narcotics task force under Takuma's leadership. And what followed were the most satisfying 9 months of life. They went after actual bad guys, decimated drug trade networks in the village, disrupted money supply to potential illegal operations. They did some real good. And now he was on a B-rank mission. They had faced plenty of shinobi during raids, but this was different. Minoru, update? He heard Takuma's voice from the earpiece. Minoru spread his senses as far as possible. Not every sensory ninja was the same, everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. In Minoru's case, his strength lay in his range. He could sense chakra from long distances, making him perfect for places like a nation border, but he also had a weakness. The way he sensed chakra was inconvenient. The higher the chakra emission, the brighter it appeared in his mind's eye. When a shinobi with an enormous amount of chakra was standing close by to others with low amounts, the shinobi with the high chakra could mask the ones with low chakra levels. He had once tried to look at the Hokage's office with his senses. The entire building looked like one big light splotch to his senses. He could tell there were several jonin in the building, but shockingly, the Lord Hokage overshadowed every single one of them. His accuracy was also not the best. The margin of error was quite high compared to some other people he knew. He could judge the bracket accurately, but the exact amount was hazy when the people were far away or were actively suppressing their emissions. 1 minute at most, Minoru replied. He felt a ripple go through the chakra emissions through half of his allies. They were nervous. He was sure all of them were. He was not good at sensing fluctuations either. But Minoru didn't feel overly nervous. The Chunin coming for them had hefty chakra reserves, but their side also had someone with comparable chakra levels. His leader might be a straightforward person, but when he was in combat, he fought like a damned demon. 1 minute at most, said Minoru. Takuma rubbed more mud on his body to cover the scent he was wearing. Even though it wasn't strong enough to be smelled from a distance, he couldn't let it risk the ambush. Plus, he had an additional vial. He removed his earpiece as it would only get in the way of fighting and began focusing. The front end of the ambush wasn't reliant on him, but there was a chance it could all go wrong, and the tank team would need to step up to do damage control. He trusted his allies he needed to at the moment despite not knowing most of them personally, or else none of it would work, but a little bit of skepticism helped everyone. As his father once said, trust, but not blindly. Takuma's enhanced hearing picked up footsteps, and he got ready to blaze out with augmented fists. The entire group slowly shifted in total silence to put the 4-man squad within their circle of ambush. Takuma's nerves began to tighten as they slowly tightened the circle. A few seconds later, their targets finally entered the sights. 4 men dressed in traveling cloaks came into view. They were traveling in the standard diamond formation, but perhaps they were so close to their destination that they seemed lax. The lowered guard, the no suspicion of mishap, the fatigue from the long journey, the pieces were all advantageous for Takuma's side. They just needed to strike fast and hard to end things quickly. 3, 2, 1. The moment the 4 men stepped into the middle of their circle, the ambush began. Step 1. Yui would cast a Genjutsu on the Chunin. The Chunin suddenly stopped and grabbed his head with a groan. Sir? One of the Geinin exclaimed as all 3 accompanying Geinin took out their kunai. It took all but 2 seconds for the Chunin to raise his hand to form a Kai-hand seal. Step 2. Before the Chunin breaks the Ganjutsu, Yamanaka would use his mind-body switch jutsu to take control of the Chunin's body. The Chunin's head jerked, and the hands froze mid-air a moment before they could form the Kai-hand seal. "Hurry, see can't hold on." The Chunin suddenly yelled in a strained voice. Step 3. Minoru and Inuzuka would separate the Geinin away from the Chunin. Minoru and Inuzuka leaped out of hiding towards the 3 Geinin, revealing the team's presence for the first time. Minoru kicked one of the Geinin deep into the forest while Inuzuka and his Ninken dragged the other 2 in another direction. Chains rattled in his arms as Takuma jumped out toward the Chunin. Step 4. Tank team will move in to restrain the Chunin. 2 chains shot out of the forest, wrapping around the Chunin's torso, trapping the arms snugly to the sides. Takuma and Akimaki jumped out of the bushes and tugged harshly on the chain, wishing they could rip the Chunin apart. Step 5. The damage team will move in for the kill. Nenro and Gi revealed themselves as they jumped the Chunin. They stood opposite each other, weaving hand seals for 2C rank jutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Lightning style, Lightning Bolt Jutsu. As Gi breathed fire and Nenro shot a bolt of condensed lightning, Takuma felt the chain snap, and the loss of tension made him stumble back. On the other end, Akimaki, too, fell as her chain snapped. "He is free!" Takuma yelled. The 2C rank jutsu met in the middle with the Chunin as the target, but Takuma knew the Chunin was free. His eyes darted everywhere to locate the Chunin. Every moment they didn't have eyes on the Chunin was a moment their chances of death increased. Takuma caught a shadowy blur. "Canopy!" he yelled. Suddenly, 2 white glows erupted from within the forest bushery. Masaaki's chakra metal knuckles blazed with his Bucky jutsu as he pounced like a wild animal toward the Chunin, decking him in the jaw and sending the man crashing to the ground. The Chunin did a barrel roll to mitigate his momentum and stood up with a slight stumble. The travel robe was beyond tattered, and the Chunin ditched it to reveal gear modeled after the Hidden Leaf shinobi uniform, but it was modified to be a bit heavier and was made up of darker colors. This was another Hidden Leaf missing ninja. An ambush. And a Yamanaka? The Chunin grunted as he rubbed his bruised jaw. He turned to look in the direction where Inuzuka was fighting the 2 Geinin. He sighed, useless grunts. The Chunin then looked at everyone within his view. "Well, you guys fucked your chance, and I'm not charitable to give you another one." Takuma ditched the chain and took out a kunai. He placed himself in front of the Chunin while Akimaki walked behind him. Nenro, Masaaki, and Gi stepped back but stayed in view. Yui and Yamanaka stayed hidden. "Surrender, this is your final warning." "I'm not charitable enough to give you another one," said Takuma. The Chunin laughed. "You all are already dead," he said. Takuma cracked his neck before charging toward the Chunin. He slashed for the Chunin's neck, but the Chunin dodged and grabbed Takuma's wrist. Takuma didn't falter and shot out with a punch to the throat. The Chunin laughed as he caught the fist, but his smile vanished when the punch almost made his shoulder pop out of its socket. Takuma dropped the kunai and grabbed the Chunin's arm, and his other hand mimicked the moments until Takuma was clenching both wrists. He planted both his feet firmly into the ground and smirked. The Chunin frowned and, without warning, slammed his head into Takuma's face. "Remove that smirk from your face, boy." The Chunin's eyes widened, and he immediately tried to move, but Takuma tugged sharply on his hands to keep him in place. Shing. Thud. The Chunin's body jerked as a giant Fumashuriken struck him from behind, lodging itself in his back. "I hope they don't need you alive," Takuma said as he spat blood in the Chunin's face. "Because I'm going to reap the bounty on your head, and it's going to be dead, not alive." Chapter 149, Takuma felt the resistance from the Chunin's arms against his grip fade, and relief filled him. The last half hour had been more stressful than any raid he had conducted in the past 8 months. They didn't usually ambush Chunin like this. Moreover, this time around, he had Nenro and Masaaki along with him. Takuma couldn't bear to lose the people closest to him on a mission he had invited them on. "Akimaki, help me restrain him." "Yamanaka, seal his chakra," Takuma called out. Yamanaka was a novice Fuinjutsu user. He couldn't completely stop the flow of the Chunin's chakra, but he could restrict the flow considerably, making chakra challenging to use. Akimaki stepped forward with a chain in her hands while Yamanaka dropped down from the trees while rubbing his forehead. It seemed the mind-body switch jutsu had strained him. "Masaaki, Yui, go assist Inuzuka and Minoru," Takuma continued. "Gi, check up on the situation with the Chunin, see if they're finished." The team was about to mobilize when the Chunin before Takuma began laughing. "Dead, me?" the Chunin said to Takuma. "You're not going to touch me if I don't want you to. And the dead one will be you, but unlike me, your head isn't worth anything." The next moment, the man turned into a humanoid made from solid earth. The now earthen wrist broke under Takuma's grip a moment before the entire figure crumbled to the ground. It was an earth clone. Takuma's heartbeat spiked as his eyes, only for a moment, went to the others. They looked as shocked as he was feeling. However, that single moment was a moment too much. By the time Takuma's mind ordered him to look for the real Chunin, it was already too late. A hand shot out of the soil behind Takuma's and grabbed onto his leg, and before he could do anything, Takuma found himself being dragged underground. He slipped right in without any resistance because the nature of the soil had changed, but the moment Takuma was underneath, the earth solidified in the blink of an eye, trapping him in a steel grip. Behind Takuma, the Chunin emerged from the ground. He had a kunai in his hand, and he was looking down at Takuma with a nasty grin on his face. He swung down the kunai for Takuma's head, but it never reached as Masaaki crashed his body into the Chunin at full force. Fuck. It happened before he could think. He saw the Chunin with a kunai looming over Takuma, and without conscious thought, Masaaki leaped for the Chunin before he could harm one of his best friends. It was pure instinct, and Masaaki was thankful for them. They rolled on the floor. Masaaki's knuckle duster glowed as he dug a punch into the Chunin's chest. The Chunin grunted as he kicked Masaaki off of him. The shinobi immediately got up and faced each other, watching each other's every twitch. "You're a strong boy, aren't you, lad?" the Chunin smirked. He patted his chest, and the breastplate underneath the clothes clinked. "Parents must have fed you right. Are they still kicking? I might pay them a visit for the family secrets." Masaaki frowned. "You can come with me. Or at least, your head can," the Chunin finished. Masaaki pumped chakra into his knuckle dusters and darted for the Chunin. They began exchanging blows, with Masaaki turning up the aggression every moment, pushing the Chunin, who had a smile plastered on his face the entire time as though unbothered by Masaaki. "Boy, do you know the problem with Buki Jutsu?" said the Chunin as he dodged a punch from Masaaki. "The weapon becomes the focal point of the combat style. A weapon can give you additional firepower, and that's not a bad thing, not at all, but more often than not, a weapon becomes a liability. Skilled shinobi don't allow it to become a problem, but amateurs." The Chunin sidestepped a glowing fist, grabbed his wrist, and dug a palm strike into Masaaki's elbow. Let their style skew around a weapon, and once an opponent learns how to bypass it, they can dismantle you at leisure. Masaaki felt a sharp pain jolt through his arm. It was enough to stun him for a moment, which was all the Chunin needed to launch an all-out assault on Masaaki's body. Blow after blow, hard strikes wrecked his body. "You're a strong boy, lad. But I'm stronger." The Chunin raised his hand for the final strike. But the strike never came down as he looked up to see Akimeki dropping down at him, a vicious look on her face and her prized bow staff in her hands. The Chunin jumped back immediately, and Masaaki stumbled away just before the bow staff slammed against the ground, spreading cracks out from the point of impact. Good things, he's not alone. The Chunin looked back just in time to see a lightning bolt of lightning style, shock slam into his body and Nero standing in the distance. The Chunin clenched, and his muscles tensed as the current wrecked its way through him. He groaned as the current disrupted their natural rhythm of contraction and relaxation. But that only lasted a few moments as the D-rank jutsu passed out from his body. He took a jittery step towards Nero and then a normal step, and then he was running. Shingafuma Shuriken flew out of the trees and landed before the Chunin, stopping him in his track. And the moment he did, his back felt a heat. He turned back, and a fireball was rolling toward him. "Kids." The Chunin sighed before he began to weave hand seals. Risa watched the fire from fire style, great fireball jutsu hit the Chunin and engulfed the man. Gi was an Uchiha. If the clan could claim one jutsu, it would be this one. The fire burned bright and hot, surrounding the Chunin in its entirety. The Chunin would be lucky to leave behind an unburned patch of skin. "We got him," she whispered with a sigh. For a moment, it got really close. The moment they lost sight of the Chunin, replaced by his clone, they were in grave danger. The real body could have been anywhere, but the Chunin ended that worry by popping behind Takuma, which in itself was a scare if Takuma's friend hadn't rescued him at the last moment. She pulled on the string attached to the ring of her favorite baby and pulled. She didn't want heat and fire to damage the metal. The shuriken didn't budge. She frowned. It must have dug into the ground a bit too deep. She tugged hard, but yet again, the shuriken didn't budge. Risa squinted her eyes from atop a tree branch. Her shuriken was engulfed in fires, blocking a direct view of it. As the fire flickered, she saw a shadow of something move. It couldn't have been a Chunin, he would have been a crisp by now. But then it hit her. Something was missing. There are no screams. The Chunin hadn't screamed a squeak the entire while he was inside the fire. The Chunin wasn't dead. "Guys, he isn't dead," she shouted. Then the shadow moved. Out of the fire came what could only be described as a rock monster. The entire figure was covered in hard gray rock in a scaly pattern. With every move, the rocks on the body also moved to accommodate movement. The chest was wide, waist narrow, the forearms below the elbow were shaped like spiked clubs of sizes suitable for clubs, and the legs, too, grew wider until they were an elephant's flat stompers near the feet. And the head was shaped as an inverted triangle, like a spiked crown was placed on a head, leaving only the nose and eyes visible. The monster, the Chunin, rushed out of the flames and smacked Gi with its spiked club arms. It took one hit to send the Uchiha crashing through several trees, snapping the several tree trunks in the process. The monster then turned to Nenro and rushed toward him. Okimeki arrived in between them with her bow staff in between them. She struck the monster with her staff, but it did nothing. The monster even stopped and let Okimeki rain down strikes on him, but it did nothing. The monster raised his hand, and with one swing, Okimeki was sent flying away. With the path clear, the monster continued after Nenro, who shot a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt crashed on the club-like arms and exploded the rock, leaving a dent, but that was it. The monster continued forward. Nenro jumped away, but the monster caught him. The rocks moved to reveal a hand that gripped Nenro's leg and dragged him back and slammed him to the ground. He raised his other clubbed hand and proceeded to pummel Nenro into the dirt. Let fucking go of my friend. Masaaki jumped on the monster with his fist, which was glowing in a blinding light. Masaaki's strike created a crater in the monster's back and then got in another strike which made the monster cry. The monster took Masaaki off his back and slammed him into the ground before stomping him down with his legs. Masaaki shrieked as he got stomped on. The monster suddenly grabbed his head and stumbled away. Risu, who was sitting on the tree, saw her chance. One look and she could tell it was Yui working her Ganjutsu and that it wouldn't last long. Risu jumped down, and even though she wanted to target the Chunin, she remembered the words. If we don't support each other, at least some of us will be dead. If they were going to survive this, they needed to cover each other's back. Clearing Nenro and Masaaki was a higher priority than getting a blow on the Chunin. And, well, Takuma told me she was on the support team. Risu rushed to Masaaki's side and put him on the shoulder. She moved towards Nenro, who was a few meters away. But as she was putting the second man over her shoulders, the situation turned once again. Yui's Ganjutsu only so long against the Chunin, and he snapped out of it. Risu immediately threw an explosive tag to get her some time, but the explosion was blocked by the thick arm, and it barely did any damage. She made a note of using a higher grade of explosive tag next time. You're not going anywhere, girlie, said the monster. He stomped the ground, and Risu, who was about to jump away, had her balance disrupted away, and while the two guys on her shoulders weren't a heavy burden for a shinobi like her, they did contribute to her slipping. Three's the charm. She could hear the snark in his voice. Her heart was pounding. She was close to death, she could feel it. The Chunin wasn't something they could face on their own. They had thrown a lot at the man, but he had thrown them around while they had failed to injure him in any significant way. Nenro and Masaaki were literally thrashed into the ground, and while they could still fight, the team was weaker than before. So, knowing that, in the moment, she replied with the words which she felt the appropriate. Fuck off, she spat. And unexpectedly, that's what happened. A large quantity of water slammed into the back of the monster, blasting him away. The next moment, Risu barely caught the figure of Takuma flying by as he planted a kick into the rock-covered Chunin, slamming him to the ground and creating a rather large crater around them. I knew you would need a jutsu to get hard, said Takuma. Chapter 150, Earth Style, Hardening Jutsu. Takuma recognized the jutsu used by the Chunin. The well-known B-rank jutsu would pull the surrounding earth onto the body and harden it to a rocky consistency. The jutsu worked the best when the material used was naturally rigid, but it could use even the most porous of sand into an armor that could handle boatloads of damage. Takuma jumped away from the Chunin and landed beside Risu. Drop them, he said to her. Come on, boys. Not the time to rest. I want my heavy hitters if we're going to survive through this. Risu dropped Nenro and Masaaki on the ground, and the boys groaned as they got up. Masaaki punched the ground as he got up and pulled Nenro along with him, who was grabbing his head in agony. Are you both up for it? Takuma asked as he kept an eye on the Chunin, who was now getting up. It'll take more than that to take me down, said Masaaki. Nenro nodded. Nenro, lightning is super effective. Use it, said Takuma. Takuma stretched his limbs. Double suicide decapitation jutsu was a simple D-rank jutsu that trapped the target in the ground. It first softened the ground to pull the target in and then hardened it to trap the target. But in the hands of the Chunin, the jutsu could harden loose soil into dense rock. He had to shoot chakra out of his tenketsu all over his body repeatedly to soften the ground enough so he could get out. Most jutsu couldn't be scaled up, but then there were those like his water style, hidden mist jutsu that could create mist as dense as required and, in any volume, as long as enough chakra was pumped into the jutsu. Good, Takuma clapped his hand to gain their attention. We go according to plan. Me and Akimaki will have his attention while you chip away at his armor. That armor uses chakra every second it's up and sucks up more chakra to recover any damage done to it. We either drill through the armor or drain him out of his chakra until he drops it. Pick your poison, damage team. Gi landed beside him with a pissed look on his face, but he didn't look injured. A couple of tree trunks weren't enough to stop an Uchiha. The armor makes him slower, be on your toes, Takuma told Akimaki. He glanced back at the forest, still no sign of either Minoru or Onizuka. He sighed before turning his attention back to the Chunin, who was now facing them. The soil around him rose up, traveling up the legs and distributing to the damaged parts. A few seconds later, the armor was back to full integrity. Takuma turned to Rasu and tossed her something. She looked at her palm to see a bell that was a bit too big to fit on a palm. She looked up at Takuma. Give this to Yui, tell her to ring it, tell her to keep ringing it, he said. Fall back and snipe him from a distance. Rasu jumped away, and Takuma weaved hand seals. The water from water style, wild water wave rose up into a blob behind his back that extended into 5 tentacle-like appendages. Water style, 8 tentacles was a D-rank jutsu, but Takuma believed it to be misranked. It was definitely a C-rank jutsu. Jutsu rank classification wasn't an exact science. There were many factors involved in classifying a jutsu: the learning difficulty, chakra requirements, damage, and intended effect in the case of non-combat jutsu, among other factors. D-rank jutsu were usually easier to learn than C-rank jutsu, but 8 tentacles was hard to learn, harder than any C-rank jutsu Takuma knew, and he had yet to learn it completely. But for the effect it provided, the jutsu was too tough but it was easy to learn at the same time. The skill floor was low while the skill ceiling was too high. As the name suggested, the jutsu allowed the creation of 8 tentacles that could be freely controlled. Creating those 8 tentacles was easy enough, and the difficulty matched other D-rank jutsu. The real difficulty came in controlling the tentacles. Every tentacle was an additional limb that needed to be controlled consciously. The brain wasn't designed to suddenly have one more limb integrated, much less 8. Takuma had to gradually train his brain to control the additional limbs. It was an arduous process. When Takuma had sparred against Momoi, he could manage 2 tentacles while moving and 4 while standing still. It had taken 8 months of training between his narcotics task force to get his usage up to 5 tentacles when he was moving and 6 when he was standing still. The higher the number, the higher the difficulty. Ding! Takuma tossed 3 kunai into the air that were snatched up by the tentacles. He left his hands and 2 tentacles empty for other usages. Come on, big guy. Let's dance, you and me. Takuma charged for the Chunin. The Chunin laughed and started running towards Takuma with heavy steps that shook the surroundings. The armor made him slow, but he was still agile, just not for someone his level. Takuma took to the air with a spinning kick, chakra pumping through his leg. The Chunin punched out, the impact shredded through the rock armor. Chunks of rock flew everywhere, but the moment they separated from the armor, they turned into soil. The 2 free tentacles snaked around the arm and propped him up, giving Takuma an additional moment of airtime. He used the leverage to twist midair and landed another kick straight in the Chunin's face. But the Chunin was faster and blocked it with his other arm. More soil exploded. Ding, that's it, boy. I can piss this much off, said the Chunin. Nope, said Takuma. There's a reason evolution gave us hands with fingers, and you exchange them with clubs. The 3 tentacles with kunai jammed the blades into the small gaps between the rocks before Takuma jumped away. The Chunin looked down to see 3 explosive tags dangling from the tail of the kunai. Boom. The 3 grade 2 explosion tags tore through the armor, leaving huge gaping hole-shaped vulnerabilities in the armor. Before Takuma even landed on his feet, he saw the holes already mending. He clicked his tongue. The recovery was too fast. But he wasn't alone. The damage team picked up the hammer. Ding! Nenro had his arm outstretched as a dangerous amount of lightning arcs circles around his arm. Lightning style, lightning bolt jutsu looked a lot like lightning style, shock because the former was a C-rank jutsu, and the latter was a weaker D-rank derivative. It made sense why Nenro would choose lightning bolt as one of his C-rank choices. Learning a derivative jutsu made learning the higher rank jutsu easier. If Takuma's lightning affinity had been any good, he would have followed the same path as Nenro. A shrill whistle followed a powerful lightning bolt that slammed into the Chunin. There was a huge canyon between C-rank and B-rank jutsu. The jutsu ranking system had a certain quality. The rank scaling wasn't linear. There was a jump from D rank to C rank, a sharper leap from C rank to B rank, and a rocket climb from B rank to A rank. But there were cases when the jutsu rank gaps could be bridged. And those cases were known as affinity matchups. Lightning bolt might be a C rank just, but because lightning trumped earth, it could do significant damage to hardening jutsu. The Chunin must have known that because he tried to dodge, but the heavy weight slowed him down. The lightning bolt dripped rock on the left side of his body. There was still a thick layer remaining because affinity advantage could only do much when the two jutsu were of different ranks, and the Chunin was clearly more skilled in his jutsu than Nenro was with his. But it was enough for the next part. Ding Masaaki dropped in front of the Chunin with his shining fists and laid down a brutal combo that made Takuma wonder for a second if he should extend the invitation to the ring. It was getting quite boring underground, be it ninjutsu category or the 2v1 fights, and Tsubura refused 2v1 ninjutsu category fights to him because if he won one of those, none of the ninjutsu category fighters would even consider a fight with him. Well, at least the money was good. Masaaki's knuckle dusters tore through the armor like jackhammers against a paved road. Masaaki's Bucky Jutsu was comparable to Takuma's augmented strikes, but unlike Takuma, Masaaki could do damage from a distance through concentrated shockwaves. The simple knucklehead simply preferred to punch it out close distance. The Chunin backhanded Masaaki away but was blocked by Akimaki, who caught the arm. She looked like it was straining her to the limit to hold her down. Takuma narrowed his eyes, recognizing the signs of augmentation. It was similar to what Akimaki Hideaki used, but she was not as skillful as him. Akimaki pulled on the Chunin to gain his attention, so he didn't notice in time when Gi spat out globs of silver-tinged mucus all over the Chunin's body. Akimaki jumped away and the next moment, a kunai whistled down from the trees with an explosive tag that lit the mucus on fire. The mucus was highly flammable as it took mere seconds before the entire Chunin was on heat fire. Fire style, incendiary jutsu. A nasty C-rank jutsu which was napalm. It burned hot, adhered to the target, and the flames were super hard to extinguish. Takuma clicked his tongue. Fall back, he said. Ding, the damage team hesitated for a moment, but they jumped back as Takuma stepped forth. He's not done yet? Akimaki asked, standing by his side. Before Takuma could reply, a yell came from within the flames. Kitty gloves are off, you little vermins. I'm going to kill you all. Takuma re-equipped 3 of his tentacles with kunai inside. It's a Chunin with P-rank jutsu in his arsenal. He wouldn't have survived being a rogue if he went down so easily. Ding. Akimaki Mika gripped her bow staff till her knuckles were white as she saw the madness going on in front of her. Just a couple of minutes ago, they had the upper hand. The Chunin was burning in high flames with armor riddled with chunks. They just needed a few more blows to take a Chunin. And according to Takuma, it was not just any Chunin. It was a Chunin who had the ability to efficiently access the considerable amount of chakra reserves through B-rank jutsu. But it seemed that it was a wrong decision to strip the Chunin's armor because the armor seemed to be a defensive strategy. When it fell away, the Chunin switched to an offensive strategy. She looked to her right at a crater where Masaaki was stomped a moment ago. On her left, she saw Nenro hanging from a branch after he was punched out by earthen projectiles that weren't even aimed at him. The Chunin had unleashed an offensive rank jutsu at Takuma, and Nenro was caught in the crossfire. Nenro, still hanging on the branch, twitched. Off balance, he fell off the branch but grabbed onto it at the last second, but the grip failed almost immediately, and he fell to the ground. Nenro groaned as he clutched his stomach. He's in bad shape, said Nenro. It was Yamanaka controlling Nenro's body. He had done the same with Masaaki. He hadn't been helpful in combat, but he had been able to take over control when someone was in trouble and move them away. It was annoying when Yamanaka took control of her body midair. To be fair, she blacked out, unconscious. It was mighty helpful that he kicked her back up when she was back on 2 feet. Try to get him back, we need people. Also, try to find what the fuck is taking in Yuzuka so long. She yelled before facing the front. The Chunin was a formidable opponent, and with the Uchiha the only member of the damage team still active and Fuma aiding him, they needed more firepower. She was going to switch to attack, leaving Takuma as the person to keep the Chunin in check. It was a dangerous choice for Takuma, but it was a choice she was making because, as far as she had seen, he seemed to be doing fine entertaining the Chunin on his own. Chapter 151, Come on, sheep. Is that all you got? Asked the Chunin. He enjoyed the look on the kids' faces. The slow growth of displeasure, pain, anxiety, and exhaustion crept up on the brat's face as they continued to fight. It was only a matter of time before the little chicks got tired, and as they did that, he would drop them one by one until the fucking brat in front of him was the only one remaining. He glanced at the small gap in the canopy. He could see smoke. There were more people than the brats. He, of course, knew that there was a Chunin running the farm, and there was no way these little chumps could have taken him out and still be in the condition to take him on. There was a good chance that there was a Chunin leading the brats, and if their numbers were to say anything, and taking the Hidden Leaf standard team structure, it wasn't crazy to assume there were multiple Chunin. He was guessing too. The Chunin running the farm was good, but the narcissistic fucker wasn't good enough to take on 3 peers at the same time. At the end of it all, there were 1 or 2 Chunin waiting for him on the other side of the brats. He wasn't proud, but he had suffered some injuries, nothing serious, but against a litter of Geinin, he shouldn't have suffered anything. All of it was because of the brat in front of him. The leader of the bunch. The lean brat looked like he hadn't trained a single day in his life, but there was a nasty bite behind his strikes. Chakra augmentation, both him and the Akimeki chick. Then there was the pyromaniac Uchiha, the pesky little Yamanaka who was controlling people when they went down, the Funa girl with her shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags, and there was even the Inuzuka fighting one of his Geinin. There was an entire galore of clan kids here. Which raised the question of who was the leader brat. He had been out of the village for 5 years, but he couldn't pinpoint the background of the combat style. The brat wasn't from a clan, his fighting style reeked of the ring, and he was experienced, excellent body control, a surprising amount of skill in 2 chakra affinities, a rarity for the age. The boy was the strongest, but that didn't explain why the clan kids followed him. To pull prideful clan kids into a line was something else. Well, whatever, he thought. He needed to finish this. He didn't know if there was a Chunin or 2 waiting for him after he was done with the kids, so he preferred not to use more chakra than he had already. He had no problem running away, but he had built a good comfortable life for himself after leaving the village. It would be a huge pain if he had to start over. He figured he could use some chakra before going to see if the narcissistic fucker needed some help or if he had done the world some good and had left 2 heavily injured Hidden Leaf Chunin for easy cleanup. Playtime's over, kiddo. Takuma caught a punch in the face, but he lashed out with an uppercut for the jaw. Unfortunately, the Chunin caught that punch and threw him away, but Takuma's tentacles latched onto the Chunin's arm to stay close. Takuma tugged on the Chunin, but the man suddenly sped up and dug a palm strike into Takuma's gut. He felt a sheer physical force hit him. Instinctively, all 5 tentacles tried to latch onto the Chunin, but he was sent back with such force that the water couldn't stay together, and the tentacles were ripped apart, and the water tentacles were quite resilient because of the chakra flowing in the water. Takuma flew back meters, and he had to concentrate hard to maintain his focus and balance midair. The water redistributed between the tentacles, and they jammed into the ground to slow him down. He dug his feet to slow himself further down but still ended up slamming against a tree trunk with rib-shaking force. He shook his head to get rid of the dizziness and looked up just in time to see the Chunin weaving hand seals before long thin earthen spears emerged out of the ground and shot toward his team. He was hit by 2 spears hit straight, and he was all but skewered. Risa was wielding her Fuma shuriken in close combat mode and ripped 2 spears to threads, but a third one stabbed through her thigh. Akimeki had an impressive performance with her bow staff and avoided all the spears aimed at her, only for the Chunin to take her out after a couple of seconds of taijutsu back and forth. Now, it's me, just the 2 of us, brat. The Chunin looked towards Takuma as he held Akimeki by the throat. He threw her away as he made his way to him. Takuma got up and cracked his neck. He was sure he had broken at least a couple ribs, his left leg felt off, a fracture for sure, his right shoulder felt sluggish and painful, he had screwed up his rotator cuff, there were 3 more things he could feel, and then a few more that would show up when the adrenaline would exit his bloodstream. All of his combatant teammates were out. Yui and Yamanaka were within the trees. "Stay!" he yelled. He didn't want the 2 of them to come out. "You should tell them to run. I'll get them after I'm done with you. At least, this way, there'll be a fun hunt," said the Chunin. The raids were always in teams, so Takuma never got the chance to use it in the field. The ring didn't allow it because of the stupid rules. And he had gotten bored of dodging logs and rubber pellets. "Oh, there will be a hunt, all right," said Takuma as he began weaving hand seals. The Chunin stopped in his tracks and looked at his surroundings as a dense mist descended onto the area. The mist became wider by the second, and visibility plummeted until no one could see further than they could reach with their hands. Takuma breathed in deeply and felt the mist fill his lungs. He himself couldn't see that well in the situation, but he had been training his ears and nose for years. He had given more effort to this jutsu than any other thing and he barely saw any use. That was going to change today. Let the hunt begin. He looked at the mist surrounding him. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. The kid seriously had some skill with water affinity. He could barely see anything, but that meant neither could the kid. They were in the same situation. "I can see you clearly, you know." He whipped a kunai in the direction of the brat's voice. That was not even close. The next moment, he was assaulted by an augmented kick into his knee. The Chunin tried to grab the brat, but his instinct forced his body to catch the kunai that suddenly appeared before his face. "Be careful, or you'll lose an eye." "But that won't make any difference here." The brat's voice echoed. He was using some sort of voice modulation using chakra. Party tricks, he thought, but he couldn't help but his caution growing. He had no way to blow away the mist, but that didn't mean he was trapped. He simply needed to run out of the area covered by the mist. He followed his internal compass and ran north. But the moment he took his second step, he felt cold metal slice through his calf. It was a deep cut, and he almost lost balance. Don't try to ruin the game. You don't want a penalty, do you? The Chunin, now hobbled, slowly moved. It was better to stay on the move rather than stay at a location the brat knew. Getting out of the mist was still his only option other than using more chakra to blow everything up around him. But he needed to reserve some chakra. This is a rigged game. I'll give you the penalty. Alarm bells rang in the Chunin's brain, and he got ready for an attack. It didn't come. He waited for a second, 2, 5, 10, but nothing. But just as he released some tension and got back on the move, he got assaulted by a fist in the face, a kunai in the side, and a blow to the kneecap. He bit his lip and waited for the moment the kid came close in for another attack, and the moment the brat became visible, he went for the grab. He got a kunai in his shoulder, but he got the hand in his grasp. Fuck you, kid. He landed a solid punch into the kid's face and was about to break the arm when water was suddenly forced into his mouth. The moment of shock made him lose his grip, and the brat picked up a chance to run away, but not before slamming a knee into the face. He had forgotten about the damn tentacle. Fuck this, thought the Chunin. I need to wall down. It was clear that the kid wasn't going to play mind games with him anymore. He was going for the silent kill the next time he hit. Screw saving chakra. He was going to get rid of the game in and escape. Fuck this joint and job. There was no shortage of work, and he guessed he could get to a comfortable spot in a couple more months. He began weaving hand seals for a B-rank defensive jutsu that would cover him in a dome. But as he weaved hand seals, he heard a sound. Ding. What was that noise? He had heard that before. In fact, he had heard it a lot during the fight. Since when had it been going on? And that's when it happened. Ding. He froze up. He couldn't move a single muscle, and the sound of a bell filled his head, repeatedly filling his ear. The mist suddenly lifted, and he moved his eyes to find himself surrounded by a field full of the brat. The broken nose on the boy did make him happy, but it didn't change the fact that he couldn't move. What had the brat done? He saw a kunai slip into the brat's hand, every brat's hand, and he started to struggle harder, but no matter what he did, he couldn't move. It was as though he was set in stone, a statue. Shing. As his attention was on the brat, a short sword was shoved into his back and came out of the front. He looked down at the dripping tell. He could instantly tell the blade had gone clean through his heart. He was dead. He looked back and found himself staring into the red eyes of an Uchiha. What a beautiful sight. It seemed he had helped an Uchiha activate his Sharingan. That didn't make the situation feel any better. He wondered if he could screw up the Uchiha brat, traumatize him somehow. You were a tough fight. He turned back to see the brat had hobbled close. Ganjutsu? He asked. The brat jammed a kunai into his throat, and only then did he nod. It usually only takes half a dozen or 8 rings to work, but I had to be careful with you, so I had to keep ringing. And well, there was no way in hell you were going to break free after several dozen bell rings. Bibo hhoa, said the Chunin as he spurted blood. He didn't want numbers to be the last thing he wanted to hear. 100 little things passed through his mind. An entire lifetime of memories. There were happy ones, but he couldn't pick out happy ones from recent memories. All of them were so far in the past. This is not how I imagined it. And with that, he drew his final breath. Chapter 152. As the mist faded, the first thing Yui searched for was the Chunin. Among the cardinal rules of combat was never letting the enemy out of sight. She held the bell tight and rang it again while her eyes scoured the ground, darting among the trees. Her sight finally landed on the Chunin, who now had a short sword stabbed through the back and a kunai dug into the throat. Takuma pulled the kunai out. The blood spurted as the Chunin's body fell to the side. Takuma and Uchiha, still alert, stared down at the Chunin for a few more moments before Takuma pressed his foot into the Chunin's throat for a few seconds before pulling back. It was gruesome, disrespectful, and made her stomach squirm. Her hold on the bell lightened. She no longer needed to ring it. As she dropped down from the tree, Takuma disappeared using the body flicker jutsu. She jogged to Uchiha, her eyes sticking to the dead body. Where did he go? She asked. He went to check up on Yuzuka and the Minoru. Yui noticed that the Uchiha was breathing heavily. The sheen of sweat had almost cleared the blood and dirt on his face. Then she saw his eyes. The tired but deep red eyes of the Uchiha clan stared at her. Why you? Your Sharingan. She knew that he didn't possess it already. What? Uchiha's hand went to his face. It seemed he hadn't noticed. Yui pulled a pocket mirror from her weapons pouch and held it before his face. The Uchiha looked stunned as he stared into the mirror with his eyes widened. His mouth opened and closed a couple of times before he got the words out. I did it. I did it. Thank God, I did it. He looked relieved as though a burden had been lifted off his shoulder. He laughed a weak chuckle as he stared at the sky. When he looked back down, the eyes had reverted to their original onyx color, and he looked exhausted like he could fall down the next moment. "Are you all right?" she asked. He nodded. "Yeah, just tired." He then sat down on the ground and stared at the dead Chunin. "We did it," he said. "We killed the bastard. And survived." "We did," she said. She noticed the short sword in the Chunin's back belonged to Uchiha. He had been on the ground, risked his life, and from the looks, had landed the killing blow to the Chunin. While she had hidden in the trees, ringing a damn bell again and again without knowing if it was working. When Fuma gave her the bell and told Takuma would know what to do with it, she was confused. But it immediately struck her. A bell. A bell for the Genjutsu, bell sound clone. Takuma wanted her to ring the bell for her. She was deeply skeptical about Takuma's plan working. Bell sound clone was an auditory Genjutsu and used the sound from the bell as the carrier of the chakra. She didn't think the plan would work because the bell was so far away from Takuma, and he had no control over the bell. For the Genjutsu to work, the user had to load the sound waves with the chakra, and for the user to do that, they needed to know when the sound was produced. Takuma had outsourced that job, trusting her to do it for her. He was lucky that she knew to ring the bell at equal intervals so that Takuma could count mentally to know when the next ring was coming. Most importantly, lacing the sound with the sound was easier when the source was close. With her ringing the bell and Takuma moving constantly in battle, the simple task of imbibing sound waves with chakra shot up in difficulty. "Did Takuma put the Chunin in a Genjutsu?" she asked. The fog from the hidden mist jutsu obstructed her view of anything that was happening inside, so she didn't know if the plan was successful. "I don't know," he said. "It was very hazy, but I saw the Chunin standing still, so I took the chance." "Wait, I remember now," the Chunin asked Takuma if it was a Genjutsu. Takuma nodded after he stabbed him in the throat. Yui's eyes widened. It worked. Takuma pulled it off. He had managed to pull off the Genjutsu while being in a disadvantageous position. Not only was he gathering the Chunin's focus on his own, the difficulty of casting the Genjutsu had gone up due to the situation. But even in those circumstances, Takuma had managed to pull it off. And she was supposed to be the Genjutsu specialist in the group, Yui thought bitterly. Risa dragged her feet towards Yui and Uchiha. Her arm was killing her. She was hit directly by an earth bullet in her shoulder, and it had all but disabled it for the moment. She could tell it would take medical help and some physical therapy on top of it to get full functionality back. "Yui, check him for injuries," said Risu. She placed a small scroll on the floor and weaved a release seal. A puff of smoke later, a full-sized field emergency medical kit sat over the open scroll. Yui had Uchiha lay down and begin treating the damaged team member. As Risu turned to walk away, Yui called out, "What about you?" "I'm fine. Go look at Akimeki as well. I'm going to see how the others are doing." She located Yamanaka looking after Nenro and Masaaki. Both were lying unconscious on the ground. On the other hand, Yamanaka was sitting beside them, holding his head with a pained look on his face. "Are you injured?" she asked. No, I'm fine," Yamanaka replied with a groan. "I overdrew my hand. Taking over 5 of you was a strain. None of you were actually cooperative with me." Yamanaka had taken control over the bodies of Rasu, Nenro, Masaaki, Akimchi, and Uchiha at least once during the fight, getting them out of the danger's way or alerting them of risky situations. Risu didn't like someone else taking control over her body and instinctually resisted, but she recognized Yamanaka's contribution. He had probably, at the very least, prevented serious injuries, deaths even. She shivered at the thought that there were Yamanaka who could take over minds and bodies without the person ever realizing they were possessed. Especially him, Yamanaka pointed at Nenro. "He really didn't like me in his body." "It's an uncomfortable feeling," said Risu, "but thank you for everything." Yamanaka waved her off. "Everyone had a role. I just played mine. And I'm okay not being in front, facing that monster," he said. Risu nodded. She might not have been completely detached from the fight like Yamanaka, but she was more than comfortable snipping at the Chunin with her baby and explosive tags from a distance. She had gone close when Nenro and Masaaki had gone down and understood what risk everyone was facing. "Can you carry them?" "Yui's doing emergency treatment. I can take one of them." One of her shoulders was still good. "No, I'll take them both," he said, glancing at her bloody shoulder. They returned to where Yui was treating Uchiha and Akimeki. Takuma hadn't returned yet. Her eyes went to the Chunin. Blood leaking from the neck had pooled around the head and shoulder. She shivered when the intrusive thought of the Chunin getting up and killing them all before they could react flashed past her mind. "He's dead." "I checked his pulse," Uchiha said. Risu gave him a nod. Risu had been working with Takuma since he exited training and entered active duty. They had gotten closer when she joined him in the narcotics task force, working under him as his second-in-command made her privy to much of Takuma's day. She knew that he woke up early in the morning to train every day, and he showered at home, but for the past few months, he had been showering at the office because he had been training more in the morning because he had to cut short his after-work short as he had started working late. She even trained with him in the morning a day or two every month, and Takuma trained early, and he trained hard, called it a habit instilled into him. But not once in the spars or raids had Takuma ever shown that he could use the hidden mist jutsu. So when the heavy fog covered the field, her vigilance had shot up, thinking it was the Chunin either trying to escape or, worse, wiping them out while they couldn't see. But as it turned out, it was Takuma. She was well aware of how dangerous Takuma was in the field. They had been on plenty of raids and arrests for her to know how Takuma operated. Setting leadership aside, Takuma was aggressive as a combatant. He gave one chance for surrender before ensuring none had any intention to resist by using force that bordered on excessive. A point that they had discussed and fought over multiple times. Keeping him in check had become part of her job. A job she had done well. They had complaints, but she had made sure nothing stuck. The Narcotics Task Force was a new initiative, one led by a genin. They had to be careful how they operated. Takuma was a good leader, a better manager, but no one could be perfect. Thankfully, Takuma wasn't a one-man department, and everyone covered each other's backs. Looks like everyone's gathered. Everyone looked to see Takuma emerge from behind a tree. He was supporting Minoru, who was limping, his foot bleeding from a nasty cut. Beside them, Inuzuka and his ninken were dragging 3 people behind them. "Are they dead?" asked Resu. "2 of them," said Inuzuka as he sat down on the ground. His ninken settled in his lap. Resu walked to Minoru. "Are you alright?" she asked. "I think I'm going to stick to being a sensory ninja," Minoru said with a pained look. Resu chuckled. "You need to improve your combat abilities," Takuma interjected with a frown. "You can train with me once a week in the morning if you want. Give me a year, and I'll make sure you won't die in the field." Resu chuckled as she shook her head. Takuma had been trying to train Minoru for months now, but the latter refused to accept Takuma's offer because Minoru knew he would be trapped if he accepted. "Resu, lie down. You're bleeding," Takuma said as he laid Minoru down. "So are you," she said, but followed the instructions. Takuma poked her in the shoulder, and she yelped in pain. "What the fuck?" she hissed at him. "I can still move my arms," Takuma chuckled. "You did a good job out there. We wouldn't have been able to do it without you." "I know, you should thank me more," she said. Takuma smiled as he disinfected her wound. Resu stared at Takuma. After a moment of silence, she said, "Thank you." Uchiha stared down at the ground. He didn't have the energy to lift his head or even raise his eyes. All he wanted was to sleep for a week and not do anything, which would be an appropriate way to spend time after a B-rank mission, but he knew he wouldn't get to do that because the moment he revealed that he had activated his Sharingan, he wouldn't be left alone for a week. There would be relatives coming home to congratulate him, the ceremony that happened after an Uchiha activated their Sharingan, all the preparation involved in that. He would be swamped for at least a week. Just thinking about it made him tired. He contemplated holding back the news for a week before revealing it to his parents. "Congratulations are in order." Gi glanced at Resu, lying on the ground, getting treated by Takuma. He smiled. "I didn't even know I had activated it. Yui had to tell me. The mist was so thick that I could barely see anything anyway." Gi glanced at Takuma. The hidden mist jutsu was a known way to obstruct the Sharingan, but one required extraordinary skill in the jutsu to obstruct the Sharingan with great effectiveness. Maybe it was because he had just activated it that Takuma was able to blind him even with the Sharingan activated. Or Takuma was just that good with the mist. He couldn't say for sure. "Will you be staying with us?" Takuma suddenly asked. Gi furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "Yes, what do you mean?" said Resu. "Well, with a Sharingan, your status in the clan has changed. Doors which were closed before are now open. You probably can get any opportunity you want right now. Which raises the question, will you stay with us or move on?" Takuma said as he continued to treat Resu. "Of course, he'll be staying," said Resu. "It's not a sure thing," said Takuma. "His situation has changed. He has new options in front of him now. He should take time to think them through and make the best decision for himself." "You don't want me on the task force?" asked Gi. It sounded like Takuma was trying to kick him out. Takuma laughed. "Are you kidding me? An Uchiha with Sharingan, of course, I would want you on the team." He looked up at Gi. "But that might not be the best course of option for you. I care for everyone on the team and want to see the best for everyone. As the person in charge of the task force, I would hate to lose you, but as a teammate, I would have you doing what you deserve." Takuma pointed at Gi's eyes with 2 fingers. "Those upgraded eyes of yours change the situation. Think about it, Gi. Guy stared at Takuma, who moved on to treating Minoru. He had been part of the narcotics task force from the very first raid on the Meiko triad before Takuma had even floated the proposal. He had been there every step of the way. Seen their ups and downs and participated in their victories and losses. He had worked hard to make the narcotics task force what it was today. He didn't want to move, but as Takuma said, he now had more options and, indeed, had a choice ahead of him. And just like him, Takuma too had a choice in front of him with the situation brewing back at home with the change of leadership, which was all but sure to happen, looming on the horizon. Chapter 153, Takuma gazed at everyone on the team, the 9 people who had helped him bring down the Chunin. He didn't know half of them well. Nenro and Masaaki were his best friends, while Risu was his second-in-command, partner, and firmest supporter inside the police force. Minoru and Guy were his co-workers and he was their boss, which put a level of separation between them. Yamanaka, Yui, Akimaki, and Inuzuka, he had met them for the first time for this mission. Despite that, he was glad none of them had died. It was a miracle. Even though he had planned and given appropriate roles to the people based on their capabilities to increase their chances of survival, he was operating under the assumption of the worst-case scenario. I would like to thank everyone here, Takuma addressed the group. Their eyes shifted towards him. Today has been a tough day for all. The mission, even before this, was a stressful one because of the stakes involved, and I don't need to mention the unexpected we just went through. He looked everyone in the eyes. We had some arguments here and there which is to be expected except for my team. I haven't worked with any of you. That went for Nenro and Masaaki as well, they were his friends, but he hadn't worked with them for 2 months of basic training, and that was 2 years ago. But I have no complaints regarding this group. I'm thankful for how everyone conducted themselves today and their contribution toward the mission. I'll be writing stellar reviews for all of you in the mission reports. Due to budgetary reasons, I can't give you guys bonuses, but Risu will be laying out a party when we return home. Everyone chuckled. Takuma glanced at the Uchiha. And I'm sure Guy will contribute to the celebrations. Count me in, Guy smiled. Takuma smiled before continuing. He first looked at Yamanaka. It's because of you that we all made it out alive. With you only controlling our bodies, the vulnerability of every individual was cut short by several levels. If you hadn't done that, looked after us, strained yourself, we wouldn't be sitting here together, whole and alive. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. Thank you. Yamanaka soaked up the praise and attention. Okimaki, Takuma turned to the girl, it was a pleasure sharing responsibility for you. Without you, we would have gone down when the Chunin had that rock armor on him before he even turned on the offensive. You're one tough Kunoichi. Thank you for keeping us all safe. You'll be the Akimaki I would be looking for when I need the toughest shinobi. He didn't mind her switching to attack, leaving him alone to fend against the Chunin. It was the right decision, and he commended her for it. I'm one call away, reach me anytime, Akimaki weakly raised her bow staff. Having been on the tank team, she had taken a nasty beating. It was a testament to the Akimaki toughness that she was even conscious now. Yui, Takuma moved. She was sitting close to him, so he reached out and grasped her hand. You're the reason we were able to take out the Chunin. It had to be the Bell clone jutsu, but he was too much for me to handle. I couldn't cast the Ganjutsu while contesting his attacks. Without the Ganjutsu, without you, I don't know how to take him down. The fight would probably still be going on and as you can see, our Chunin are still not here. Please, Yui looked embarrassed, anyone could have rang that bell. I disagree, said Takuma. In the heat of the moment, when the stress was at its maximum, I could only relay a simple instruction to Risu. At that moment, you were the only one I trusted to understand what I was trying to do because of your knowledge. Even if I asked someone else, they wouldn't have understood what I was trying to do, and even if they recognized the jutsu, there was a chance they would have abandoned the plan when they thought the situation down here become tough, but you had the patience because of your understanding to stick to the plan and follow the instruction. Don't cut yourself short. You played a crucial role in taking down the Chunin. You earned the credit you deserved. Takuma was just relieved that he had Yui nearby. The hidden mist jutsu would have only stopped the Chunin for a while before he would have been able to get out. Even if he was able to force him to flee due to injuries, if Takuma was able to get a read on the Chunin in the short time he knew the man, the Chunin would have tried to pull something in an act of final revenge. The Ganjutsu was the only way to get the Chunin to stay and end the ordeal. Plus, if the Chunin escaped, he would spread the information regarding the busted farm to the drug network, which would be problematic for the overarching case the narcotics task force was working on. It was an overall positive outcome. Inuzuka and Minoru. And he went to sleep? Takuma looked at Minoru, who was sleeping on the ground. He turned to Inuzuka. I'm sorry to send you out on your own. I'm a follower of the operational practice that a shinobi should have at least one partner with him during combat or any field function. He was taught that in the field tactics courses he took. And sending you out to deal with those genin alone was a risky decision. But the genin were extra bodies that we couldn't have interfering. Especially you, in Yuzuka, you had to deal with 2 guys alone. I wasn't alone. I had a partner with me all along, Yuzuka pointed at his ninken, who wagged his tail under the petting. That's true, Takuma smiled. Gi, our star. The one to strike down the big bad, Takuma turned to the Uchiha. I have told you this before, I will say it again. You have a lot of firepower, and you use it well. It's a little bit difficult to use it in the village with all the people and buildings around, but here, away from civilization, you can really see how much damage you can do. He looked around, and some flames and embers were still burning around them. If the forest had been any drier, they would have a forest fire. And now you have gained another powerful weapon, not bad for a day's work. Train it, and train it well, you'll be a force to reckon with in no time. And don't forget us, little people, when you're a big deal. Takuma and Gi laughed along with the rest of the group. Minoru woke up. Huh, what happened? Nothing, go sleep, said Takuma. You did good out there today. Go rest. Minoru mumbled before closing his eyes. The poor guy was too tired after their ordeal. Takuma would have preferred if their sensory ninja was awake to keep an eye on their surroundings for more unexpected surprises, but he couldn't force him to work in his condition. Rasu, my favorite Fuma, said Takuma. Oh, it's my turn now, is it? Go ahead, said Rasu, catching up to what Takuma was doing. Despite the large amount of time we spend with each other, I don't think I say it enough. You're an excellent Kunoichi, officer, and person. I rely on you more than I have relied on anyone else, Takuma doled out praise without holding back. Everyone goes to you first for advice before they even look at me because they know you're the most reliable person in the office. You have the makings of a good leader. Risa frowned at him. Her eyes asked, what are you doing? Takuma shrugged. Both of them knew he wasn't going to be in his current position for too long. Risa might not succeed him immediately, but she was the best option when she met the other prerequisite. His time was almost over. Even the success of the B-rank mission wouldn't be enough. The day Fugaku had added scars to Takuma's police force personnel file, that day he had started the timer on Takuma's progress in the police force. Everything would be used against him to take the fruit of his labor away from him, and they had the smoking gun right under their noses. Takuma flashed Risu a smile. He moved on to the next one. Masaaki, you need to work on your defense. Your situational awareness can sometimes be shoddy, which gets you in trouble. It takes one bad injury for things to hit rock bottom. Aggression is good, I support it, Risu scoffed. Takuma ignored her, but there should be a method to the madness. The old Masaaki would pound the enemy into the ground and not get touched once. Other than that, you're golden. The time with Akimaki has done you good. Keep it up. You're my golden boy. Masaaki shot a thumbs up and groaned. Takuma turned to Nenro. If I learned anything today, I don't want to fight you. That lightning-style jutsu had some serious juice behind them. I envy you, my friend. You got the smarts and the skills. I know you're already planning for it, but let me give you a vote of confidence. You're ready for the next Chunin exams. I believe when everyone sees you on that stage, they'll know your true value. Go for it. Nenro looked surprised, which was rare because he always seemed to be in control. Takuma smiled, enjoying the expression. I thank you, Nenro replied. You want to join me in the exams? I will think about it, Takuma smiled, but he knew that wasn't possible. Nenro was simply being swayed by the moment. Chunin exams seemed to be the best plan of action for him. A promotion could give him leverage, which he could either use in the police force, or use it to transfer somewhere else. Switching jobs every couple years was a legit tactic for salary hikes and moving up the corporate ladder. Takuma wondered if it would work in the shinobi world. With the praise session done, Takuma sat down and relaxed, but just as they were coming down from the battle's high, the two Hidden Leaf Chunin returned. Looks like you had adventure of your own, said one of them, looking at the carnage around them. What took you so long? Asked Takuma. He kept the anger deep down. Taking on a Chunin wasn't part of their responsibility. Takuma had bought Chunin on the mission for a reason. The bastard tried to make a run for it. We had to chase him down. He knew the terrain better than us. Took some time to kill him, answered the second Chunin. Takuma sighed. He wanted to argue, but with everything over, he was too tired to have a dispute. He let it go. You recognize him? Takuma pointed to the Chunin they had killed. The two Chunin took out their bingo books and flipped through the profiles until they arrived at the right one. Oh my, you guys scored decently. He has a bounty on his head. The pay is better if you had gotten him alive, but dead pay isn't bad. Takuma turned to the Gainin. Well guys, I think we have our party fund. Later that day, in an unknown location, there was a knock on the door. The room was a simple office with absolutely zero personalization, no personality reflecting the user's taste. There was only one decoration which hung from the wall behind the desk in the room. Come in. The subordinate entered the room and greeted the person inside the room. I have a report, sir, said the subordinate plainly with no emotion. Speak. One of our farms was just raided. The one in charge sent us a coded message. From the looks of it, the message was written hastily. It's safe to assume that he is either dead or has deserted. What was the message? Requesting backup? The farm was found by Hidden Leaf Shinobi. The man in the office stayed silent for a moment. Was the man in charge part of the Foundation? He asked. No, sir. He was an outside contractor. The message said Hidden Leaf Shinobi, not the Anbu? Hidden Leaf Shinobi, sir. Then there must be a trail. Find who was involved in the raid. Yes, sir. You may leave now. The subordinate left and the man in the office returned to his work as though nothing had happened. Behind him was a square wall hanging with a motif of a golden tree with deep roots sewn into it. Chapter 154, From the day they left the village to the day they returned. The mission took a whopping 10 days to wrap up. They had to process the entire farm, search the whole place for information, take samples of the crop and equipment, and then torch the remaining crop down to shut the site down permanently. Moreover, they had to stay on the farm for a couple of days to recover from their injuries, and their return journey was made slower as they had prisoners along with them. The Hidden Frost incident had been the last time since Takuma had been out of the village for such a long time. The most time outside the village he did was on his regular hunts and overnight stays in the wilderness. But those only went for 2 days at tops ever since he had taken up his position in the narcotics task force. He wanted to go on hunts more often, but he didn't have the time these days. And because the mission had taken so long, Takuma could only take a 2-day break before he was back in the police force headquarters for work. An unexpected element during a B-rank mission that your plan didn't account for. You and the other Gainin were lucky that you survived the ordeal, said Jonin Uchiha Sayuri, the head of organized crime. As the saying goes, ma'am, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, Takuma replied. They sat in her office while Takuma gave the big boss a debrief of the mission. I have not heard of that saying, Gainin Takuma. But those are some wise words, said Sayuri, impressed. I shall remember them. Takuma smiled and nodded. He disagreed with the luck part. Luck was only half of the equation, the rest of it was pure life-risking effort. It made sense that not every saying from his world made it to this world, but he thought a war saying by a military man would have made it to the world of mercenary shinobi. What's next? She asked. I have contacted Takubutsu Jonin Oishi for the interrogation. Taro's mother had very recently gotten a promotion. We will get some hard actionable intel out from the farm help and the Gainin part of the delivery convoy and proceed from there. If things go well, we might have the location of the main distribution center. How long do you think this will take? Hopefully, soon, said Takuma. I want to hit the distribution center as fast as possible before they get a whiff that we are involved. Right about now, they might be thinking that the courier stole the consignment and ran away with it. And for that reason, I would like to keep this away from the media. Nothing should go out until I say it's time. Which means another mission soon. Indeed. Speaking of which, I might need additional funds for the mission. Let's discuss that after you have actionable intel that's confirmed by our sources, said Sayuri. Takuma wanted to sigh, but he had gotten used to this. Any time the matter of money came up, the subject would be changed. It wasn't that he didn't understand the budgetary conflicts between the departments, Takuma needed the money to run his small team. They ran a small weekly raid, targeting dealers much like Takuma's level when he was still dealing. But once a month, they tried to strike it big by hunting a supplier. And because of Enomoto's intel, Takuma and the narcotics task force had a 100% strike rate. Every time they had put their cross on someone, they had caught them with enough evidence to put them away for good and had resulted in significant disruption in the Hidden Leaf drug trade. True, Hidden Leaf Village was just one city, meaning they weren't putting any serious dent in the drug trade around the Land of Fire, but Takuma chose to focus on the present and deal with the problems in his home ground before looking elsewhere. Given that the distribution center is bound to be outside the village, will you be joining that mission as well? Asked Sayuri. Those in managerial positions don't remain operational in the field. I'm more hands-on, said Takuma, and well, I simply like to be involved. Lead by example. Slum with my people in the mud. I don't mind going on raids, it keeps me sharp. So you say, but you're aware spending more time away from here diminishes your chances. Takuma looked at his watch. I'm afraid I'll have to leave now. I have prior plans with Lady Uchiha, and she is a stickler for punctuality. He stood up to leave. Of course, we wouldn't want to keep her waiting. Sayuri saw him off. The woman was his boss. She was essentially in charge of who replaced Takuma at the narcotics task force, and he was going to be replaced, that much was set in stone. Nothing he could do was going to change that. The new outside recruits like him didn't have the power and influence yet, they hadn't had the time to assimilate. Takuma was cognizant of the fact he was a publicity case, but the need for publicity was over. The second batch of outsider recruits was already on active duty, and even if they removed him from his position, as long as optics were concerned, they were simply putting a reputable Jonin over a team of Geinin, which still put Takuma in a good position. But Takuma wasn't satisfied with that. He could have made a power play if he had more time, but he lacked the support and the narcotics task force was too valuable. He couldn't even get Risa to have the Fuma clan back him up. Why would they back him up when they could make a play for the narcotics task force for themselves? If he was being honest, he had no way to maintain his position in the narcotics task force. He didn't have enough leverage to keep his position. His achievements weren't enough, politics still held more weight. He only had one card. Meta-knowledge. Takuma stepped out of the headquarters and stared at the bright sun. He knew the Uchiha were going to die soon, and when they did, he would be the prime candidate to lead the unit. With the Uchiha gone, all the other important positions will open up for the pickings, and one little task force would be easy to acquire. Then his achievement would be enough, as the value of the narcotics task force would significantly weaken in terms of politics. However, with every passing week, the plan's viability seemed to dwindle a little. Takuma didn't have an exact idea of when the Uchiha massacre took place, but he knew that it was high time it happened. But Shisui Uchiha was still alive, and every day that man lived, the more Takuma feared that something had changed. He had no proof that things had changed. He had tried to get some information about the Uchiha, but if evidence was that easy to find, then other clans would have already found it. Even though he worked in the police force, he was as blind as an ostrich with his head in the sand. Takuma sighed. It was tough working among the walking dead. Sir, the information you asked about the farm raid, said the subordinate. The emotionless, middle-aged man behind the desk with buzz-cut light brown hair looked up from his desk. Report, he said. The raid was conducted by the Leaf Military Police Force. The Narcotics Task Force in the Department of Organized Crime, responded the young, equally emotionless subordinate. I believe that's a new task force. Yes, sir, the subordinate placed a file on the table. Led by a Geinin called Takuma, graduated from the academy 2.5 years ago. An orphan of no notable lineage. He founded the Narcotics Task Force 9 months ago. Under his leadership, the task force has conducted several significant raids around the Hidden Leaf. He was present on the farm raid as the lead. The rest of the people involved in the raid are on a file. The man picked up the file and flipped through it. 3 teams filled with clan shinobi, he said. Anything else notable about this, Takuma? The subordinate placed a second file on the table. He was involved in the Hidden Frost incident we engineered. He was trained by Maraboshi Kasuke during his last year at the academy. Fights in the underground gladiator arena ring under the stage name Scars. And he is currently being tutored by Jonin Uchiha Mikoto, the wife of Uchiha Fugaku. The last sentence got a reaction from the man. The nature of their relationship? He asked. Strictly teacher-student. Additionally, we sent one of our own into the police force as part of their new recruits. According to the information, Takuma is about to lose the command of the Narcotics Task Force. No notable parentage, Maraboshi Kasuke, while has connections, won't present a problem, about to lose his important position. And a police force officer who moonlights as an underground prize fighter, that crosses the Uchiha connection. He looked up at his subordinate. What is the status of the trainees? Our trainees? Yes, the current batch. Are they ready for a joint mission? I'll relay the request to the master instruction. May I ask what this mission pertains to? Assassination of a threat to the Foundation. Chapter 155, Biting a Chunin in a Ganjutsu. You have come far, said Mikoto, smiling. I remember the last time you couldn't exclude others from getting trapped by the Ganjutsu. Isn't it good that we worked on that? The Ganjutsu would have been useless if I caught my teammates in the Ganjutsu. Takuma sipped on the tea he had gotten so used to drinking for the past several months. He didn't like tea. At first, he couldn't refuse because he didn't want to offend Mikoto, but by the time he got comfortable enough, he had developed a taste for it. Takuma sighed. But, in that fight, I didn't feel like I had enough range. I know you said to train with the 5 I have, but I really need a couple more Ganjutsu of the visual, audible, and olfactory jutsu. Flower Hill is a momentary trap, and Mist Servant is better for crowd control than going against a stronger opponent. Are you saying you don't consider those 2 jutsu useful? She asked. I didn't say that. They have different uses, which I just mentioned. But I felt like I needed more options. That guy bulldozed anything I threw at him. Sure, I was chipping away at him, but he was doing the same, and he had much more wood to chip away than me. The Genjutsu gave me the key to put him down, and I need more jackpot keys like that. Ever since he had started training under Mikoto, she had restricted him to the 5 Genjutsu he knew. For the past 9 months, he only trained those 5 Genjutsu and nothing else. Between theory lessons and having deep discussions about the philosophy behind Genjutsu, Mikoto had made sure Takuma could cast the 5 Genjutsu in his sleep. I can't stop you if you want to learn more, but I believe it's time to move to the next stage, she said. Next stage? You like haze, right? Takuma nodded. Genjutsu, haze was a tactile, touch-based, Genjutsu that worked through contact. He couldn't use it because of the restrictions around a touch-based Genjutsu during a battle, but he found the distorted vision caused by the Genjutsu just so useful. He wished haze had been a visual or auditory jutsu. It's time for you to learn how to change the connection component. Takuma perked up, sitting up straighter. The connection component was the sense target to plant the Genjutsu. Bell clone jutsu was an auditory jutsu, meaning it used sound to cast the Genjutsu, but the connection component could be changed. You should change Haze's connection component from touch to vision, said Mikoto. They had talked about the topic several times. Takuma knew they would be doing it somewhere along the line, but he didn't think it would come soon. Shouldn't I first learn a few C-rank Genjutsu? He asked. Mikoto sighed. I can't stop you, but as we discussed, pre-made Genjutsu are crutches. You have to create your own, and to do that, you need to understand the components. These 5 Genjutsu are a good sample set. Experiment with them, and see what you can make from them before deciding if you want more practice material. She smiled. I'm here to help you start your Genjutsu journey. I'll be there to help you along every step until you're ready to spread your wings and take flight. Takuma clenched his fist as his breath hitched for a moment. Don't. You know how it would end. He looked up at the woman before him. She was the only other person after Maraboshi to have taught him as a teacher. A few more months more, and she would have taught him as long as Maraboshi had done. She even knew his secret like Maraboshi. But she wasn't as close to him as Maraboshi was. He hadn't let that happen. Thank you, ma'am. For everything. A figure sat atop the colossal sculpture of the 4th Hokage's face carved into the Hokage rock. The mountain's shadow hid him from view as he gazed upon the Hidden Leaf village. One red eye stared from behind the one-eyed orange mask with black stripes. The mask was framed by long black hair that reached the mid-back. Obito Uchiha, or was it Uchiha Madara now? Stared at the village that was once his home. The village was peaceful. The people went on enjoying their lives. Even when she was no longer in the world, they continued to live on as though nothing had changed. He looked around the village. Anywhere he looked, a memory or two would surface. Happy memories. Or at least, they were once happy. Now, everything seemed washed with an unfeeling gray. No matter where he looked, a sickening feeling grew in his heart. He placed his hand on his heart. It had been a while since he had felt anything, even though it wasn't pleasant, he was glad he felt anything. His feelings were a reminder of his goal. To rid the world of the ugly. To achieve absolute peace. Are you sure it was wise to join hands with Shimura Danzō? He glanced to the side to see a black head of Zetsu poking out of the mountain stone. The strange creature was his closest ally and had been with him since the day he had been reborn. He was among the only few who knew the complete secret of the Eye of the Moon plan. Perhaps it was not, he sighed. He had wished to exact some revenge on the Hidden Leaf and thought approaching Danzō would be the way to go. He had heard much about the old fossil's reputation and knew about his desire to become the Hokage. And he also knew that Danzō was the opposite of everything the Hidden Leaf's will of fire stood for, and placing Danzō as the Hokage and seeing him twist it into his image would be a perfect revenge. It wasn't as straightforward as having the entire village and its people crushed to the core, but he thought it was enough. But who knew that despite Danzō's reputation, the old man would possess a twisted sense of protection towards the village. He wanted the Hidden Leaf village to remain the strongest, and anything that threatened that, Danzō would go to great lengths to eliminate it. He wouldn't allow us to destroy the village. After all, what kind of king would want to rule over a broken kingdom? Obito had no desire to go against Danzō at the current point. The Akatsuki was currently busy with working missions to amass funds, plant spies, and ensure the members were happy so they would continue to remain in the group. Not all were like Kisame, who truly understood the importance of their mission. You should have given Orochimaru's words more thought, said Zetsu. Orochimaru had warned him against Danzō. The Snake Sannin had told them that if Akatsuki was to engage with Danzō in dealings, they needed to be very careful because if they gave Danzō any chance, he would backstab them if it benefited him in any way. At least we have him as an ally for now, said Obito. Danzō had hired the Akatsuki for some matter involved with the current proxy war between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Storm. It wasn't as big as Onoki had them do for the Hidden Stone, but Danzō was a new customer, and it was normal for him to be cautious. However, Obito had no desire to help the Hidden Leaf. Akatsuki would complete Danzō's request and increase his political influence based on his war achievements, but they would also make sure the Hidden Leaf suffered deeply in this war, deep enough that it would hurt, and they would have to work for years to right. Obito looked down at the village and suddenly spotted a child with bright yellow hair running in the streets with a shinobi on his tail. Naruto Uzumaki. His sensei's beloved child. If it were in the past, he would have felt something, but now, as he watched the child, he felt nothing in his heart. It's not your time yet. His whispered words flew with the wind. In a plain room with chairs, with built-in desks, a group of 4 young early teens sat facing a corkboard with an adult man addressing him. All the people in the room had emotionless faces. This is the target for your mission. The man used a telescopic teacher's pointer to point at an image. The target's name is Takuma. The target is a genin of the Hidden Leaf, and currently serves as a senior officer in the Leaf Military Police Force. He is in charge of the Narcotics Task Force. Your mission is to assassinate him. The dossiers in front of you have some basic information about him, but as part of this mission, you will be required to collect intel on your target and use it to complete the mission as efficiently as possible. One of the teens raised their hands up. Why is the target being assassinated? The man stared at the young teen for a moment. The children here hadn't been through their final initiation yet and had yet to be turned into perfect soldiers. And the one who asked the question was the youngest and apparently needed some more guidance. He made a mental note to communicate it to the master instructor. The target moonlights as a prize fighter and has built connections with the Hidden Leaf underworld. Our intel tells us that he has been taking bribes and is a deeply corrupt officer. He has let several groups operate without fear from the police force and is illegitimately profiting from it. The Foundation has decided it has become imperative to remove him and set things right. It was all false, as the target had been culling drug groups inside the Hidden Leaf at an unprecedented rate. But it was bound to cause problems to the Foundation sooner or later. It was better to remove the head and let someone less effective take the position. Until the trainees stopped asking unnecessary questions and completed their training, painting a negative narrative was an effective method to have them cooperate. Understood, said the young teen trainee. The man nodded. The target is proficient in Ganjutsu, utilizes earth and water style ninjutsu, and is a Ganjutsu user. His experience as a prize fighter has earned him extensive experience in unarmored combat. Expect him to have great close combat defense. The combat recommendation against the target is to always work in duos to minimize the danger against Ganjutsu. Do not underestimate the target. He has actual on-field combat, and once traversed through an enemy state on his own after a mission with injuries, giving him some survival ability. He didn't think the 4 trainees were ready to be on active duty as route operatives, but taking a single gain-in was well under their ability. If there was one thing he could think as a point of difficulty was the location. The target is situated in the Hidden Leaf, which means based on where you decide to assassinate him, you risk external interference from other shinobi. Take that into consideration while drafting your plan and, more importantly, your exit strategy. You can't leave any evidence behind. The man gazed at the 4 trainees. Within a year, only 2 of them will survive. And the 2 who would survive would need to kill the other 2 to become true operatives. He wondered which 2 of the 4 would move on to the final stage of their training. A memory of a boy flashed through his eyes, but it faded away as soon as it came up. The memory once felt like he had been stabbed in the heart with 1,000 needles, but now, it just elicited a dull feeling. He had done so, and so will these boys. Chapter 156, Why didn't you order anything? Said Sango after handing the menu to the waiter. Takuma took a sip of water. I don't like to eat immediately after fights, he said. He had just finished a ninjutsu fight at the ring, and instead of taking her usual payment, Sango had asked him to treat her to a meal. He didn't mind taking his medical ninja to dinner. Nutrition and rest, 2 cornerstones of recovery. You should ensure that your body has enough resources to heal, said Sango, nagging as usual when it came to personal health. I'll eat when I return home, not just now, he sighed. The fight had been boring as usual. Boring was good, thrill-seeking risk was overrated, but he wanted a challenge, or what use was him fighting in the ring except for Ryo and mission points? Well, it at least kept his body, mind, and instinct sharp. It didn't take much time for those things to dull. Rest well today, and do not forget to drink the mixture I gave you with hot water before you sleep, she said. Takuma shrugged. His opponent today had already fought him twice before, and Takuma no longer had any secrets, except for his Ganjutsu, in the ring. All of his ninjutsu were already noted by the various teams across the ring. They had been devising tactics to defeat him, And because he fought more fights than any other fighter of his class, they had plenty of time for trial and error improvement. In some ways, Takuma influenced how the upper hierarchy of the ring fighters fought. His opponent today was a skilled lightning-style ninjutsu user, the worst compatibility against Takuma, who was proficient with earth and water style. Injuries were inevitable in the ring because of the flimsy leather armor they allowed in the ninjutsu category, but today he had been squarely hit by a C-rank lightning jutsu in his chest. He had won the fight, but even after Sengo's treatment, he still felt the burn, sting, and pain in and out of his chest. According to Sengo, it would take a couple of days before he felt comfortable. His pain tolerance threshold had improved leaps and bounds ever since he had joined the ring, but even if he could tolerate the pain, it didn't mean it didn't hurt. He hated when his body didn't behave how he wanted it to. The bastard pulled a new trick today, he spitefully remarked. When several ring teams were planning to take him down, it was obvious they would come out with good plans. Every few fights, one strategy was bound to work, and Takuma had been grateful that they did. The more flaws his opponents discovered, the more he could weed them out and improve himself. He was the sword, and the ring was his whetstone. "When was the last time you met Inomoto-sensei?" asked Sengo. "I met him in passing a good while back," Takuma replied. The last time he met him was a month back. Even though Sengo was Inomoto's apprentice, Takuma and Inomoto's dealing were private. It was the only way for their secret to remain airtight. Both Inomoto and Takuma would suffer loss if their secret was to be leaked. Sengo hummed idly as she gazed at him. "What?" he asked. "You have changed." "How so?" "You're calmer than before. Back when you were just entering the weapons category, you were much more twitchy, as if there was a threat behind every corner, ready to pounce at you. You seem settled down now, it's a welcome change." Takuma quirked his brow before sighing. He could see her point. Ever since he had taken over the command at the narcotics task force, he had to manage a team of people. Working alone was easier than managing a group of people. He was so concerned with building the task force, introducing and training his subordinates about the drug trade in the Hidden Leaf, that it left no time for him to worry about the other problems. "I will be leaving Inomoto's apprenticeship soon," said Sengo. "Really?" The declaration took Takuma by surprise. As long as Takuma had known Sengo, she had been Inomoto's student. He hadn't seen him train her as they usually met in the ring after his fights, but he assumed he was doing something akin to a teacher. "An opportunity that I've been aiming for recently opened up. I got the offer recently." "I got in," she smiled. "Congratulations." Takuma was genuinely happy for her. She had been there every step of his journey through the ring, having seen him through all his lows and highs. He was delighted that he got to be there to see her accomplish a goal. "What's the new gig? When do you start?" "Takuma. I'll be leaving the ring. I won't be able to heal you anymore after the fights," said Sengo. Takuma's smile slipped after the moment of confusion passed. He leaned against the backrest and stared at Sengo. The thought she would be leaving him hadn't crossed his mind. He was still very much happy for her, but he couldn't ignore how Sengo leaving made him feel. He wasn't averse to change, but this change made him uncomfortable. "You don't have to make that face," Takuma said to Sengo upon seeing her worried face. "I will be fine. I'm in the ninjutsu category now. The ring will provide me with as much healing I demand from them. I'll just have to get used to trusting my body to another medical ninja. That's going to be a pain." "I'll recommend you a good one," said Sengo. "They aren't as good as me, but they'll do just fine." Takuma smiled. "Don't be a stranger, okay," he said. "Drop by time to time. In some strange way, I'll miss you extorting me for exorbitant meals. Call me anytime you want to spend time with a lady," Sengo grinned. "PFFT, a lady," Takuma chortled. "Fuck off, short stack. I'm still growing." Sengo had her fill of food and drinks, and they eventually parted ways, but before they split up, Sengo said, "I don't think we will be strangers, Takuma. I will probably end up working with you in the future." Takuma was confused, but before he could ask, Sengo disappeared using the body flicker jutsu. What did that mean? He mused to himself to no avail. The moon had pulled up into the starry sky by the time the meal with Sengo ended. Takuma wanted to take a leisurely walk and take some alone time to retrospect, but he didn't have the time. He had to go home, have his meal, do meal prep for the next day, and complete his other chores. By the time he would do that, it would be time to sleep. He could only enjoy the view of the village's nightlife as he briskly traveled atop rooftops. Soon he reached the part of town where he resided. Not many people knew Takuma lived in a shady dump of a neighborhood. Not many would believe that a senior officer of the police force lived in a place like that. Takuma could have moved, but he liked his small apartment. It had begun to become a bit crowded with his ever-growing belongings, but Takuma managed. He enjoyed the secluded silence of the place even though it was offset by the low-grade locality. Takuma's house was only safe because people knew he was a shinobi and an officer of the police force because of his uniform. They didn't dare mess with him because what might he do to them if they did? His keys jingled as he reached his door. As he slotted the keys, he heard a sound that he almost missed. He would have if his hearing hadn't been enhanced by relentless training. In a split second, his senses went into hyperdrive, pushing his entire being into combat mode. He jerked to the side a moment before a kunai whistled past his ear, thumping into the wooden door. Before he could react further, another noise reached his ears. His eyes widened at the door, and he jumped back as fast as his body allowed it. As he jumped back, a sword pierced from behind the door, reaching for Takuma's gut. His eyes remained affixed on the glimmering blade as it narrowly fell short to reach his heart. Takuma slammed into the wall of the open hallway. He thought there were at least 2 assailants. Takuma looked down at the bottom of the door, where a white paper sat undisturbed. The ends of the paper slip were stuck to the door panel and frame. Any attempts to open the door would rip the flimsy piece of paper, but the slip was still whole, and yet, there was someone inside his home. That could only mean 3 things. The assailants either came in through the balcony window, or they noticed the paper slip trick when they opened the door and fixed it, or they were observing him and knew that he put a fresh paper slip every time he left home. He went for the worst-case scenario, the last option. He immediately assumed that the assailants had vital information about him. As the thought had barely ended, Takuma felt a shiver go down his spine as 2 masked and robed figures emerged from the shadows in the hallway, one from each side. Simultaneously, the sword in the door was pulled back. The person behind the door was about to make their second move. Takuma's mind raced. The hallway was too narrow, and moving either side would trap him between the 2 flanking him. If he jumped out of the hallway, he would be vulnerable in the air, unable to change his direction, giving the one who threw the first kunai to nail him with ease. He needed to get down on the street to have some space to assess his situation. He couldn't go left, right, up, down, or back, which left only one direction. Takuma gritted his teeth and rammed his shoulder into his own door. The entire thing snapped off its hinges, and Takuma felt the door slam into the person behind it. He didn't have time to think, he stepped on the door, and the person beneath it, and ran deeper into the house. Takuma clicked his tongue. It was clear that the group of assailants was either trying to kill him or at least capture him. He didn't want either. He wanted to grab more weapons, explosive tags, smoke bombs, and whatnot, but he, unfortunately, didn't have them in a ready-to-grab package he could yank in a second. He had to do with what he had on hand. He rushed to the balcony and smashed through the glass door and jumped down into the narrow back street with the sound of glass shattering filling the silent neighborhood. It took a few mere seconds for 2 figures to jump down as well, but by that time, Takuma had reached the end of the street. He weaved hand seals, and a clone appeared from a plume of smoke. Takuma turned right while the clone sprinted to the left. It was the clone jutsu, creating a simply illusory jutsu, but with nighttime and no street lights due to the poor locality, the limitation of no shadow was eliminated. Takuma's steps didn't make much sound, a discipline he had trained to use in conjunction with the hidden mist jutsu. He made sure they saw him, and now the only for them to pursue him was to split up. They outnumbered him. They might have planned about this, researched him, but they had chosen the wrong place to take him on. This was his neighborhood. He knew the terrain better than anyone else. No matter how much they researched him, as long as they were in his neighborhood under the cover of the night sky, he nullified their numbers advantage to some degree. As Takuma finally had some breathing room to think, the question finally popped in his mind: who the fuck were these people? Chapter 157. The clone jutsu gambit was successful, but it only gained Takuma a few seconds, which he knew. However, a few seconds of stillness in a fight was all one could hope for. This was the first time after the Frost mission he had faced the element of surprise, but this was the first time he was the sole target. The 4 assailants coming after him were solely interested in taking his life. He climbed up a building wall and stopped in the middle and stared down at the figure running at him. They were dressed in complete black with a gray mask peeking behind the hood. He slipped a hand into his weapons pouch and tied one of his few explosive tag to a kunai as he wondered about the identity behind the assassins. His thoughts immediately zeroed in on the drug trade. It was obvious that his recent mission had threatened the drug lords by taking action outside Hidden Leaf borders. He had set a dangerous precedent, and this could be their attempt to take him out. He was an easy, low-risk target because of his background, and taking him out would definitely force the narcotics task force to review their future plans. As the man neared, Takuma threw the kunai with an explosive tag on its tail. The question was, who was it? Which one of the drug lords had ordered the hit? Takuma felt very invested in finding the scum who had ordered the hit and then beat them to the inch of their lives. The tag exploded, and the man was thrown back to the ground. Takuma didn't wait to see the man reattain his balance before hitting the ground. He immediately turned his back to block a kunai from another assailant with his own. That was all the rest he got. I'm afraid this is not how one makes friends, said Takuma as he pushed the man up the wall. "If you wanted to talk, I have recently developed a taste for tea. We can chat over a late-night tea session." He got no response from the man. Takuma didn't mind, he wasn't expecting them to speak up from the get-go and he had more time to flare some choice words out of him. Takuma sent chakra to his souls. The wall beneath him cracked, and he jumped high just when the second man reached him on the wall. He leaped over him and landed down on the road. The moment his feet landed on the ground, he took off again just a moment before a large volley of shuriken could butcher. He wasn't given a second of rest as 3 men surrounded him with swords drawn. A kunai each slipped into his hands, and the moment the steel gleamed, the 3 men charged. Takuma clicked his tongue and moved. He caught a sword between his kunai and used his full force to push him away, and began a mental stopwatch of 3 seconds. He turned back and launched the 2 kunai towards the second man, who used his sword to block them. The force behind the kunai sent sparks out on impact, but by that time, Takuma had already moved to the third man. Takuma dodged a slash for his torso and followed with a lashing kick augmented by chakra. Number 3 blocked this strike but was pushed back a few feet. Resilient, thought Takuma when his strike didn't blow away the number 3. These days, his ring opponents spent most of their time in the arena dodging his strikes because every hit slashed away at their chances of victory by a significant percentage. The 3-second stopwatch went off, and Takuma returned back to number 1. The man was fast with his sword and right from the bat, had better kenjutsu skills than any other ring fighter Takuma had faced. Takuma had to move his entire body constantly so as not to get cut by the sharp blade. Within a breath, the 3 men were back on Takuma, and he pulled all of his 2v1 experience in the ring to handle 3 men, which was difficult. Not only were there 3 men for him to handle, but they were also better at collaborative combat than any pair Takuma had fought. In less than 15 seconds, he had gotten half a dozen cuts on his body. But in return, Takuma did some damage to their clothes as well. He tore number 1's hood, shredded one of number 2's sleeves, and slit the hem of number 3's robe. They wore exactly the same attires from the boots, to the robe, to the mask. He had to distinguish themselves at a glance to better recognize who was who while he got to understand their combat quirks. Suddenly, the 3 men jumped far away from Takuma simultaneously. The answer came before Takuma even had the chance to be confused. He felt a heat and looked up to see multiple basketball-sized fireballs descending towards him. Shit. Takuma immediately weaved the 3-hand seals for body flicker jutsu, but the moment he pushed off at inhuman speeds, the fireballs hit the ground, and an explosive force slammed into Takuma along with the blasted pieces of road pavement. He hit the wall with his front side, barely protecting his face. What he couldn't protect was his injured chest from his ring fight. His ribs made hard contact with a concrete wall, and whatever Sango's work had done was undone in an instant. Takuma felt the taste of iron invade his mouth, and he knew there was some level of internal bleeding. He gritted his teeth as he slid down the wall to grasp control over himself before he even landed on the ground. Number 2 sped towards him with a sword. Takuma let his knees buckle to avoid a head decapitation strike, but the pain in his chest didn't allow him to escape from the corner he had been trapped in. He went for the second best option and threw a fast-acting smoke bomb, which covered 7 feet of area in thick black smoke. Bearing the pain, Takuma swept number 2's legs and whipped a blind augmented kick that made contact. He propped himself on his knee and weaved another set of hand seals, and mist solidified in the air, plummeting the visibility in the area. Takuma rose up and took out one of the sachets Sango had given him. It was a painkiller. It wasn't an instantaneous drug, but he was hoping it would have some early semi-placebo effect. A kunai silently came out, and he assumed stealth mode as he moved around the heavy fog of the hidden mist jutsu. The lack of functioning street lights in the area already had visibility in the dumps, but with the mist filling the area, seeing anything was all but impossible even for Takuma, who was trained for combat under the mist. But against 4 shinobi whose combat ability was unknown, it was a trade-off Takuma was willing to make. Moreover, the longer he stretched the fight, the greater the chances for someone reporting the fight to the authorities, leading to someone from the police force arriving at the scene. He was taught to finish fights quickly, and stretching the situation for external interference went against the philosophy, but he couldn't see any other option. Escape was an unreliable option as long as he made it to a populated region. They wouldn't dare to assassinate him there, but fighting while on the run had increased risk and vulnerability, which increased with the number of assailants. 4 people weren't great odds. Plus, there was a non-combat issue with running. If he, the Narcotics Task Force's leader, ran today, he would be setting an example. If assassins could scare the leader, what would that say about the subordinates? He had to thrash this attempt right here and now so that no other drug lord would dare to send assassins after his people. And he wanted information. He didn't have to kill 4 trained assassins, he just needed to kill 3 and capture 1 alive. Now, where are they? Takuma's hearing sharpened as he concentrated, spreading around the empty streets. There was no ruckus. The fire-style jutsu earlier ensured that none of the residents would dare come out. He simply hoped one of them would call the police force, but he also knew that the neighborhood he lived in didn't particularly love the police force. There was a chance they would instead let the situation pass before they informed the police force of the aftermath. The sound of a skid of boots against the pavement pinged Takuma's ears, and his eyes widened. He quickly whipped back and blocked the sword with his kunai. Clang. Takuma knew the sound was enough to give the others an idea of his location. He needed to move quickly. Takuma skipped back a few feet, beyond what the current visibility allowed to be seen so that he could slip away, but the figure jolted forward, not allowing Takuma to escape. Fight it is then, Takuma thought. He launched ahead and aimed an augmented strike for the head, which was swiftly dodged by a quick sidestep. Takuma tried to follow with a quick hook kick to the chest, but his leg was grabbed. Without any hesitation, as soon as Takuma felt the grip on his foot tighten, he used a hold as a pivot to take off the ground to land an augmented blow right to the head. Bam! Takuma felt the satisfying reverb shoot through his leg. The grip loosened, and Takuma landed on the ground. He sprang up and forward for the follow-up attack when a kick slammed into the side of his face. The man, unfazed by the augmented kick, retaliated when Takuma thought he had a clear view for a follow-up attack. The augmentation wasn't at full force due to his awkward position, but it was still enough to disorient someone for a moment, but here, it didn't seem to work. His eyes went for his marking and found the man missing a hood. It was number 1. He wondered if it was just number 1 who was extra resilient or if it was everyone on the team. He added that to his combat analysis as a punch flew towards his face. He pulled his torso and head back to dodge the punch. Number 1 grabbed the momentum by its rein and launched a flurry of attacks on Takuma, who went on the defensive as he bobbed and weaved out of every single strike. Not a single attack after the initial kick touched Takuma. And when he was ready, Takuma retaliated. He slammed a body shot into the pit of number 1's abdomen. An elbow strike assaulted the head next. Takuma grabbed number 1 by his shoulder to finish the combo and pulled him down for an augmented knee strike into the chest. "Come on, bitch," he whispered just loud enough so that number 1 could hear. Number 1 stumbled back to make space but immediately shot forward. Takuma could hear every exhalation that preceded a strike. The time between the two events was extremely short, and usually, there was no use in tracking the exhalation pattern, but now, with zero visibility, Takuma used that breathing pattern to his advantage. Number 1 unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that Takuma dodged or blocked. They weren't as sharp and precise as before, the mist obstructing the vision was paying off. He sidestepped a sword jab and returned a low kick to the thigh that hobbled number 1. Takuma closed the distance, but the trained assassin wasn't one to go down easily. His sword hissed as it came for Takuma's neck. He diverted at the last second by his kunai so that it could only tear the fabric over his shoulder. Crack! Takuma's strongest augmentation fist made unobstructed contact with the chest. He felt the familiar sensation of rib bones moving under the force of chakra that shot out from his fist. "I'm better than you at this," Takuma spat. "But unlike you, he's not alone." The voice was followed by a low shrill of a sword, and moved out of the way. However, the sword caught his upper arm and left a deep gash. Takuma hissed in pain, but the twisted expression stayed on his face only for a second, soon replaced by a large grin. "So, you guys can speak," Takuma laughed, but he didn't feel good about it. Chapter 158. Takuma retreated towards to where he had left number 1 but found the man to be missing. This was a great problem with fighting multiple opponents. Help was readily available, something he had recently taken advantage of against a difficult Chunin. He turned back to the second man and recognized him as number 3. "I must confess, I don't believe I am someone important enough to warrant an assassination," said Takuma. "So, before I die, tell me who ordered this hit." "You don't need to know," number 3 rushed him. Takuma crossed his arm to block a punch that Takuma weaved back, making it miss by the width of a finger. Takuma tried to pull away, but number 3 stuck close, targeting Takuma's top to bottom, landing precise strikes in places that hit. Takuma didn't fall short and managed to disarm the sword on top of getting a couple of soft augmented hits in that did more overall damage. "Come on, can't you give a dead man his last wish?" asked Takuma as he swung the sword at its owner. He then immediately turned and used the sword to block a sword strike from number 2. "It's not that I'm asking too much, and this won't jeopardize your mission. Or is it that you are afraid that I'll kill you and live to tell the tale?" Number 2 immediately became more aggressive. Takuma smiled internally and let the man think he had control of the momentum as number 3 joined the fight. A 2v1 was just the way Takuma liked it. He observed the two. He hadn't noticed it before, but both number 3 and number 2 had shockingly similar fighting styles. The same went for number 1. They had their quirks and adjustments unique to them, but they followed the same combat style one Takuma hadn't faced yet, which told him that they were trained at the same source, but more importantly, they were trained at the source. Number 2 quite easily disarmed Takuma off the sword he had stolen from number 3, who tried to reach for it, but Takuma kicked the sword away. Number 2 used the opportunity to smash his knee into Takuma's face, disorienting him for a moment, which gave Number 3 the opening to lay down a lethal combo of a punch to the liver, a palm strike to the chest, which sent Takuma's injury flare up worse than a wildfire, and he finished with a lacerating kunai strike to Takuma's right shoulder. Takuma barely raised his arm to block Number 2's downward strike. The sword clanged against his metal arm bracer. He didn't cut, but the power behind his strike sent a shock up Takuma's arm. He could already feel the bruise forming. Takuma swept Number 2's feet, but he jumped at the last second, and while in midair, Number 2 threw his word to Number 3 as Takuma watched the blade fly over him and landed in Number 3's grip, who swung it down without missing a beat. Takuma moved but got a deep gash on his face. Takuma's first instinct was to open his eyes wide to check if his eyes were cut, but he could still see normally. The pain, however, ended Takuma's information collection process. He wanted to study their moves and observe their teamwork strategies more, but it was clear that he no longer had the luxury. He grunted and jumped Number 2, who didn't have a sword, and took him to the ground. Number 2 kneed him in the crouch. Takuma grunted in agony but snarled as he went for a kunai in the stomach that was deflected and ended up in a gash to the side. His instincts screamed, and Takuma grabbed Number 2 and pulled him atop, leading Number 3 to slash his teammate. Number 3 managed to pull back his swing at the last moment, but not before it had drawn some blood. Takuma yelled as he threw Number 2 into the presumably startled Number 3 before scampering off into the mist. Takuma coughed and felt the taste of iron grow heavy. His face burned from the cut. The only silver lining was that the cut was below his eyes, which meant blood wouldn't drip onto his eyes, hindering his vision. Bearing through the pain, Takuma weaved hand seals and slipped underground like fish in water using the hiding in the rock jutsu. He emerged in a different position inside the mist and closed his eyes to concentrate on the sounds. The sound of dull metal rang in his ear. Number 2 or Number 3 had retrieved the discarded sword. He focused harder and heard the faint sounds of boots against the hard ground. The assassins were clearly trained to walk quietly, and they were clearly trying to cover their tracks more now that they had no idea where Takuma was, but as Takuma had said, he was better than them at stealth. He stood up straight, resisting the pain to his shoulder and sides, and slowly weaved hand seals as he walked towards the sounds. He eventually came to a stop at a distance he thought would alert the two men and stood in silence. With each passing second, holding the chakra building up in his body from the hand seals made it difficult, but he persisted. It was extremely difficult and straining to hold chakra created actively for a jutsu, but he needed them in the proper position.